Hello and good morning. If it looks like I just woke up, it's because you're right. I did just wake up. I'm gonna go tweet about this real quick. I don't know why the stream is buffering so much. Am I gonna stream the global challenge next week on Twitch? No. I am busy next weekend. What is going on? The stream keeps pausing for me. I don't know if that's me. Does that happen to like any other video I watch? No, I don't live on the West Coast anymore. I actually just moved, guys. I'm in Chicago right now. Maybe it's because I have a billion pages open. Anyway, today we are co-streaming the San Antonio Regional Championships. I am going to be basically live commentating over the entire tournament. Normally, I've done these a couple of times for like top 4 and finals and stuff, but never for an entire day's worth of tournament. So I think it should be exciting. Is San Antonio the World's 2024 format? Yes, it is. I'm eager to see. This is the first major back in North America in Reg G. We had one in Europe last weekend. Maridon won the entire tournament. And yes, I'm going to stream tomorrow as well. The idea is to cover the entire tournament. So basically, I think co-streaming is a really cool opportunity, especially when I'm not playing your casting events. And I decided to take this one off because I just moved. Didn't really want to travel too much. So, yeah, I think if, depending on how today goes and how much I enjoy it, this is something I really could see myself doing a lot more in the future, just because it's a fun way to, like I like tuning into these tournaments already anyway, so why not just kind of give you all my commentary and analysis. I could play the in-game ladder in between rounds. That is not a bad suggestion. But basically, I just set up all my stuff, and I have basically not enough outlets for everything right now. I guess I would just need one more outlet for my Switch. Actually, we probably could set it up. So maybe I will do that in between rounds. Do I like Chicago? It is so cold right now. My skin is like not used to it. So I'm getting used to it, but it like felt like negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit the other day. It was terrible. Hey, Purple, thank you very much for the 49. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming to the stream. Let me try to get the chat open for you guys. So that you all can see what everyone else is typing. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. I know it's early, 9:25 where I am, so where are you all viewing from? Let me know in the comments. Let me tweet about this real quick too. Can I set up a bingo board? That's a good idea. Oh, wow. Let's see. Create bingo board. Bingo board generator. Wait, also, I want to be... Hold on. One sec, guys. I want to... Yes. Let's see. We got Norway, Michigan, Maine, Berlin, UK, Spain. Oh. A lot of international people here. That's awesome. 4:30 over in Germany, Chicago, New York, Brazil, on Canada, Finland, Chile. Don't I stream on Twitch anymore? No, I haven't streamed on Twitch in a long time. I did one stream back when I was like experimenting with streaming again. I might maybe try to dual stream to Twitch and YouTube with these in the future, but for now, there's a lot more people that watch from YouTube than Twitch, it seems like. I don't do coaching, no. Oh, moved from the Bay Area to India? That's awesome. You're back in North Carolina. I hope it's treating you well. It's great to see you here. Maryland, Portugal, Ireland, New Orleans, Virginia. Oh, so cool. You all from all over the place. Anyway, what was I going to do? Create a bingo board. Make your own bingo. VGC. I want to... Okay, if I do this, what does it do? Okay, yeah. Okay, guys, I'll take chat suggestions for what you all want to see on the bingo board. And then while you all type your suggestions, I'm figure out how to get chat on the screen as well. So give me one sec. Oh, I see the problem. Okay. Make it 5 by 5. Yeah, we can do that. I think if it's just based on how much I input in on this bingo board. Use Bingo Baker. Bingo Baker. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Bingo Baker it is. Origin Pulse miss. Okay. I like that. 90% move. Miss. First turn double KO. Will-O-Wisp miss. Eternatus feature. I like that. No Calyrex in top 16. Alright, keep them going. This is funny. More Groudon than Terrapagos. I guess we won't be able to confirm that until... Oh no, they have the stats normally. Yeah, okay. Then Terrapagos. I like that. Two Paras in a row. Fake out into Farigiraf. Invisible Focus Sash. Crit, but didn't matter. That's funny. Groudon versus Kyogre. +4 Calyrex. +4 Calyrex. Terra Amoonguss slept. I like that. Self status. That would be hype. Draco Meteor miss. Kyogre in top 8. Okay, guys. So I'm rooting for Kyogre in this tournament, and I'll tell you why. It's because my brother Brendan Zhang is playing in this, and he's been like saying that Kyogre is it. He really, really believes in Kyogre, and he's practiced a lot. Like I think he could be due for a really, really good run in this tournament. Terra Starstorm. Double KO. Both caster shouting at the same time. If they had me on there, you know I would fulfill that immediately. The free space should be Miraidon featured. Do we put unusual mons? Yeah, do anything. We're just here for fun. Can I make this like, oh, I can make it 6x6. Terra Starstorm double failed again. I like that. Let's make it here. What's up, Toller? Terra Starstorm double fail. Restricted gets O code. Necrozma on stream? That is ambitious. I like it. I like it. I don't know if we'll see Necrozma on stream, but okay, we're starting soon. Cool. No damage win? Has that ever happened on stream? Urshifu hits through protect. Okay, I like the Ditto feature. A lot of y'all believe in Ditto. Ooh, under less than 5% usage mon on stream. I like that. Usage. No restricted. You know what? We could just make it 6x6. Oh wait, but now the free one. Wait, where does the free card go in a 6x6? I've never seen a 6x6 bingo. Oh, 7x7? Now we're getting too crazy. Oh, DJ Mutt, thank you for the $2. Tornadus changes the weather. That's a good one. Triple protect. Okay, a lot of y'all want double protect. Oh, hi, my friends. Hello. Okay, you know what? We just won't have a free one. Yeah. Forget the free. I want more. We're 6x6 is kind of crazy, but you all have good suggestions. So I want to include more of them. Tornadus changes the weather. Thank you, DJ. Double protect. Triple protect is crazy. Fake out into Ghost Terra. Wolfie mentioned that's probably already happened. Fake out crit. Fake out crit. Maridon Volt Switch. 1% HP survive. I think we had that, right? Invisible Focus Sash, yeah. Groudon gets intimidated. Ooh. I like that a lot because I actually think this will be a big tournament for Groudon. Do you choose which events you cast? No, basically the way it works is they ask you for your availability, and then based on everyone's schedules within the casting team, they figure out a schedule that works. Double Trick Room play. Protect in front of Urshifu. Arubega Maridon. Debut player makes top 8. That's cool. Okay, these suggestions are great. Well done, everyone. Somewhat Carrots with the picture of Carrot said, what does Terra Starstorm double fail to KO mean? It means you Terra, and then Terra Starstorm is obviously a spread move then, and then it fails to knock out both of your opponent's Pokemon. Arubega Maridon, it's the team that won the World Championship. Oh, double Opals P-Blades. Miss. These are great. Well done, folks. Electric Terrain blocks sleep. Crazy turn 1 read wins the game. I like that. Crazy turn 1 read wins game. Hazards removal. Oh, wow, I don't think that would happen. That would be nuts. Sludge Bomb into Fairy Terror. I like that because I think that's actually very likely, given how common Amoonguss is. Fisher hit on stream. Does anything use Fisher right now? I haven't seen Solo Dozo or Ting Lu. Crydon versus Maridon. Ooh. Oh my gosh, you guys have so many. These are all really good. Jumpluff or Wheezing on stream. Ooh, I don't know about those. Same lead from both sides. That's good. If someone uses defog on stream, yeah, everyone wins bingo. I agree. These are great. All right, good work, folks. I'm proud of you all. I'm mainly trying to figure out how to get chat to show up on screen now, but let's... Oh, hello. Thank you, Toller. Thank you for tuning in. I'm really excited to have you around. Get a hoodie? You're freezing? I'm not freezing. I'm warm. My apartment's so nice and cozy. There's a Stall Eternatus team that uses Fisher Dozo. Oh, cool. Okay. Why is Eternatus featured there? Eternatus got top 32 at the last tournament, guys. That's why. Wolf mentioned already. Yes. Yes, indeed. New content. Okay, what was I gonna do here? Oh, figure out how to get... You missed the albums decoration on my wall. You know, it's actually, like, not on the wall behind me, but right next to me. Hold on, if I tilt the camera, maybe I can actually show it. It's right there. But I can't have it behind me right now. I'm still setting up my apartment. No, Wolfie's not playing in this. He is just taking it chill. I should make a stream highlights for tournament reviews. That's a good idea. What specifically do you mean? Like, take the highlights from this and then put it into a video? Okay, sorry. I've been trying to get chat on the screen so y'all can see each other. One sec. Any new albums I've been listening to? I haven't been listening to a ton of new music, mainly because I've been just settling in. Dude, 10 is so crazy, man. 10, like... Oh, 45 Mice. I really want to see what he's bringing. I think he's one of the best team builders we have in North America, and he's always on top of the meta. So I hope we get to see him on stream. It's definitely one of my favorite players to follow. Got top 16 at Worlds. KKK. What do we want to do here? Let's see. Okay. Chat. Properties. Oops, that is not the link. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think that works. Yeah. Ooh. Nice. I don't want this. Why is it showing this chat summary auto? I don't care about it. Okay, now it's gone. Cool. Great. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we got chat on the screen. We are chilling. I do listen to Magdalena Bay, yes. That was one of my favorite artists that I discovered. I discovered it because one of my best friends is really, really into them. Wolf and Marcus are not at the event, no. Will this season be another Worlds push to compete for you? Probably not, mainly because I just have a lot of life changes, like starting a new job, moving to a new city. But I will play Vancouver regionals because, as you all know, I have a lot of history in Vancouver. I've gotten top 4 at 3 different Vancouver tournaments in across like a decade, like Worlds 2013, regionals 2017 post Worlds, and then regionals 2023. So I was like, look, I want to try hard for one tournament and see how it goes. I'm currently registered to play EUIC, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to attend. So that's a TBD. Top of the morning. Put the full tournament into theater mode, so it's good idea. Yes, good suggestion. Oh, that's cool that they're covering Juan's victory here. I love that.
You just have to be in the southern hemisphere, I guess, if you want to be a Cali Ice player. All things considered, though, it's a really cool team.
Let's see. What are my championship wins? U.S. Nationals 2011 and 2012 in the seniors division. Wolf won in Masters those years. I was in the younger age group. And then regionals win in seniors in 2011 in DC, regionals win in Boston in 2013. That one was actually really crazy. That tournament was played at Gillette Stadium, which is where the what is the New England football team? I don't follow football at all, so I'm blanking out, but that's where they play. The Patriots, yeah. So that was really cool. Won regionals in 2014 after Worlds in Philly. That's where Wolf and I played in the finals. Won regionals in California in 2016, and then Portland regionals in 2017. And then some random like Apex, which was like a grassroots tournament back in 2012. But most of my competitive achievements were between 2011 and 2017. And then like 18 and 19, I didn't really play at all. 20 was COVID. 21, yeah, online. 22 got top 8 at regionals, but then ended up casting Worlds, top 4 regionals in 23, and then casted Worlds, and then last season had some top cuts, but no. Did I have any top cuts last season? It was like day 2s, but no top cuts actually. Yeah, it does feel weird seeing 2025. I agree. Am I playing Zamazenta again? I have no idea. That's TBD. Thank you for the happy belated graduation. Yes, it was a very fast 2 years, but I had an awesome time in business school. Yeah, I won the VGC version of Apex. Unfortunately, not the Smash Bros. One. But it was really funny because in the video, you could literally hear like Salty Sweet, like whatever that Smash Bros. Event was taking place behind. And yeah, it was very amusing. Do I think Zacian will come back into the meta in a double restricted format? I think certainly. I mean, with double restricteds, it just gives more room for Pokemon that are less popular right now to work because you don't need to solely rely on them. And Zacian, I think, is also just kind of underrated still. Like, I got top 16 or top 32 at Worlds. It's just not the easiest restricted to use, I think, relative to others, which is crazy to say, but it's partial because of how they've nerfed it. The tournament meta picture is hilarious. Yeah. What underused restricted would I like to try? That's a good question. I think Rayquaza. I'm interested in all of them, but like Rayquaza, I mean, Groudon is picking up in usage, but I'm still very interested in that. Okay, anyway, let me tweet about this. Dude, what are these point counts? Joe is 1,500 points? How are Brendan's results this year? He's day 2'd every event he's played in, but I think it's like he's been, a game short of top cut pretty frequently. So, yeah. He played in Baltimore. He played in Toronto. He made day 2 at both of those. But he's still looking for his top cut. It's actually crazy because Brendan is a really, really consistent player. And I was even surprised when he told me this, but he hasn't gotten top 8 at a Masters Regionals, which is nuts. He got top 16. He went undefeated in 2018. And actually, like that in Dallas regionals, and then lost in top 16. But then it was cool because that team actually gave him inspiration for his top 16 Worlds team that year. What's my favorite Pokemon? It's Piplup. You wish Groudon would be, or Ho-Oh would be good. Yeah, I too wish that. The lowest usage restricted mom? I mean, if you're including like the Mimi ones, then like probably Cosmog, right? You did really well with Zacian at Birmingham. That's great. That's great. What team did you run with it? You don't think Groudon is that good? You think Kyogre is significantly better? I think, yeah, it's interesting. I think Groudon feels more of like an anti-meta Pokemon right now. I think Kyogre on average, yeah, I agree, feels better. But it is interesting to see Groudon actually rise to the point where it can top cut events. What non-restricted do I think will have a good tournament? Well, Brendan is bringing Iron Jugulus, so I'm definitely interested in Jugulus. Shouldn't they separate players like qualified from the list? That's a great suggestion. I think so. Any more games today? We haven't even had a game yet, so we will have plenty of games, yes. Wo Qian is definitely solid with Ruination and Pollen Puff. Actually got top 8 at North American Internationals. With a really cool Assault Vest Kyogre team with Jugulus. But it feels like that's the only team I've really seen it on thus far. Zacian and Drago, 33rd. That's awesome. Congratulations. Great run. Do I think Worlds this year will be double restricted? That would be my guess, yeah. AV Groudon has positive matchups into all of the current meta restricteds. Yeah, it's definitely really solid right now. Have I seen the China Sun team that Justin Tang's been talking about with Volcarona and Gouging Fire? Yeah, that's actually one of the top teams to keep an eye out on in this event. So I'm glad you called that out. Base Necrozma 0% usage. Can Kyogre and Ice Rider work in a dual restricted format? Yeah, definitely. Miraidon sounds a little bit scary just because it can blow both of those up. So, like, you'll definitely need some anti-Miraidon support. Shadow Rider Astral Barrage can do a decent bit as well, but yeah. The strongest restricted? I would probably say Miraidon or Shadow Rider. Like, they just both feel so insane. But it doesn't mean they're just broken, right? But it's like Miraidon just blows everything up if you have Electric Terrain up. And then Shadow Rider, like, oh my gosh. Astral Barrage is just so insane. Can you give me a team for the Global Challenge? Can you give me a team? I need one. It's called Chinese Sun because it was created by a Chinese player. Favorite support mon in the meta? You can't say Incineroar. I really like Grimmsnarl. I brought it to Worlds. How did my Worlds attempt go with my Zamazenta team? It started really well. I went 4-0. And then I ran into the Miraidon player that got top 8 at Worlds. And lost against him because Miraidon... Or sorry, Miraidon plus Dondozo. Because Dondozo was such a bad matchup for Zamazenta. And then round 6, I lost to Lunala. My opponent just played better and I made some... like. It was really close. Like, game 3, basically, if I had swapped the order of, like, my targeting, I think I would have won the game on the spot, but I was making a read, and it didn't work out. Round 7, I won, and then round 8, I played Riley Factura, who was using Miraidon, but his Miraidon was so much harder to fight against because it was Ghost Terra Miraidon, Mystic Water, Ursh, and Sash Whimsicott with Protect, all which drastically changed the matchup, as opposed to, like, the standard Miraidon that won Worlds. I think the team I brought had a really good matchup into the Worlds winning team, and I spent the whole summer practicing with Aaron Trailer, and he brought Miraidon to Worlds, and I feel like my win rate was probably like 80%, 90% into that team. So I think it was still a good call, but I didn't have the best matchups, and I didn't play super well. And, like, I think 2 of the losses were really, really hard to win in, but one of them, the Lunala one, that's the one I still have nightmares about. Oh, it's cool to see these predictions here. Okay. I like that everyone's chosen like a different core, basically. Len going with Kyogre. Okay, I like that. I like that. What do I think of Hard Trick Room? It did get top 8 at Worlds, but it's not easy to use. I think it's like if you want to be an exceptional Hard Trick Room player, you have to know like your lines really, really well. But I think Hard Trick Room is always something I recommend like newer players to use because there's so much power and it's like a little bit more straightforward in terms of like playing at like a medium level. I don't do coaching right now, Adam, but maybe in the future. Yeah, everyone's underestimating Calyrex Shadow Rider. That's missing here. No Shadow Rider and no Terapagos, even though Terapagos just got top 4 at regionals. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. We almost have 1,000 viewers, which is pretty awesome.
Fair enough. I mean, I will agree that Maridon has the biggest number.
Who's my Mount Rushmore of casters for VGC? I can't answer that. They're all too great. Like, I mean, in all seriousness, I think like every caster has different skill sets. And having worked with almost basically everyone, like everyone is really good at different things. One thing about casting, by the way, I think is people often underestimate how casters enable other casters. And what I mean by that is I think often people say a lot of kind words about my casting, which I'm really grateful for. But I think there's a lot of work that goes on from my co-caster that like sets that up, for example. And I think that it's harder to like be able to tangibly like notice that as much, for example. But yeah, I mean, for me, Evan and Scott were the OG casters, and they were kind of the main reasons I wanted to get into casting. So yeah, that's like the OGs: Evan, Scott, Dewey, Justin Flynn, Shady Penguin. John Luke says, you're not swayed by the turtle, it's carried hard by player skill. I agree. I don't think Terapagos is easy to use, but I think the best players... I actually was actually talking to Pokey Alex a little bit. We were just catching up, and he was saying, like... actually, he said this on his interview on stream at the last regionals. He was like, I actually don't think Terapagos is the call, but it's just me. And I'm like, dude, that's true. Respect. Let's see. How do you prepare for an event as a player? I think there's two segments. The first segment is figuring out a team that you want to bring to the event, right? That can take weeks, months, or you might just pick up a team the day of the event. So like the process for that really differs from player to player, but what's important is landing on a team that you feel comfortable with or you feel confident with, right? So for me, for example, before an event, maybe 2 weeks before I'll start laddering and just like getting some sense of what the meta is like, trying out things that I think might feel strong, and then going from there. And then once you have a concept, it's about refining that concept. So playing games to like figure out the terra types, the items, the move choices, the EV spreads. And then from there, it's about like running specific matchups. But it's like general, like big picture, start with an idea, work towards the idea, work towards refining that idea. And then once you get down to the team, practice with the specific team you're bringing with the event. But, time is obviously a constraint as well. So like, when I was playing last season and qualified for Worlds, I think most of the events, I actually picked up the team the day of. And sometimes you have to be realistic with like, how hard you're trying to prepare for an event as well. So it also obviously ranges based on your player skill. Hank, please keep doing these co-streams. You have to watch day 1 of League of Legends. Is League starting today, Hank? What league is it going on? Because I want to watch too. I know the LCS is renamed now, right? It's like just like the Americans League, but I didn't know League was kicking off. That's awesome. I saw that LCK had started, but yeah. Ooh, it's Lennon Rose. Hello. What type of team would base Necrozma do well? Trick Room, just setting up, terrain, expanding forest. I think those are great ideas, Nimbus. Those are definitely the things that would jump to my mind too. Mellow Fellow, any recommendations to someone going to their first ever regional? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Remember that at the end of the day, you should just aim to have fun. And yeah, like, people are really friendly. And so, be kind to the people that you play with, make conversation with the people that you're going up against. And yeah, remember to just have a good time, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. League of the Americas. Oh, LTA. Okay, I didn't know that. That's so cool. What do I write in my notebook when I play? It's sometimes like damage calcs or like in weird speed interactions. It's mainly things that I like normally would not like remember as easily. So it's like, oh, this Pokemon outsped me. That's weird. Or, oh, this Pokemon took 60% from an attack when I thought it should have taken 80%. Stuff like that. Lunala has not seen much play recently, no. Notebook, it's just like a piece of paper that, you'll have, or a notebook with you, like, while you're playing on the stream. Let's see. How are things going? Brendan and Aaron Triller both won round 1. Let's go. What single player Pokemon game stands out to you the most? Ooh, I like that question. I loved XD and Coliseum personally. So if I can say those, then yes. Why does this chat seem so delayed on screen relative to what you are saying? That seems... Oh no, it seems good now? Okay, cool. Are you allowed to bring a notebook of damage calcs to a match? No. So that's why when you play VGC, it's important to do... Ooh, Justin Knox, I like that. On the players to watch. Heck yeah. VGC players do win card booster boxes, yes. I think Brendan and I maybe have like 30 to 36 boxes. We used to also get boxes for casting as well, but we have a lot of boxes at home. Do I have any thoughts on a walking wake limited success? It should be stronger on paper. I agree. That's a good point. I don't know. I think the wake feels weird because like you wanted to like blow up things and get one hit knockouts, but actually fails to get one hit knockouts and actually gets KO'd pretty easily in return. But oh, usage stats. Okay, wait. So someone said Groudon with more usage than Terapagos, right? But that's not the case here. Terapagos indeed is still higher. Miraidon at first. This is pretty balanced, right? Like I think this is actually a really interesting meta right now. Yeah. Would I ever do a stream opening the boxes? Maybe one day for like a solo. I thought about doing like a stream marathon at some point. I think that could be really fun. How much influence do casters have over who's playing on the stream? So, like generally the way it works is basically like the casters who are actually casting the battle will normally be at the desk, and so they won't be able to have much input. And then there's, you know, the casting team as well as production who are behind stage. So when the pairings come out, they work together to determine who ends up going on stream. And the time for this is actually very, very limited because, like, you know, the goal of the tournament is to just keep things running smoothly. And so you have to make split-second decisions sometimes when picking who plays, especially if, like, there's just not much time going. Yeah. Zama being at third, I thought Zama was going to have a better weekend last weekend, personally. Oh, cool. We got NJ11. That's Navjeet, the one of the best Calyrex Ice players coming out of Worlds, saying, love to see Calyrex at number 2. Ice Rider, you think Restricted has the most potential with partner diversity? You were one of the one that brought the cool picks with it at Worlds, so I agree. I hope you're right. Yeah, so I was going to say, I thought Zama was actually going to have a better weekend last weekend because it was being spammed on Victory Road tournaments, and like the newer versions of Zama have like Scarf Chi-Yu rather than Entei, which is what Michael Kelsch brought to Worlds, and I brought to Worlds as well. It's an official rule that you begin a match with the blank sheet, no notes. Yeah, that's correct. Fans can hear the commentary in the audience, yes, but players can't. Koraidon is slept on a little, I agree. Yeah, I think like one of the things that's hard for Koraidon is that its Pelipper weakness is just so big, but Peli also hasn't been like super popular recently, so yeah, I think Koraidon's actually not in a bad spot right now. Oh, turn closed captions off? Yeah, definitely. Surprised Groudon usage isn't higher. Chinese Sun feels like an insane meta call. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like, what, if there's 600 people playing in this event, that's around 30-ish, you know, plus bringing Groudon into the event. And so Groudon basically does just feel like a meta call, and it's like how many people are like in tune enough with the meta to be like, I'm going to pick up this team, learn it, and use it, right? So its usage is around where I actually would expect it to be because it's like this is a newer Pokemon that's been popping up. Can anyone be a caster? Theoretically. I think anyone can, you know, do anything if you put your heart to it. How did I get into commentating VGC? So in 2013, I got top 4 at Worlds, and I had an auto invite for the next World, so I didn't have to play very much in the season. That's actually why I started a YouTube channel, by the way. But in 2014, they actually had to open tryouts for like commentary, but I couldn't do it because I was underage. Like you have to be 18 plus to be able to work legally, right? And so I like expressed interest in it, and Pokemon basically was like, hey, like, you know, once you are of age, like we can talk about this. And then in 2016, I had won regionals, qualified for Worlds. So I didn't need to play at U.S. Nationals, and they needed a spot to fill for U.S. Nationals in commentary. And since I'd already qualified for Worlds, I was like, okay, sure, why not? And then I realized I really, really liked it. And crazily enough, my first Worlds I casted, I got to do the finals, and Wolf won. So it's all history from there. The best Kyogre set, I think, probably is the Calm Mind, Origin Pulse, Ice Beam, Protect set right now. But it depends on your team. If you're using Hyper Offense Kyogre, Water Spout obviously is going to be a lot more powerful. Do you think that restricted Pokemon do not have good spread moves or use less because of how much of your team power is needed by those strong double KOs? That's a good point. I think it makes it harder to use. But like as a Zamazenta player, like I think Zama's really strong because you can do basically over half to everything. It just means you need to play in a different manner. But I do agree generally, like having a move that just hits both of your opponent's Pokemon is so insanely powerful. 2 Groudon in Birmingham top 8 last week, though. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a Pokemon that people should be respecting more. I just think, one, it's probably not the easiest to use. And so if you are bringing it to the event, like, you need to have more confidence with it. And, like, for me personally, it's like, even if I thought it was a good meta call, do I want to rely on a Pokemon that uses Precipice Blade so frequently? You know, I'm not sure. So yeah, I think its usage makes sense to me because despite it doing really well, like, a lot of people aren't going to want to, like, default to it because it's not as comfortable to use. Do I think Luca 6 are established enough to get a cool nickname like Chalk? I and most people call it Arubega team because that's the Japanese player that designed it. And I think it's, you know, feels fair to give Arubega credit for it. So if you make notes on matchups, you can't use your notes in the game. You have to remember everything. When you go to a tournament, that's correct. What resources do I have on the desk and what would I like? Damage calculator, telestration. We have nothing, basically. You just have the game, and you can open up like pages on the side, but it's really hard to cast on the desk and, you know, reference all of these at the same time. Groudon feels a bit bad because on paper it's supposed to be good into Miraidon, but Draco Meteor just OHKOs it anyway. Yeah. It's funny because I think it's also like, okay, Miraidon will just terror in front of Groudon, and then it's like Precipice Blades not only can miss, but then like it's actually not doing like the most amount of damage anyway. I think one of the things, by the way, that sets really good Miraidon players out is their willingness to just rip Draco Meteor at times. Because I think a lot of times people would just lead Miraidon. It's like, oh, obviously, like, Volt Switch is going to happen, right? Like, people do it for pivoting. But, like, one of the ways I was losing to Miraidon when I was practicing for Worlds was people just ripping, like, Draco Meteor. Even if, like, you Draco into a Rillaboom but doesn't KO, that damage trade-off can be really big. The downside is if you go for Draco like that, then you're stuck with the -2 Miraidon out on the field next turn. But, yeah, I don't know. Miraidon is, you know, a fascinating Pokemon because of how powerful it is, and even a Draco Meteor outside of terrain with Choice Specs is still so powerful. Okay, anyway, that was kind of a ramble, but yeah. It's Sam. You didn't know 2016 was my first year. I remember watching that Worlds and enjoying the commentary. Thank you very much. This is not Reg H. This is Reg G. Best partners for Chien-Pao and Urshifu. A lot of different answers to this, but, you know, common ones include like Incin, Amoonguss, Rilla, Tornadus. Zama is really popular with Chien-Pao. Seeing Urshifu have more usage than Incin is kind of crazy. It's such a good Pokemon in this format. We don't give Japan enough credit for teams. Yeah, I agree. The Japanese team building has been insane in the last few years in particular. Ooh, this is fun. We'll talk about Sun. Oh my gosh, and Zamazenta. I didn't realize we were getting into round 1 already. Okay, let's talk about game 1. Yeah, the first round, and then we'll get back into chatting VGC. Okay. Is the audio okay right now, by the way? I have Rose and Len like kind of low on my side, so I don't know how it sounds for all of you, but yeah. Anyway, we've got Zamazenta into Groudon, which I think is really, really interesting. We have Ditto. Was Ditto on the bingo card, folks? Ditto feature! Oh my gosh! Drag and drop an image from your computer into a square. Can I just like... Oh, I've never used this before. Oh, nice. Will Ditto come? Will Ditto come into the matchup? Okay, so first of all, this is actually... Keanu was one of the best Zamazenta players at Worlds, and definitely one of the biggest rising stars in VGC. You can't hear it at all. I can make it full screen, yes. Do you guys want to hear the audio? Like, I'm curious how loud you want it to be. Because I know it can be distracting to have my commentary as well as their audio. But anyway, so Keanu was one of the best Zamazenta players last year. And he is, in my eyes, like one of the biggest rising stars of VGC. Like when you think of players like Sempra and Justin Tang, like I think Keanu is a player that's like in that echelon of like really impressive players. He top cut indie regionals. He actually was like 90. I think he played Rajan, and Rajan maybe there was like a Draco Meteor crit or miss or something that allowed him to advance after like also some unfortunate RNG before that, like reverse, so it kind of felt even in the end. But my point is like Keanu was like really, really close to winning that tournament. A little bit more audible. Okay. Just turn it up a little bit. It's okay. Differing answers. Here, I'll raise it up just a little bit, so let me know what you think. But anyway, yeah, Keanu, really impressive player. When I think of the best Zamazenta players in North America, he's definitely up there. And this is exciting because we've got the Chinese Sun composition that people were talking about. So Groudon is being used right now because it is a big meta pick, and the Groudon is able to do a lot of damage, and you have coaching on Iron Valiant here, which I think is really cool. Goggles on Ditto is actually somewhat common. Part of that is because the Amoonguss matchup is actually really annoying for Zamazentas if you're not running Grass Terra, and a lot of people use Dragon Terra, right? So it basically is just for Amoonguss, but Amoonguss is a big enough player in this format where it's actually relevant. Valiant, I think, is really interesting here because we've only really seen it being paired with Ice Rider rather than Groudon here. So I will turn up the audio just a little bit more. Let me know what you think. But this is cool because you have coaching as well as Howl from Valiant and Gouging Fire. So the amount of ways to enable Groudon is really sick here. Yeah, Zhejiang, an incredible player. He used Groudon Eviltal. I got to cast his finals win when he won that year, and he had one of the best seasons I had seen in 2022, where he won that regionals and then went to NAIC, and I think he changed his restricteds as well, and then got top 8 there too. It's called Chinese Sun because the initial concept was created by a Chinese player. I think the Chinese community, by the way, like very, very strong because a lot of them often are like ladder warriors and incredible at like getting really high up on ranked play. And so they've also, like, the community collectively has built some really impressive teams. Oh, you can't really see what the Valiant has. Ooh, I see. Okay, that's a good feedback. I can close out my webcam real quick so you can see. Oh, it disappeared. Goodbye. But it's a coaching set. Okay, double audio is too loud. I am going to turn it back down then. And just have it, yeah, low. Very low. We can experiment with that as the day goes on. But that's a good point. Yeah, if they want both audios, you can have both streams open. I don't want to be for it to be too stimulating. But okay, let's talk about the matchup. So I think this is interesting because Groudon is a nightmare, right? Like, it does so much damage with Precipice Blades across the board. You have to respect Entei doing a lot of damage here. Zama is obviously annoying because you have to you have like the wide guard support from it. But I'm really intrigued by Groudon here, and yeah, it just hits the field immediately. And I was just talking about Entei and Zama, and there it is. Everything hits the field. So, okay, there's a lot going on here immediately. Like, the first thing is that Groudon's damage with Precipice Blades is obviously insane. So you threaten wide guard, and also, yeah, the Behemoth Bash here is really interesting to see on Zama. But you could just double up here turn 1 onto Groudon. The question is whether or not Groudon will Terra, because obviously with the sun up, Entei is actually super, super scary right now. Dragon Terra feels like a necessity to get around, the super effective damage here. So yeah, you can see the Stone Edge hover. The idea is, hey, there's no way the Groudon just lets me Sacred Fire or Flare Blitz it, right? Surely it defensively Terras. But actually, okay, the Stone Edge hover into Gouging Fire here. I like it. So the idea is to get guaranteed damage into Groudon with Body Press, and then just try to one-shot the Gouging Fire as well. But the risk here is you can miss Stone Edge. I think one of the biggest liabilities of using Entei, having used it, is missing Stone Edge costs you so much on turn 1 of the game, because it's often the difference between getting a knockout versus not doing any damage. So it is going to be the Fire Tear. This means we could have seen the double up onto Groudon, but Keanu opts to go for the Gouging Fire target rather, which makes sense. Ooh, Breaking Swipe here. And that's going to actually end up doing super effective damage onto the Zamazenta because of the Terra. So, you know, a Wide Guard there could have been a little bit spooky. But Body Press is going to come out. Does under half. And Stone Edge does connect, but does this knock out now? Oh my. Okay, even without the Breaking Swipe, it doesn't really do that much, actually. That's a great trade for Jam this first turn. You force out a Terra, you do a lot, and yeah, Groudon just did not take very much there. All right, let's see. It also, I would have not have predicted Entei versus Gouging Fire in the first game of the day. But Ditto now comes out. Ditto does make an appearance. It is able to copy Gouging Fire. Now, this is Safety Goggles, so the item not really super relevant right now. The problem here for Zama is that you're not even two-shotting the Groudon. Groudon Low Hover, of course, is exposed right now, so you could simply double up onto it with the Body Press plus another attack from the Ditto. But I think this is what makes Assault Vest Groudon really scary, because you have access to so many different moves. So being able to ignore Wide Guard and having that high horsepower is a really, really big deal. So, okay, yeah, Breaking Swipe plus the Body Press makes sense here. The question is whether or not you think Groudon can actually survive that. My guess is no. And so as a result, yeah, it switches out here. You could, you know, pretty easily pivot out and then protect your Gouging Fire, or just go for another Breaking Swipe. Oh, these Breaking Swipes are adding up, right? Like, the Gouging Fire is actually putting in work doing damage right now. So I like this a lot. The idea is, look, let me get Volcarona. Volcarona is such a good Pokemon to have out right now. It's a nightmare for Zama to deal with. And with that Rocky Helmet, oh, it's just things are adding up really quickly. And look how little damage Keanu's side can output right now. The Rocky Helmet, by the way, so much value that turn. But I think this is one of the fundamental scary things about Zamazenta, which is if you're not two-shotting things with Body Press, it actually suddenly becomes so much weaker. So I love the Volcarona bring by Jeh here, and I also love the decision to just like bring it into this game. You've got Flare Blitz now, but I don't know, the like minus attack drops are really adding up, and the fact that Body Press is not 2-hit KOing Groudon or the Volcarona is really, really tricky. We also know there's Flutter in the back for Keanu, and Flutter is just not a heavy damage dealer on these team compositions, so like Keanu really needs to get the ball rolling in terms of damage output. So Zama protects here. Breaking Swipe. Yeah, it's just so free to spam right now. And it's like, here's the thing. If you Wide Guard with the Zamazenta, then it means you're not getting any damage off, right? So, but what's big here is Speed Tie win, right? The Dittos right now. Oh, actually, did Gouging get a speed boost on the opposing side? Because Ditto doesn't copy the Photosynthesis? Is what someone pointed out in chat. Tailwind gets set up as well. I mean, this game is just over, I think. It was just, yeah, like there's no damage coming out from Keanu's end. His hope is to protect and at least get the knockout, so then you have some speed control with Flutter here. But Flutter is, like I mentioned, is not the damage dealer here. And with Tailwind up already, no, Groudon is still up. There's still Groudon in the back. There's still a fourth Pokemon. I think this is not an easy matchup for Keanu, and I think this highlights why Groudon is being used as a meta call. Yeah, Ditto not copying the speed boost is actually a really interesting mechanic. I think Ditto is like one of the more complex Pokemon because of all the weird mechanics that like come behind it. So it wasn't a speed tie then, right? Because I assume the Gouging Fire on the opposing side had a speed boost. Because I think what Keanu is like, what you would hope for there is to move first and get the Flare Blitz off. Yeah, it goes for the double. It makes sense, but. I like this team. Oh my gosh. Gouging Fire, Groudon, Volk has looked insane in this game. Like, what could Keanu even do in this matchup? The answer is actually Stone Edge into... Oh my gosh, and Zama gets burned. I was going to say Stone Edge into Groudon on turn 1. I don't even know if that would KO, though, with the Breaking Swipe damage. Wow. Like... this is why you are seeing people use Groudon now, by the way. Not only is Groudon itself powerful, but the fact that it enables Volcarona and, like, everything took advantage of the sun in this game, right? Gouging Fire was insane in that game. Okay, yeah, we'll do bingo after this one, so keep me accountable and remember what we saw. But I don't know, this matchup seems really scary for Keanu. I think, like, first of all, fire type damage just does a lot, and the Entei goes down so easily. This turn 1 play is just really great, right? Like, you get guaranteed damage off. The breaking swipe is so consistent. Like, I don't know, Keanu could have, like, made a hard read and gone, like, wide guard, Terra, Entei, and then, like, Stone Edge Groudon, but that's, like, so many layers of reads that don't feel worth it, right? Yeah, this looks really tough. I'm trying to think what I would even do in Keanu's spot, right? Like, the Fluttermane feels like such a tough Pokemon to bring because it actually doesn't do damage, and it gets one-shot so easily by Groudon and the Gouging Fire, so I don't even know if I'd bring it, to be honest. I think, actually, if I were in Keanu's position, I would try to use Ditto to copy Groudon. You know what's crazy? You could lead Ditto and just say, you know what, I'm just gonna copy your Groudon or your Gouging Fire. That seems kind of crazy, but this matchup seems really scary. Like, I don't know, if Amoonguss could get a Spore off, that'd be nice. There's no Goggles on Volcarona, so if you lead Amoonguss, Terra at turn 1, Spore. But I don't know, like, do you actually manage to get that Spore off? Okay, I'll play some music after this one. Gravity Sableye would make Precipice Blades more consistent, but the problem is you're using Sableye. I actually just made a video featuring it. But basically, like, the problem with Sableye is you get Gravity up, but then afterwards, Sableye just takes up a slot and kind of just stays on the field, and you are either hoping that your opponent knocks you out, or you make a switch in which your opponent can take advantage of it. Anyway, I've had players lead Ditto against me. Like, it's obviously a 50-50, but there are some mind games with Ditto. It's like, you know, sometimes they're like, people, like, I don't think actually very actively realize, like, the habits that they have when they lead, and so you're like, oh, okay, I saw Groudon on the left slot, I think they're gonna just bring it out in that slot again. That would be sick. Okay, it's Groudon on the left slot. Is there Ditto? Okay, no, it's Amoonguss. This was the other adjustment I was talking about. So the idea is with Amoonguss, you can now pressure with Terra here, so I like this a lot. Yeah, guys, I'll put music on after this one, but I don't want to miss the game right now. Okay, so I like the Amoonguss adjustment because the idea is Terra Spore, which is exactly what I said earlier. And the Groudon, you know, it doesn't have a way to get around this. So the idea is, look, let me at least put something to sleep and then get going from there. I like this adjustment a lot. The Iron Valiant is a coaching set, so the idea is you can obviously boost up the... You know, the interesting thing here is maybe you just stay in with Groudon here on turn 1 and you just go coaching and say, you know what, you can put me to sleep, but how are you going to do damage to me? Zama is on the right side, that's right. So Ditto can copy the Groudon. That's what made the game awkward last time. You cannot Rage Powder coaching, no. Okay, so let's see. It is the hover to just stay in with Groudon here, and I think that's the right idea. The idea is, like, look, Keanu, you can put me to sleep, but how are you going to do damage to me? Behemoth Bash over Heavy Slam, I think, is a Fairy Miraidon decision. Because Heavy Slam doesn't actually do a ton of damage into the heavier Pokemon, so Bash is a little bit more consistent there. I actually have no opinion of it, though. I've never really tried it out too much. And so it feels like more of like a specific matchup thing. But yeah, it's just coaching here. The question is, what does Groudon opt for here? Do you Precipice Blades? Do you Heat Crash? Do you High Horsepower? Okay, here's the Bash coming out. Oh, it doesn't even get a one-hit KO. That is not very strong. Is Heat Crash into Zama? Oh, okay, it is into Amoonguss, so that's big. I think if Zama goes down here, Keanu is just in such a bad spot immediately. But now you at least get the sleep, and Zama's able to do some damage. So this keeps Keanu in the game, in my opinion. And it makes sense, because you might be expecting Terra out of Zama, and the idea is, like, at least I can force the Terra out. But hey, okay, now we have the Ditto here. The interesting thing, though, is... yeah, I mean, I think I would just swap Amoonguss into Ditto right now, and then go for a... I love this. I love this. I think this is a great approach to the game. I think dropping Flutter was definitely the right call here. And hey, now that you get to copy the coaching boost as well, this suddenly becomes a very, very different matchup. Because the other thing is that Jeh has already committed his Terra, right? So by going for Fire Terra, you're now weak to Precipice Blades and high horsepower. This is fantastic, fantastic adjustment. But it is another free coaching. So Ditto's able to copy the initial boosts, not able to copy these new boosts. I think this play makes sense. You just take a turn of sleep here. Body press over the Behemoth Bash here just to cover for potential switch outs and do a little bit more damage into, for example, Raging Bolt, which would resist it. So I think that makes a lot of sense. But I really love Keanu's adjustment in this matchup. And it was interesting to see the Valiant here. I think Gouging Fire plus Groudon was obviously pretty strong in that first game. Gouging Fire has not hit the field yet, but it would be a fairly strong option right now. The main thing, though, is that you have to deal with the Wide Guard potentially from Zama. So Zama could just Wide Guard, and then you just Wide Guard Precipice Blades. The other question I have is how much damage does Flare Blitz from Gouging Fire do into Keanu's side right now? But really cool to see. Yeah, exactly. I think Wide Guard makes sense here. But then the thing is, okay, do you just Flare Blitz? If you do Flare Blitz, the thing is, Keanu right now has a potential double KO, although I would think Groudon on the opposing side survives since that +2 defense. So the first question for Jez end is, what do you go for? You could just go for a Flare Blitz into the Groudon here. Because, yeah, Wide Guard, I think, it's, Wide Guard will protect here normally from Zama. Oh, it does go for Breaking Swipe, though. This is huge. Okay. Keanu could just win the game right now, I think, if the Precipice Blades hits. Oh, but the opposing Wake Up. Okay, he goes for high horsepower, though. That's not going to KO, I don't think, yet. Does Blades hit? Double connect! That is just a knockout. That's huge. Okay. Oh, that was a crazy turn. There was so much going on there. Because, Groudon there could stay asleep for a little bit longer. I think, you're probably not stoked to see that Wake Up, though. Volk right now also scary because you've got that Rage Powder support. Oh, this is still... Jeh could still definitely win this because you need to hit the Precipice Blades, which is spooky. What is Volcarona's moveset actually again? Does anyone remember the moveset? Like, I'm wondering here if there's a way to knock out the Groudon, or more specifically Ditto. Oh, just body press. That's not going to KO. Yeah. Okay, does Volk move first? Oh, okay, the Groudon moves first. Precipice Blades. Oh, it misses, but it hits the Groudon or the Ditto, and that gets the KO. That was a big speed interaction, by the way, because if Ditto just moved first there, it just gets the damage off. But now Tailwind is set up. Oh. Groudon is so low, but can you actually get through Groudon plus Volcarona at this point? The Groudon does have... It has Thunder Punch, right? Precipice Blades, high horsepower Thunder Punch plus Heat Crash. So the problem here, you have Entei, but I think the idea is you want to put something to sleep before bringing Entei out. If you actually manage to get one more sleep off here, then Entei wins. I think Keanu has lost every speed tie. Yeah, that was a really rough speed tie to lose, and this game is highlighting why people really like using Choice Scarf on the Ditto. Not having that Scarf has been really rough. I don't think we've seen Ditto win a speed tie. I don't think most of them have actually been super relevant. But it was relevant in that last turn. That last turn was absolutely huge. Rocky Helmet kills the Groudon. It's over. They can Wide Guard and Spore. I think that's a really, really great point. Zama's just going to protect here. Rage Powder comes out. Goes for high horsepower. Yeah, and then Spore comes out here. I think that should be game. I think Keanu should win this. Which is nuts, because basically, even though he lost the speed tie and Groudon got an early wake, he was still good. And it's because of how he adjusted. I love the Amoongus turn 1, and I love recognizing, look, you actually don't have that much to deal with Amoongus. It would have been sick if we saw like coaching Thunder Punch turn 1 onto the Terra Water Amoongus, but yeah, now you can just wide guard, and I think even wide guard Sludge Bomb into the Groudon, because if they go for, yeah, like with the Rocky Helmet actually is a huge difference maker here. Yeah. This is now showing off why people still run wide guard on Zamazenta. Someone asked earlier, why not Iron Defense? And yeah, this is Precipice Blades. This is, now we've got a set, because, like, you know, the matchup looks so tough in game 1, but I think Keanu adjusted fantastically, and being able to take advantage of the opposing coaching boosts is actually a really big deal. So Ditto had way more mileage in this game. I think Ditto copying Groudon and forcing that Fire Terror out is key, right? So what's interesting is, if you're going into game 3, if you're Jet, like, the question is, do you actually bring that Groudon out immediately? You have to obviously respect Amoongus now a lot more, right? The single Spore was a really big deal. That Terror on turn 1 was a big deal as well. And Jet ended up just going for Heat Crash when it could have been, for example, a ground type attack, or that Thunder Punch I believe that he has as well. But then you're making a read there. And if you're Jet, like, you had the 1-turn wake up, you won a speed tie, and the game still didn't work out, which means that something really has to change here. Crit didn't matter for bingo, yes. The body press comes out. Guys, keep in mind all the bingo. We can do it after this game. Yeah, it's not doing much, but if you're Keanu, like, you don't want to reveal your last Pokemon either right now, because that's actually really valuable information. I think it's, like, pretty logical that it's Entei, but okay, just gonna forfeit here. All right. All right, now we got a game. Okay, so the lead adjustment from Keanu was Amoongus plus Zama with Ditto in the back, right? So if you're a Gen, you've seen that. The question is, what do you do? One interesting mode is Groudon Gouging Fire, because with Water Terra on Amoongus, if you either you pressure basically Heat Crash plus Thunderbolt into the Amoongus slot, and so I think Raging Bolt has not appeared in this set, but I think because Amoongus is the answer from Keanu, you want something from to deal with that. I also think what you have to be careful about is Keanu got a lot more mileage because that Groudon had a free attack and defense boost, so not giving that coaching boost on a Groudon but until like Ditto is eliminated, I think is a big deal as well. So I'm really glad. Like, this shows why Keanu is one of the best Zamazenta players from North America, right? And really good awareness from a tough matchup. So yeah, I don't know if I want to see Iron Valiant come back. If I were in Jess' shoes, I would want to bring the Raging Bolt. Can you explain how knowing Keanu's last mon helps Jeff for game 3? In general, I think just like having knowledge of what your opponent brought is important, right? Because if you don't know what that fourth Pokemon is, you often have to cover for multiple options. And for example, if you think it's Flutter Mane in the back, then you have to be a little bit more mindful of the Icy Wind speed control I can offer in the mid to late game. If it's Entei, you have to respect the offense a little bit more. Chien-Pao hasn't hit the field, right? But let's say you don't expect Chien-Pao because it wasn't revealed, and then Chien-Pao comes out in game 3, and you don't Terra your Groudon or Raging Bolt, like Icicle Crash suddenly becomes really interesting. So having that knowledge can just inform your decision making a little bit more. Now, obviously, there's no guarantee that they would bring the same Pokemon from the previous game, but knowing what kind of modes they were willing to lean into in the previous match can inform you when you pick your Pokemon in game 3. But yeah, to me, I think the question then is, does Keanu offer the same lead combo, right? Maybe you expect Raging Bolt to hit the field, and then so you actually bring Chien-Pao Zama as the lead and just play super aggressively on turn 1 of the game. Because if it's Chien-Pao plus Zama into Raging Bolt plus Groudon, I think suddenly Keanu is actually exerting so much offense into Groudon and into Raging Bolt. So yeah, I think the adjustment I would expect from Jiz's side is Raging Bolt, and then I think Chien-Pao could be an interesting answer from Keanu. But it's just going to be Zama Amoongus again. Is there Bolt? No Bolt! Okay. Well, this is interesting because an Amoongus Terra here... I guess this actually accomplishes a similar thing because you have Thunder Punch on Groudon, so you can Flare Blitz Thunder Punch into Amoongus turn 1. I think that makes sense as well. So then the question here is, does Amoongus protect on turn 1? Because you can protect Body Press into either. Nope, just Water Terra. Okay, The question is, does it survive even if you Terra this double up? I think it probably does, though, right? So that makes sense. Yeah, great point. Zama positioning as well. One thing that's been huge in this matchup is where Zama has been positioned relative to the Groudon, so that Ditto could actually come out without giving up your defense drop. All right, there's the Terra immediately on Amoonguss. I'm wondering if Jay thought about Raging Bolt, because that's actually the approach I would have taken, I think. Oh, he's just going for Howl. Oh, okay, interesting. But yeah, does he call the Terra here? Even if he does, I don't know if it KOs. Body press should do at least over half, yeah. Oh, he just goes for Heat Crash again. Wow, okay, interesting. The idea here is at least you don't give up a defense boost, and now Gouging Fire exerts way more offensive pressure than Valiant. So I think the board still feels like somewhat even, but I think you're gambling here if you're Jet, right? Because like you might just eat up a 3-turn sleep here, and Diddle once again now can come out. So nah, I don't think the Amoonguss Terra was greedy. I think you kind of have to go for it there. And the idea is with Terra, like I'm not sure that it actually even goes down to a double up from the opposing side, but yeah, I think this is a positive. If I'm in Keanu's spot, I'm very happy with how that turn 1 played out. So does Flare Blitz KO Zama now is my question. Okay, no Rage Powder. Does it just one-shot? It doesn't. That's a huge defense boost. If you get the knockout there, I think then that turn 1 play becomes a lot more worth it. But Body Press crits into Groudon as well. Oh, man. And just Amoonguss is putting in the work. Keanu has done such a good job of getting the game to this state. I think this is, I don't want to say it's over yet, but I think it's really hard because Ditto can now come out and copy the Groudon, so you get that free attack boost. So then the question is, what does Jed do? You're also facing down a double knockout right now. You could Body Press plus Sludge Bomb. Isn't a ground type move a better hedge into that position? Yes. I think the idea is maybe both games Jed was predicting Amoonguss to not Terra. And if it doesn't Terra there, you obviously get the KO and it's a different game. But this is why I wanted to see Raging Bolt, because you force the Terra out of Amoonguss, and a Raging Bolt in Sun plus Groudon, there's no way to take a Thunderbolt plus a Precipice Blades there. Body Press comes out. I think what's interesting here is Keanu's decision to actually stay in with the Amoonguss rather than swap out, but I think it makes sense. Keanu's saying, look, I don't want you to get an immediate wake up with that Gouging Fire, so let me just angle for damage right now. Oh my gosh. Okay. So the question is, what do we think Jeb brought as his 4th Pokemon? Because I think if it's Raging Bolt in the back, you do have redirection support from Volcarona, and a Bolt still does a lot of damage. Chien-Pao. Whoa. I think Amoonguss is looking so good right now. It's not Raging Bolt. I thought Chien-Pao would come out from Keanu's side, not the other way around. Yes, you can bring out Ditto to copy and then just Spore, yeah. Like, unless you get a Ice Skull Crash flinch on Amoonguss or a critical hit, like, and then once you copy Volk actually is putting in the work here. I think, yeah, I think Keanu adjusted really, really well, and I think Jed needed to have some mix-ups into Water Terra Amoonguss specifically. I think the counterplay for Water Terra specifically is Thunderbolt Raging Bolt, which is why I was emphasizing it so much. But with no Raging Bolt coming out and the same lead coming out from Keanu, the Spore on turn 1 just shuts down Groudon so much. I think this is also why like Safety Goggles is a really valuable item, because if you had Goggles, what you could do is like protect a Pokemon and switch in. But it is going to be the Terra Chien-Pao. Okay, maybe you actually get the knockout onto Amoonguss here with Stellar. Hold on. Let's see. It goes for Rage Powder, so that makes sense. Rage Powder's Sacred Sword. Does this KO? No, it doesn't, yeah. And the Rocky Helmet, such a good item here. You just get another Spore off, and now Volk just wins the game. Yeah, I agree. I think like the reason why we saw the heat crash once again was one of those like, okay, I don't think they're just gonna go for Terra on turn one again. And I think both games Joe maybe like read into it a little bit hard and was just expecting a non-Terra there in that position. But basically, I think the question to me is like, did you actually have a way to knock out Amoongus even with Terra, right? Because it's like you can Flare Blitz Thunder Punch, which was the play I was thinking of, or you can Coaching Thunder Punch, but I'm actually not sure Amoongus even feints in that because Rocky Helmet Amoongus can be very physically defensive, like max HP, max defense. And Groudon here actually probably isn't like max attack investment because you want to invest in bulk. Yeah, like if Flare Blitz plus Thunder Punch isn't knocking out Amoongus, then it's like it's always safe for Keanu to just go for that Water Terra. But yeah, now the Volcarona just gets to copy, but I think the one Spore alone is such a big deal, and Amoongus was one of the best Pokemon coming out of the last regional championship, where there were, like 4 or 5 different restricteds in top 8, and almost all of those restricteds were paired with an Amoongus. Like, we saw an Amoongus Terrapagos, Amoongus Kyogre, for example. I agree. Amoongus should always Terra, yeah. But the reality is, I think, like, even if Jet had called it, he would still be in a pretty bad spot. To me, this game was actually really uphill for Jet because he didn't bring a better Amoongus answer from the lead, which is why I was emphasizing Raging Bolt plus Groudon so much. So Chien-Pao comes out. Yeah, the Volcarona here is just happy to launch Heat Waves, like, being able to copy. This was masterfully adjusted. Like, what a beautiful set by Keanu. I'm so impressed because the matchup looked really, really scary. No Spore immunity seems like a death sentence. Yeah, if you don't have a Spore immunity, you need to like get the knockout onto Amoongus in the early game, basically. Or at least like Beta Spore into a Protect. What's scary here is you have no Protect on Groudon, so it's always free to Spore into that slot. But this set was one off Amoongus for sure. But Ditto was actually very impressive. And for Keanu to like go down like that in a game and not get very lucky with speed rolls and have the early Groudon wake up and still to win like this is a testament to his skill. Jay's also a really, really good player. So, it's like, it's easy to be like, oh, of course, like he should have just predicted the Amoongus Terra. But I think, in game 2, for example, if Keanu just swaps the Terras and Amoongus goes down on turn 1, Jay probably just wins the game on the spot. And so it's one of those things where I think in game 2 it made sense to like maybe take that risk and say I don't think Amoongus is going to Terra, but I do think in game 3 he needed a stronger adjustment here. But yeah, I think dropping Flutter was absolutely the right move. I was talking about how I didn't think Flutter was going to do a lot of damage after game 1, and I think the Amoongus, which didn't it is not intuitive to bring Amoongus into a Sun matchup, right? Because it's like, oh, they have 3 fire types. Everything hits me for super effective. But this is where the Terra choice, by the way, makes such a big difference. Sometimes people like using Fairy Terra on Amoongus for the Miraidon matchup. But if you're a Fairy Terra here, you actually still feint to something like a +1 Fire Terra Heat Crash. So having the Water Terra specifically to resist that fire was huge in this matchup. It was absolutely huge. But yeah, I think this game was just over once kind of Volcarona came out and Amoongus was able to get another Spore off. That was a fantastic set to watch, though. I think it was really fun. I really, really wish we saw the Bolt adjustment from the opposing side, but here's the Sucker Punch coming out. Yeah, it doesn't even get the KO. And Entei here doesn't need to rely on missing. Just go for your consistent Flare Blitz here. Fantastic set to get the day started, though, in my opinion. Very, very cool. And Heat Wave. Yep. He did Flare Blitz into Gouging just because it's a move that won't miss. And Gouging is so low anyway. But what a first set of the day. This is why Keanu was one of the best Zamazenta players at the World Championships and why he's one of the biggest rising stars in this game. Defeating regional champion Zhejiang. But I would be shocked if Jed didn't make day 2. Like, he's a really, really strong player. And I think what made this matchup trickier was a couple different things. Water Terra. Rocky Helmet actually was a big deal on Amoongus as well. I think just like adding up the damage. And then now we bingo. Good point. Wow, the viewership for this is great. 6,000 on YouTube. We've got 1600 here. That's awesome. All right, what do we have for bingo, folks? Oh wait, this is not the right bingo. We had a ditto feature. Do we have misses? Oh, this one is not gonna happen, unfortunately. So we should like exit out. Oh, you know, it can still happen in day 2. Never mind. Never mind. Crit didn't matter happened, right? Okay. Turn up the volume on the regional stream. I've had differing opinions. I think I'm gonna do my own thing. And have some music. Probably. Precipice Blades missed. Yeah, it's not 90%, unfortunately. Restricted gets O code. Among Us, yeah. Crit didn't matter. I think that was it, right? Groudon didn't get intimidated. I can't believe we got a Ditto feature as the first one, though. Oh, yeah, I'll highlight a different color. Let's do that. Sludge Bomb, same leads. No. We could have seen a crazy return one, maybe, but I don't think Thunder Punch would have even KO'd. Please increase the volume. The stream silent is so strange. I've had completely different opinions on this. So I think I will put background music, but have the mainstream at a lower volume. Rather than having multiple people talking in your ear. So I'm happy to put on some music, but I'm not going to increase, I think, the volume of the stream for now. Anyway, one thing, okay, so one of the cool things about co-streaming is being able to flip through the game pretty easily. I'll look at the team sheets real quick. Won't be able to hear the double caster. Oh yeah, true. We probably need to replace that one then. That's a good point. Anyway, what was I gonna do? Find background music. Pokemon background music. Chill. Yes, I too wish you could hear my commentary with only the game volume. That is not possible, unfortunately. Do you guys know if this stuff is copyrighted? I feel like one time I had a stream and like something was copyrighted, but I think, oh, it was actually from the regional stream. Yeah, it was because I had some, like, one of the songs that they played in between was copyrighted. So I think this is good if we have this. What's up, B-Sam? How's it going, dude? What's my favorite Twice song? Oh, wow, that's a really good question. Okay, I wanted to calc something real quick, which was Flare Blitz Thunder Punch into Among Us. So if... Let's see... Raging... No. Groudon... Among Us... Yeah, let's say you're just max. Water Terra... +1 Thunder Punch. It's actually not terrible damage. This isn't Citrus either. It's Rocky Helmet. But let's see. Like, I don't think it's max attack Groudon to begin with. So I'm just gonna have this open. And then Gouging Fire. Stop using Flare Blitz, use Heat Crash. Well, it was Flare Blitz, not Heat Crash. Wait, was it? Yeah, it was Flare Blitz. I was like, I'm not... Yeah, oh, Sun is up, though. Oh, that's actually... Oh, no, but it's not... It's Speed Photosynthesis. This is pretty strong, though. Wait, Flare Blitz Thunder Punch may have worked. Oh, no, but then you don't get the boost. Never mind. Yeah, this is a different calc then. Hold on. Groudon. Thunder Punch. This is so weak! Okay. Yeah, this play doesn't work. Well, if you're not max HP, max defense, then maybe, but... Yeah. Like, so basically what I was thinking of is... Like, turn 1 of game 3, Amoonguss was the problem in this matchup, right? It just gets to spore the restricted Pokemon. Yeah. And there's no way it's going to be max attack on either of these, so... the keyboard I have is very nice. It is a high ground keyboard that 100 Thieves sent me when they did a collaboration with Pokemon, which is very kind of them. So shout out to 100 Thieves. Anyway, yeah, like I think it was just kind of doomed from turn 1 because essentially there's like Amoonguss always gets to spore on turn 1 of this game, right? So it was already really hard from turn 1, and there's no way this is going to be the EV spread from either. Okay. Yeah, like, there's just... What are the Amoonguss answers? There's no Grass Tear on a single thing here, and there's no Protect on this, or this. So... Yeah, you can't have Max Attack Gouging either, right? Anyway, yeah, the point to demonstrate is, like, yeah, even in, like, a scenario that can't even exist, you never KO'd the Amoonguss with this lead, so I think Raging Bolt plus Gouging Fire is the adjustment, which is what I was talking about going into Game 3. And then, like I said, I think Keanu, if you want to anticipate that, could switch to Chien-Pao, but then you have to give up one of Ditto, Amoonguss, Zama, or Entei, and I think those all feel really strong, so it's hard to give any of those up. But yeah. So I would have probably liked to see Raging Bolt plus Groudon lead, and then maybe... Like, I wouldn't bring Valiant. I guess Valiant is interesting, but the problem was that in Game 2, it just, like, gave boost to Groudon, then Ditto copied it. I can't read Japanese, no, I just recognize some of the names. Yeah, this just highlights how teams need Amoonguss answers. There's no safety goggles, there's no Grass Terra, so then it's kind of just cooked. It's really, really tough. Let's see. Gouging Fire is running Protect, because if you run Burning Bulwark, you can still get affected by status conditions, so you can get put to sleep. Groudon and Koraidon are just different typings, right? So with Koraidon, you are faster, but you are weaker to, for example, Fairy as well as Flying. And Groudon has Precipice Blades as a spread move, and they have pretty different type coverage as well. Am I competing again? I will play Vancouver Regionals and maybe EUIC. NAIC I think I'll definitely play, but I'd say I'm more focused on commentating this year. But with the limited events I go to, I'd like to try to actually prep for them and give them a good run. Do I have a full-time job? Yes. I actually started it. I don't have a doctor's PhD, by the way. That's Dr. Aaron Trailer. I just have an MBA, but I started work about a week and a half ago. Maybe Jay assumed he had an Amoonguss answer with the Chien-Pao pre-Terra and Thunderbolt plus Bolt post-Terra. Yeah. Feels like the Amoonguss answer is Heat Crash, Flare Blitz, Heat Wave. Yeah, basically the problem is those are all fire type attacks, and so you need to cover the common Amoonguss Terras, which are normally going to be Water and Fairy. Fairy is covered for in this one. I also think, like, I guess Water Terra maybe isn't, like, the most common, and so... Like, Joe was probably thinking, hey, I have a good Amoonguss matchup as long as you're not Water Terra, but it ended up being Water Terra. But he did have Raging Bolt as the answer, so... Am I going for a PhD? No, I've done way too many years of school. I did an extra year of undergrad to get 2 degrees, and then I did 2 years of business school as well. So some of my friends who, you know, I was in college with and high school with at the same time finished school, and they've been working for, like, 5 years, and I was like, I took 3 extra years to go to school. And the other day, sometimes I don't know if any of you guys are from the US and have done math competitions, but I used to do like math counts and the AMCs, and I was never like, I was always okay, but not like, you know, genius level or even close to that. But I was doing it for fun just the other day because I was bored, like looking over some of the questions, and I was like, I can't believe I used to answer this in high school. Like high schoolers were doing this. Do I ever think about just tailwinding and discharging? Yeah. Has it been difficult to juggle content creation with work? I just started working again, so for now, I would say I would say yes because I just moved as well, so I've been like settling into my new place. But yeah. How old do you think I am, Sergio? Wait, there's no way the official stream only has 455. I think that's probably... yeah, VG has like 4,700. What's my favorite restricted? Zamazenta. So I'm very happy I saw it win. Let me refresh and just see where we are. I studied applied math and economics for undergrad and then MBA. I look 27. Wow. That's great to hear. You guys are great. I'm actually really impressed that you all guessed. Wait, how old am I? I have to do the math now. No, I turned 27 in October. Let's see. You know I was seniors in 2011. Yeah, you could do the math. October, baby. Yes, yes. You know, it's just really cool to... Oh, thanks, Rashawn. 2.8 on Twitch, 4.8 on YouTube. It's interesting that the viewership has switched to YouTube, but it's also cool that so many of you are here watching with me, so thank you. This is... I want to keep doing this for future events and just, yeah, grow the amount of people that are watching. Reg G recap, Shilling, Justin Burns, and Antonio Sanchez with the most top cuts. Wait, how is Marco Fierro not on this? Did he only have 2? That's crazy. Thank you, Corn DZ. I appreciate it. Thank you, Shark Me, for watching the Road to Ranked videos, and congrats on reaching Master Ball. Tips for applying to jobs you graduate this year? One, I would say job hunting is really, really tough, so don't get discouraged because, you know, it's like I know people who are really smart and have like the best credentials possible, went to the best universities and did very impressive things before, and even for them, it's hard to, you know, like land jobs that they might want, and so like definitely don't give up, but also have like a process to it. You know, reaching out to people that have worked at the company that you're interested in, finding people that can vouch for you can be really, really valuable as well. I also think sometimes it's easy to just like throw out like 100 applications out without being very intentional, and a lot of these apps will actually just like kind of not get seen by anyone, so you want to be a little bit smart about like your approach towards applying to, rather than just like blindly sending out a lot of applications. Twitch ads are even worse than YouTube, so you personally swatched over to YouTube. Yeah, I haven't streamed on Twitch in forever or watched. Like, I only watch on YouTube now because I like being able to scroll back, but seems like I've seen that comment a lot, actually. What's my favorite part of competing in Pokemon? Team building, tournament day, something else? I would say... I think for me, I get a lot of fulfillment from being able to, like, do stuff that I... how do I say this? Like, do stuff that I think I'm really good at, right? So I think competing feels really good when you're like making plays and using a team that like you think you can use better than everyone else. At least this is for me personally. So I mean, I think the answer is honestly winning. Like winning intense games, winning tournaments, or even just like having a really good battle against your friend and feeling like you learned a lot, I think feels really validating. What do I think of Umbreon as a shutdown answer for Calyrex? Umbreon did get top 4 at one of the regionals. I think it's really, yeah, with Zacian actually. I think it's like not the easiest Pokemon to use because it has this like common problem of staying on the field and then just like not doing a ton. But on the right teams, especially if you're looking for a good foul play user or good yawn user, it's fantastic. Twitch pre-run ads could be like 6 in a row. Wow. Yeah, I think as a creator, one of the other tough things about ads on these platforms is like, you don't always have control over when ads are being shown and to who. Even for YouTube videos, for example, the way it works is you can basically like put a spot and like YouTube will be like, an ad may be shown at this point, but there's no guarantee that a viewer will see it, and it's different per viewer. So then the problem is it's like you as a creator don't know exactly who is going to see what at what point, which I think is kind of frustrating. Preparing for VGC is a full-time, like it makes preparing for VGC look like a full-time job. What's a good suggestion for someone trying to get into VGC while balancing a full-time job? That's a really good question. I think it's like, there's degrees to this, right? Like Wolf's Worlds video is like, that's Worlds, first of all, which is the biggest event, obviously, of the year. And a lot more time goes into it. Like, I think for a lot of regional level tournaments, actually, a lot of the best players who are winning these events probably don't put more than like a week's worth of prep into it. But anyway, to answer your question, I think you have to understand your limitations with time constraints, right? So for example, if you were working a full-time job, but you know that you can spend, 4 hours every night after your job playing, that's a lot different than someone who works a job where you only have an hour per night, right, to play. So first understand, like, how much time do you have given your work, your friends, your family, everything else you do, and your hobbies outside of Pokemon as well. Then it's about figuring out, okay, how do I want to use this time efficiently, right? For example, if I only have a few hours to prepare for a tournament, then my mindset will be, look, I just need to like find a team quickly and then like not master that team, but play a lot of games with it, or at least understand it well. Whereas if I have more time, I might be willing to try out more concepts to find a team, like, in the first scenario, maybe the team I end up with isn't exactly the best that's suited for me, but it's what I have given the time that I have. Ideally, in a world, I'll have more time to try out different concepts, play different games, and then land on something that I feel more comfortable or confident with, but that always won't be the case, right? Coaching, I think, can be really valuable as well if you're getting coaching from someone who really understands the team concept. Like, I've, sometimes personally even reached out to players and be like, hey, I know you're really good using this concept or team. Can you like walk me through it? And there are a lot of really great people that do VGC coaching out there. So that's honestly something that I think I'd recommend if you already have like a team or concept and someone else has been a really good master of it. But yeah, it's first about understanding your time constraint and then figuring out how to optimize for that. Also, yeah, I think it's very easy to just play games of Pokemon without actually learning. I think 10 really valuable games is so much more important than 100 games of just spamming a ladder. Now, I'd say that's not always the case in the sense that, like, if you are just starting out, I think actually repetition can help out a lot. But the higher level you get, I think, like, 10 games with intentional practice being like, these are the things I want to work on. Here are the mistakes that I made. Rather than, it's very easy to just keep queuing on Showdown and playing games without actually having any takeaways from them as well. Who's the best VGC player that never won Worlds? There's a lot of great players in that group. I think Europe has a lot of players that come to mind, like Marcus Statter, Alex Gomez, Eric Rios, Marco. A lot of Japanese players that have never gotten the chance to really play that much VGC either, because of the qualification system. Will Terra Electric Miraidon make a comeback anytime soon? I actually think it's pretty well positioned right now. It's a great question. I think I would not be shocked to see people go back to it at some point. Hirofumi is a great answer. Ooh, do I pay attention? That's a really good question, man. Also good to see you here. Thanks for tuning into the stream. I think I used to. Like, when I played a lot in 2011 through 17, I was like, oh, I won't feel confident going into a tournament unless I get, like, top 10 on the ladder. I think now, I mean, I got to top 10 on Showdown ladder in Best of 3 before Worlds. I think it's like, I don't pay attention to like GXE or win rate as much as maybe overall ranking. Although I think GXE and win rate is actually probably more reflective of skill. But to me, it's like I like normally try to get high enough on the ladder. I'm like, okay, like this is a good stopping point. But I think in more recent years where I haven't been playing as much, I wouldn't grind nearly. Like before, I think my method for tournaments is I have to be top 10 on ladder. If I don't, then like I have failed my preparation for the event. Obviously, being high on ladder isn't always great because one, like, you can reveal stuff to other people. Although I think, honestly, in this day and age, like people knowing your team is actually way less impactful. Like, you know, we see like Marco and Wolf, like people straight up know exactly what they were going to bring to a tournament, it not impacting their run at all. And obviously they're exceptional players, but I think scouting mattered more back in the day when it was closed team sheet best of one as well. Emilio Forbes is a good answer. Yeah, Michael Kelch is a fantastic answer. Hirofumi is a good answer. Why do players on the stream wear headphones? It blocks out the sound from the casters and background noise. The next gimmick for battling, I have no idea. I'm glad I'm not in charge of coming up with this. They combine everything into one. Gems, Z moves, megas, Mega Dynamax Terra. Spencer, that's a good question. I would love to do a more in-depth team preview video someday. So I would say decently high chance, but I'm not sure at what point I would actually make it. How do you keep up with the meta so well? I don't think I actually like am that knee deep in the meta right now, but it's mainly just following online results. So Victory Road organizes a lot of grassroots events. Limitless has a lot of tournaments. So seeing what people are using on those, and then also just, you know, talking to my friends who are competing very actively. People like Wolf and Aaron Trailer, and Marcus and Billa, Yuki, Brendan. You know, they're all obviously very much competing right now, and so when you're talking to people that are prepping really hard for events, it helps out a lot as well. But generally just looking at the most recent majors and seeing what's good is always a good start. Sometimes keeping up with the meta though means like, what do you think will be popular going into an event that hasn't really picked up as much steam? And for that, I think like if you're watching high ladder games or talking to people that are playing high ladder, that can be really impactful. Lab Mouse is a great resource. Yep. Wow, Avengi, you remember the Trainer Tip Tuesday videos. That's fantastic. Yeah, I would love to start that up again. Do I have a mon that I like but just sucks in VGC? Scizor. Scizor's so bad now. I gotta buff my guy. I think my answers to this would probably be the OGs, but I don't know. I really like Torterra. We actually had some Torterra Road to Ranked videos. But I think I like Torterra and Infernape. And they were at one point, like, Infernape was actually got top 8 at Worlds in 2016. It's had some pretty good VGC finishes. And I used it at, like, to get second at Apex way back in the day, which was some grassroots event. But the power creep is just so real now. Thank you, Bola. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching from Italy. Favorite Pokemon type? Probably water. What dual restricted? Calyrex Shadow Rider plus Zama. Zama plus anything, really. Miraidon plus Ice Rider. Most unorthodox Pokemon I've ever brought to a tournament. I'm trying to think, like, back in the day. I mean, I used, like, some obscure things that then were not as obscure, like Choice Expert Belt Cresselia, Liepard Breloom. At Pittsburgh Regionals last year, I brought Nasty Plot Spectrier in a format where Spectrier wasn't as popular, just because it's, like, one of my favorite Pokemon. Trying to think what are, like, the really low usage rate strategies I've used though. I don't think I had ever brought any like super out of the box. Oh, my Worlds 2015 team was probably the craziest. It was like Assault Vest Swampert, Blaziken, Gothitelle, Calm Mind, Rest Sylveon. And I started 3-1 in the tournament. Like I was in contention for cut, but then got eliminated in round 5 unfortunately. Back in the day it was best of you only had you could only really afford 1 loss. Although Shoma, who won Worlds that year, actually had 2 losses and still top cut. But back then it wasn't guaranteed top cut if you had 2 losses. Do I have any other hobbies outside of Pokemon? I really got into running. I'm not very good, but I was a track athlete in short distance in high school and then got into more long distance running recently. Would love to run the New York or Chicago marathon this year. I love concerts and music, so going to shows, festivals is really up there as well. And then been getting a little just more into like cooking and fitness as well, but to varying degrees of success. How long have we been on this slide for, by the way? They've been really, they're vamping. One battle mechanic I wish wasn't a thing. Full para, specifically. I think para is fine, but I think the inability to move feels really goofy. Or ice. Actually, freeze. Freeze is a better answer to that. Freeze is so dumb. I have not coached others, or not for, I don't think have I done any? Maybe like friends who are interested in VGC, but never like full-on coaching. Do I think Eternatus could be good in a double restricted format? It's a great question. I haven't really given it too much thought. I think it could be interesting, like viable, but certainly not like top tier, but who knows? Maybe someone proves me wrong. That's what people said about Miraidon. I don't know what restricted would be the best partner for it. Like, I think naturally you would want something that covers for Eternatus' weaknesses, right? So it's like it doesn't love going up against ground-type Pokemon, Dragon-type Pokemon. Having something that covers for that is good. Yes, do think buffing Kyogre and Groudon's moves to that accuracy would improve their viability. And honestly, I wish that were the case, because with Calyrex's, like, yeah. Like, I don't think it would make them overtly broken either. Maybe even increase Origin Pulse's accuracy, but decrease its base power slightly so that you don't get, like, such a consistent attack in rain. But I do think, like, having a strong spread move that's more consistent would be nice. Have I talked about draft leagues at all? I've played in a couple. I am actually going to be participating in a new one after not doing one for a few years. Tips on growing a YouTube channel. You should, one, make content because you love doing it, you know, rather than, like, for other alternative purposes. But I think for growth, you got to find things that can make your channel stand out, right? So what do you do better than anyone else that's making content on YouTube? Why watch your channel versus other people? So it's either creating videos that are really, you know, like have compelling themes and can be pretty accessible for anyone to just click and watch. For my case, you know, I think I got lucky where when I started YouTube, no one was really making competitive VGC content, battling content specifically. And so the niche was just, hey, let me show people how to battle. And now a lot of people obviously do the battling content, so it's like harder to grow within that niche. So identifying areas where people are not really doing a good job, or like it just doesn't really exist, then making content around that can be really valuable. You would love if I posted more YouTube videos. I would love that too, but I have limited time, so when I make them, but you and I are in the same boat. Thank you, Santiago. I really appreciate that. That's a really kind comment. I hope you enjoyed math more than I did, because I loved it in high school and I was not a fan in college once I started taking like analysis and partial differential equations and stuff. If there were no full paras, would that be a strict buff to Trick Room teams? That's a good point. I'm trying to think, because when I think of like strict, I'm like, okay, what about the converse? Like, is there any downside? But it does seem like it'd be a pretty strong buff, yeah. What kind of VGC content do I wish there was more of on YouTube? Do you mean Pokemon content or general content? Am I surprised by the stats shown here? Not really. I think the main thing I'd say is Shadow Rider being 4th is interesting. And like the fact that Kyogre and Shadow Rider are nearly the same shows how much Kyogre stock has been rising. Because this was like, you know, people had pegged as the #1 Pokemon for the longest time. Favorite concert I've been to and favorite post-pandemic for something more recent. Favorite of all time is Frank Ocean, probably. Panorama 2017. Coachella brought their version of Coachella, including their main stage setup, to New York, and my friend was a big Frank Ocean fan. I wasn't even following Frank that much. I was like, I like Channel Orange. I'd heard a few songs off Blonde, and then I went, and I think that's where I like really fell in love with live music. It was one of the most incredible shows I've ever seen, and he's done very few since then. Other highlights, I saw Twice. That's my answer for post-pandemic show, probably, in February. That was incredible. Odessa, The Weeknd, Tame Impala, Fred against Skrillex Fortet, Calvin Harris, Eric Prydz, Above and Beyond, Madeon, Porter, just a couple of my favorites. Tyler, the Creator, Oh, Chemical Brothers. Yeah, I totally forgot. Yeah, sorry. There's so much good electronic music. Chemical Brothers, Justice, Gesaffelstein. Oh my gosh. Like, yeah. Will a new video be released soon? I'm hoping to record one tonight, actually, after the co-stream, but we'll see how I'm feeling. You went to both Toronto nights for Twice. Let's go. Love seeing more Twice fans in the chat. What are my thoughts on Xerneas? Ooh. Xerneas was like a menace when it previously existed, so... But I don't know, in a world where Terra exists and Zamazenta exists, I'd like to think it'd be more manageable, but I don't know. If you played 2016, Xerneas was... Ugh. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my favorite Twice song. I do owe you that answer. Let me check my most played songs of this year. Let's drop that Spotify Wrapped. Let's see. Gessa did produce one of the Charlie songs. Yes, I love that you know that. The reason I love Gesaffel, or one of the reasons why, is because he's like produced for so many people, and he's just like this like low-key French dude that's like very like mysterious, you know? Oh, probably I Can't Stop Me was my most played Twice song of the year. Cry For Me is up there as well. I played I Got You a lot, but that's because it was a newer song. So many good mute songs though. I love I Can't Stop Me though. I think they're like kind of synth wavy. Oh. Do I watch any other competitive video games? I used to work in esports. I worked for Team Liquid's ownership group, so I would follow every Team Liquid game. So League, Dota, Counter-Strike. But I used to consume a ton of Smash Bros, like Melee, as well as now I watch. I guess I haven't watched League this year, but I love League. I can speak Chinese, 一点点, but I can't read it right. When's the next match? I have no idea. I'm actually surprised it's taking this long because the last game felt like it went through pretty quickly. Let's see. What is going on? Yeah, I'm surprised the round is actually still taking this long. But my friends Aaron and Brendan are 2-0, so that's awesome. Wait, Alonso, you were at Second Sky? I was there. We could have been right next to each other. Who knows? I don't watch K-dramas. I don't watch much TV in general, but I feel like I would love them for sure. Team Liquid is back in Overwatch. Yes, yes. I do love Espa. Whiplash came out like what 2 weeks before Spotify Wrapped ended, and it was like my 6th most listened to song. It was crazy. You guys have great taste. I love hearing everyone's seeing what you all like listening to. How do you like VGC's format compared to things like Double Elim? I think VGC's format's actually in a really good spot right now. If I could have an adjustment, it would maybe be double elimination for top cut, but the reality is it doesn't work with time constraints. There's just too much going on. I don't read Japanese. I just have played enough games to recognize some of the names. J-pop bands, I don't know of like actually too well. I mean, I saw Baby Metal live, which is really cool, and then Yasobi. I don't know if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. They were at Coachella, and that was really cool. And they played their Pokemon theme song, like the song they did for Pokemon, and it was awesome. Oh, Brendan Zhang on stream? No way! No way! Oh, that's crazy. I have watched Singles Inferno. Wait, oh my gosh. I did really like the Vince Staples album. Vince is one of my favorite rappers. He's also, I think, low-key like one of the funniest entertainers I've ever seen. We got Brendan Zhang on freaking stream, man. Anyway, thanks for the fun questions while we wait for the next round. I can't... Brendan Zhang on round 3? That's nuts, dog. How does an MBA work? You go to school, you take classes that relate to business for 2 years. I chose to do it because I got into a program that I thought was really awesome and would open a lot of doors and met a lot of great people. And it was great. I can't. Oh my! Wait, Kyogre Groudon! Oh, check it off. Wait, that's crazy. What the heck? Are you serious? How? What? Yo! What? Let's get some Pokemon battle music. Pokemon. I really love Battle Revolution music. I do know Brendan's team fairly well, yes. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe we have a weather war. Okay, chat, we were going to be talking about the game, but once we're done, we can go back to casual chatting. But thank you for your questions. Oh my gosh, this matchup is crazy too. I don't know if Brendan has that much Groudon experience, and so I am really curious to see how this plays out. Okay, so this is what Pato, one of the best Italian VGC players and like one of the European GOATs, got top 8 at regionals with last weekend, I believe. And it has that jump luff. The one thing to note in this matchup is that Brendan has Grass Terra Kyogre, which is a really big deal, right? I think that actually, the Terra should be huge. So for Marcus, what his goal probably is, one of the goals is force Terra to Kyogre, then get Ogerpon and use Ivy Cudgel in Sun to take care of Kyogre. We actually saw Ogerpon used against Kyogre in the finals of the last regional championship, and it seems weird, right? Because obviously, Kyogre sets up the rain, but an Ivy Cudgel, especially if you're Terra'd with Ogerpon, even without Terra, still does decent damage to a Grass Terra Kyogre. So if I'm Marcus, I'm immediately thinking, okay, I probably want Jumpluff, Ogerpon, Groudon, and then one of the remaining ones. But obviously, that's just as someone who hasn't played his team that much. And then, yeah, Assault Vest Bolt with Water Terra. This looks really, really tough, actually. So, actually, I think that's probably just the 4th Pokemon, personally. But both of these could work, right? Incin is good if you're scared about the Amoonguss matchup. That Raging Bolt, though, is scary, for sure. So, Brendan is using kind of the standard Kyogre comp. The main thing is, like, he loves Iron Jugulis. And he's a big believer in Jugulis because of its matchup into... obviously, Calyrex Shadow Rider, but also Calm Mind Terapagos. Now, Jugulis is not as effective in a matchup when you're going up against Groudon, but you obviously resist you're immune to the ground type damage, which can be valuable. So, for Brendan, the Raging Bolt is probably what's really, really scary. And I think it's actually really tough, right? How do you deal with Raging Bolt? Putting it to sleep with Amoonguss is one answer. Stacking up Calm Minds with Kyogre is one answer. Ursh here, not going to be that great into Bolt early, right? But if you have like a Amoonguss with Urshifu, you can Rage Powder and Close Combat it, for example. Incin here also can be good into Jumpluff. I think like all of the Pokemon are bringable into this matchup. But if you're expecting like the Ogerpon and the Groudon and the Jumpluff, like I think Rillaboom becomes a pretty easy candidate to not bring into the game. And then so it's picking 4 of the remaining 5. But yeah, I think this is scary for Brendan because normally the Kyogre wants to stay on the field for a really long time. And if Kyogre's on the field for a really long time, it means that Groudon has more... like, Groudon will likely be able to win the Weather War. One thing to note about Kyogre, though, is that Ice Beam actually does a lot of damage. So it's actually going to be Instant Amoonguss here, trying to put on some early pressure. And this is the point, right? Bolt, really annoying for Kyogre to deal with. But Amoonguss here can just put it to sleep with Spore immediately. So... we're going to see the Intimidate's not really be relevant in terms of dropping attack, but we see the Speed Order. Brendan's Incineroar moving second here. Oh, and let me full screen it too, by the way. ESAM, I think very low, generally. But it's, like, it makes sense if you have, like, Terapagos and you're going up against Zamazenta, for example. But, okay. So, I think, yeah, one of the other things to pay attention to in this matchup is even though there's safety goggles on both sides, you can knock off to remove the goggles and then Spore. So, I think Brendan's goal right now is let me shut down Raging Bolt early, then bring out Kyogre, and then start going for those Calm Minds. It's interesting because Marcus has Incin, so it means that he's dropping one of Fire Ogerpon, Groudon, or Jumpluff. But for now, it's just going to be Fake Out, prevent that Spore on turn 1, get some free Rocky Helmet damage. And the Draco immediately. Okay. You'll notice here, Brendan did not go for the Terra with the Incineroar, or with the Amoonguss, or a Protect. And Marcus, you know, like, I think when people see Raging Bolt, they expect it to just kind of Volt Switch or maybe Thunderbolt. But the Draco here does get a lot of damage onto Amoonguss immediately. Brendan now, however, can bring out that Kyogre if he wants to, but it's going to be Urshifu. And I think, so what Brendan's trying to do in this matchup is essentially knock out Pokemon quicker than Marcus and win the Weather War. If you can knock out 2 Pokemon, force Groudon out on the field first, then that gives you a huge advantage. We see here, there's actually no Jump Pluff. I think Marcus recognizing, look, I think it's going to be pretty hard to actually get any value out of Jump Pluff because there's Goggles, Instant, there's Amoonguss, and even though it can Sleep Powder Kyogre and force a Terra out, you can also force Terra out through, like, Raging Bolt or Ogerpon. So Brendan's goal right now should be to, ideally, push the tempo a little bit. Fire Upon here as a switch in makes sense, and Water Terra defensively with WoW I think is a fantastic play as well. There's not a ton of counterplay to this, but if you're Brendan, you could pivot Amoonguss out. You can actually go into Kyogre right now and Surging, since Amoonguss is the slowest Pokemon on the field, but going for Surging here seems, like, would you actually target the Ogerpon slot? Probably not. Let's see. Okay, I think Incidence switching here is more logical, and then you can U-turn out. Yeah. I think, like, basically both players here are going to be very careful about bringing their Weather User out, because as soon as it hits the field, you're going to be very weak if your opponent brings their Weather User out. But here's the Terra commit now. The question is, what does Ursh do? We know that, it's Ursh going for the Water Terra, so this is a really good defensive Terra for the Rain matchup. I think Marcus has some really good answers into Rain. The question is, does Urshifu go for something? Oh, yeah, U-turns. Great play there. Nicely done. This allows you to bring the Amoonguss back in now. You could actually bring out your Kyogre now as well, and say, you know what, you can put me to sleep, but yeah, I think it makes sense to bring Amoonguss out first. Okay. I think both players have been playing super well so far, like making plays that are relatively safe and make a lot of sense. What's big here for Brendan is you have gotten the Terra commit from the opposing end, and you didn't just carelessly Surging Strikes into that. So good patience there. I think Urshifu getting burned in this matchup is a disaster. That's one of the key win conditions in this matchup. So now, though, you've got Ogerpon out. Ogerpon does threaten with damage. Instant obviously has some good damage here as well. So this next turn I think is going to be a little bit awkward for Brendan because you can't Spore either Pokemon. Nor can you really get any value out of Rage Powder. No Flare Blitz on the Incineroar here, though, means that Amoonguss won't have to worry about getting knocked out from the Incineroar specifically. So let's see. Parting Shot. Yeah, Terra Kyogre is definitely a lot more safe now. Agreed, because Ogerpon can't Terra. So, all right, so switch back out into Urshifu. Simple fake out here. I like this. The only risk here is if Marcus went for a read and a grass type attack into that slot, but yeah, there's no damage basically being done there. So this was a really good turn for Brendan, in my opinion, because you have really swung a lot more momentum in terms of offense into your favor. Now the question is, does Marcus go for another Will-O-Wisp into Urshifu, right? Because you might expect Amoonguss to just switch in again. So Brendan could push the tempo. He could obviously close combat into either slot. You could U-turn into Ogerpon. You could Surging Strikes as well. A lot of options right now. One of the things is Marcus might say, you know what, I can Ivy Cudgel and Will-O-Wisp into, or sorry, Woodhammer and Will-O-Wisp into the Urshifu slot, but he's going to opt for the Parting Shot instead. So, okay, if you go for Parting Shot, it means that this is vulnerable to just Surging Strikes into Ogerpon right now. But hard read, Brendan does not go for a U-turn. There's no Will-O-Wisp coming out this turn, so he gets the turn correct. This is huge for Brendan. Okay. Really, really nice call there. And like I said, the goal is to push the tempo and get another knockout. So the fact Brendan goes up 1 KO here is huge because Marcus right now has 2 Pokemon that can't protect, right? Incineroar and Raging Bolt do not have protect. So that's a really, really big turn for Brendan saying, look, I have this free damage in front of me. Marcus, of course, could have circumvented it by switching out the Ogerpon into Raging Bolt and then Will-O-Wisp into Urshifu. But Marcus was worried about Brendan switching Amoonguss back in. And the Will-O-Wisp! Oh! Dude, this is Brendan's tournament to win, I'm telling you. I know it's only round 3, but let's go. What? That was literally a perfect turn. It could not have gone any better for Brendan. You get a knockout and you burn the restricted. So Marcus is like, you know what? It's time for me to bring out my son. But Brendan says, you know what? I think the Will-O-Wisp there is relatively safe, right? Because even if Raging Bolt comes out, or even if Instant stays in, you still burn them, and that burn is never bad. But burning Groudon, oh man, like that is just such an incredible surprise and treat, right? So yeah, that turn was basically flawlessly executed by Brendan. If Marcus had actually gone for something like switch into Raging Bolt Will-O-Wisp, it could have been a lot scarier. But now you've gotten a knockout, you can switch out your Urshifu, and you've burned the restricted Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. It was water, so there was nothing to lose. But the fact that Groudon came in was incredible. Like, it was a low-risk, high-reward play is what I would call. So Amoonguss comes out now, and there's the first Precipice Blades miss. Incineroar dodges it. Amoonguss barely takes any damage. It's going to be Thunderbolt coming out here. I don't even know if it would have knocked out Instant, to be honest. So Parting Shot, and now Kyogre finally gets to hit the field. You could also go into Urshifu and then Terra Ursh, switch Amoonguss out into Kyogre. But I think, yeah, Brendan's in fantastic shape now. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, and now you have Instant for Intimidate as well. Like, the Groudon. This is why picking up that early knockout's such a big deal, though, right? Because it's like, okay, Groudon, of course, can switch out right now, but Amoonguss is also pressuring Spore onto Raging Bolt. So you can't get around Raging Bolt, the combination of Spore plus Groudon taking damage, other than Protect Switch. And even if you Protect Switch, then what? You have Fake Out the next turn, but then this Kyogre now is so well positioned. But yeah, that Precipice, like, a burnt Groudon is already so sad, and then when you have a miss on top of that, it's even worse. But I don't even think the miss, honestly, was super impactful in this game, as of right now. We'll see if it makes a difference later. But I think Brendan's execution to get that early knockout was huge in this one. So, P-Blades comes out. It's going to do like 25 to Kyogre, yeah. That does no damage. And it's just Origin Pulse here. I think really smart for Brendan to recognize I don't need to go for a Calm Mind right now. Because with this play, the only way Marcus gets around it is protecting Groudon, but then the next turn you still face down so much scary pressure that a subsequent turn, right? Basically, Marcus's best play in response to Brendan's play is protect Groudon, switch in Instant, and then the next turn switch Groudon out into Raging Bolt, and then Fake Out. But then Amoonguss can just get a Spore off, and then Kyogre can get a Calm Mind off in that position. So it should be a pretty clean win for Brendan in Game 1. And I think coming into this matchup, I was like, Marcus, he's going to force the Terror out of Kyogre, but Brendan's patience with Kyogre was really, really good. And I think if you're Marcus, you might want to think about putting on a little bit more pressure into Instant Amoonguss, right? Like, the Draco Meteor was quite nice, but Amoonguss being able to pivot out and heal back is such a big deal. It's Sludge Bomb and Amoonguss. And so one of the reasons Brendan really believes in this team composition is because of the fact that Kyogre in itself is strong, but being able to set up the rain to enable Urshifu Surging Strikes and reduce the effective fire type damage onto Amoonguss is a huge deal. Marcus gets a nice play here, sniping down the Urshifu, but with him losing his weather user, like Kyogre here probably just wins the game by itself anyway. So Amoonguss gets the, or Kyogre gets the heal up, but even though Marcus has two things that resist water type damage, like, he just doesn't have enough damage output from his point onwards. So the question is, if you're Marcus, what is your adjustment into Instant plus Amoonguss lead? I know it seems crazy to just lead Groudon immediately, but it does put on pressure with Precipice Blades right away. So Marcus is just going to sack Game 1 here. I don't love Urshifu into this matchup because there's the Rocky Helmet Amoonguss on the other side, and it's like generally not doing a ton, but I don't know, like, you could bring it if you position it properly. I just think the Helmet Amoonguss alone is a tough deal, and then you have to deal with Surging Strikes and Rain as well. But I think that was basically flawlessly played by Brendan. And the key turn to me in this battle, if you wanted to go back and watch it, is first of all, Brendan not getting burned by the initial Will-O-Wisp from the Incineroar, and then the other key turn in this game is this turn, where Brendan decides to just rip close combat into Ogerpon, getting a knockout, accelerating the pace, and then doesn't even eat up a burn on Urshifu, and to add insult to injury, gets the burn onto the Groudon. This burn wasn't game defining, but it put Brendan in basically what I thought was a near impossible position to lose. So the Game 2 adjustment should be really interesting. Like I said, I didn't think Brendan would bring Rillaboom. He indeed did not. And Jugulus is awkward into this matchup because it's not really that good. in terms of offense. It could be interesting to, like, I don't know, snarl, but it's just too slow pace, and I think the other tools Brendan has are all so good in this matchup. Main differences between Jugulus and Roaring Moon. Jugulus is more valuable for longer pace games into setup Pokemon. So if you're up against opposing Kyogre, opposing Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Terrapagos, Snarl, really valuable into all of those. P-Blade's missing is important too. I don't think it actually impacted this game because I think Instant would have survived the double up since it was burnt. If Instant did not get burnt, maybe it would have mattered more. Yeah, so to me, I think if you're Marcus and you want to put on pressure into Instant Amoonguss lead, you need to have a little bit more aggression from the lead. And so I think, yeah, like Groudon, Fire Pond, Raging Bolt, combination of those could be really interesting in terms of dealing damage. But it's going to be Instant Ogerpon here. Okay, this also makes sense. Bolt was vulnerable to Spore, and now you've got 2 Spore immunities. So I like this from Marcus's end. However, you are still eating up an Intimidate, right? And one thing to note is Brendan having Knockoff plus Spore, so you could still actually remove that safety goggles. I think the 4 Brendan is bringing into this game is really, really strong. And there's not that much reason to mix up. It's more about the ordering. The other point about Roaring Moon, by the way, is like it often feels awkward because it needs the Terra. If you are trying to avoid like taking, just getting one hit KO'd. Jugulus can stay on the field for a lot longer, but does less damage. But okay, it's going to be the Amoonguss pivot out immediately. Could be Kyogre, but yeah. I think like Brendan's very vulnerable, like doing a good job of not bringing Kyogre out immediately. Oh, and, like seeing the Spiky Shield here is great, right? Because you do risk eating up a Woodhammer there. And Parting Shot here, not really a big deal into the Instant. Now Marcus can bring out that Raging Bolt, though, and Raging Bolt obviously puts on pressure with Electric type damage. You could go Groudon, but I don't know. Like, I don't think I ever would, because if you go Groudon, then Brendan just goes Kyogre and then just, like, Terra Water Surging Strikes. Or, sorry, Terra Ghost Surging Strikes. Ogerpon, Parting Shot, okay. So I think Brendan, Marcus has had potential to punish Brendan on some of these switch outs, right? But like, would you ever really just Woodhammer Urshifu there? It could make some sense because Amoonguss isn't actually really doing much in that position. But Marcus has to respect something like Knockoff Spore. He has to respect Fake Out on turn 1 as well. He does have some good offense out on the field right now, so this is a big turn. Does Brendan lose a Pokemon? Because this double up will cover for pretty much everything. I think Brendan could switch in Kyogre, but he's just going to U-turn, okay? U-turn, go out into Amoonguss, and with the Ogerpon being intimidated, you actually probably survive the double up, is my guess. But he could go into Kyo here. But I think Kyogre is really risky because you obviously risk a Woodhammer into that slot. So this turn is scary for Brendan, in my opinion, because he's now vulnerable to taking more damage. And it is Amoonguss, but we know there was the Ivy Cudgel into that slot. So let's see if Marcus gets a knockout. Yeah, this is also vulnerable to critical hits. Oh, no crit. Okay, wow, that actually took it better than I thought. It's going to survive. That's huge. I think one of the biggest things to pay attention to in this matchup is who gets the first knockout. And Amoonguss going down immediately would have been, I think, very bad for Brendan. But now he's able to pivot out and recycle. Let me just start the music again. Okay. So let's see. You probably go back out into Urshifu here, but I think Brendan is still looking for that knockout. I think Marcus probably won't give it to Brendan as easily like the last game, but you have gotten damage onto the Ogerpon now. You could go into Urshifu and then switch Amoonguss out into the Incineroar. You could even protect the Amoonguss or Rage Powder if you think a Thunderclap is coming out. So a lot of possibilities here. Brendan does have that ability to just go for close combat right into the Ogerpon right now. Okay, you can see, yep. Ooh! It's the Thunderclap Groudon switch, and I think this is a really strong play by Marcus. We'll see if Brendan anticipates it. You can get around this by going for either Terra with the Urshifu or Rage Powder with the Amoonguss. Let's see. This is a big turn. Ooh, no Terra. Or sorry, no Rage Powder. If he doesn't Terra here, Brendan's in really bad shape. Not like game over shape though, but definitely not great shape. Whoa, good call. That's a great play by Marcus. Really, really great play. And it's a risky one at that, right? Because Amoonguss does pressure with Rage Powder, but Marcus is saying, look, you've been pivoting in and out for way too much. I'm finally going to take advantage of it. So Marcus now gets the first knockout of the game. However, Marcus did commit a lot of resources to do that. He switched in his Groudon, right? There's no defensive terror around this. So right now, if you're Brendan, you pressure with Fake Out plus Origin Pulse. You pressure with Fake Out, Calm Mind. Marcus is just ripping it here. It looks like he's trying to just click Precipice Blades. That was a really big play by Marcus. Really, really nicely done. And I think that's sometimes what you have to do against these teams that switch so much, right? Find a window of opportunity and just take it. So now the question is, oh, he's just going for Blades and Thunderbolt. Okay, he's going to switch. But if you're not switching Groudon out, you are vulnerable to just something like Fake Out Origin Pulse. But I like it. Marcus recognizes, look, if I just keep playing safe and switching, I'm not sure I'm actually going to win the battle. Like, it's a tough war to play against, and Brendan did better than me in that game, in game 1. And so why don't I just go on the offensive? Fake Out. Oh, is that a crit? Yeah. I think Instant should survive without that. And he did Origin Pulse. Wow, that's a really unfortunate crit, because if Brendan doesn't get crit there, it allows him to parting... Oh, no, he wouldn't be able to parting shot out anyway, actually, unless he side parting shotted, which I don't think would be the case here. So Instant would have still been stuck on the field. But not having Instant to intimidate is definitely unfortunate. However, it's now 2v2. Groudon being faster than Kyogre is actually what I would expect in this matchup, since Brendan... Well, actually, they both have Tailwind, I guess. I'm actually curious how fast they are relative to each other. But... yeah, the scary thing is now you have an Ogerpon that obviously threatens with damage. Terra has not been committed yet on either end, which is interesting. But yeah, I think if Instant survived that turn, Brendan would have been able to protect Kyogre, switch Instant out into Amoonguss. If Amoonguss faints, you get Instant back in for Fake Out Calm Mind or Fake Out anything. So, unfortunate crit. The audio is messing up. Did it just start messing up? What's the deal? Interesting. I will try to figure that out after this game. But it's only for some people. Okay, I don't know what the deal is. What the heck? Okay, I don't it seems like half of you are saying it's fine and the other half of you are saying it's not fine. Yeah, try refreshing. That is really weird. If you are having audio issues right now, try refreshing, guys. I don't think it's a technical issue on my end. Yeah, try refreshing the stream, guys. Because it seems like it's taking in the input totally and fine. Might be an internet thing or a YouTube thing. Thanks, guys. Anyway, yeah, if it keeps running up, I'll try to figure out what to do. But I haven't changed my settings or anything. Anyway, yeah, Brendan's gonna Terra Kyogre now. We missed the knockout here onto the Amoonguss. Wait, what the heck did Marcus do? He Terra'd Raging Bolt? Wait, Brendan could win this. It's not over yet. If Kyogre knocks out Ogerpon, Kyogre wins against Bolt for sure. Wait, he went Woodhammer? He didn't Cudgel. If Origin Pulse hits here, I think Brendan actually wins this. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Okay. We'll see. But he Dracoed into Amoonguss. I can't believe he didn't Cudgel there. What? Cudgel Thunderbolt, I think, is... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, there's a Para? Oh man. Okay. Oh, that Para is so unfortunate. How much does Draco do? So basically the problem here is like Kyogre obviously wants to Calm Mind, but this is going to be a long endgame for Brendan, and like it's -2 Draco, it's still just decent damage. Oh, like, I think Kyogre will be at like 20%, 10% after this, and then does it get Calm Mind? Yep, 10%. Do you get the Calm Mind off? You need Calm Mind? Ah! Okay, but the thing is, you can still protect. Another Draco won't KO. It's -4 Raging Bolt now. Oh, that para, dude! Ugh. Like, without it, I think it's Brendan's odds of winning. Oh my god! No way, dude. It still lives. If Kaio just gets this protect off, it can still totally pull this off. This is insane. But yeah, I think Woodhammer instead of Cudgel was a big mistake there. Bruh! Yeah, he also only had limited Draco Meteor PP. That is... Dude. Marcus knows. He's like, I should... That's just the game, right? But it's crazy. That's how... It wasn't like Kyogre missing Origin Pulse. It was para into triple full para. Like... Are you guys still having audio issues? Oh, that's crazy, dude. That was crazy. Oh my gosh. It's just so unfortunate because basically Kyogre was in such a good spot actually, which seems crazy. Like without the para, I think Kyogre actually just straight up wins unless you get crit because you run out of Draco Meteor PP and then a -6 Raging Bolt just does no damage to Kyogre. So Kyogre can just like Calm Mind, Protect, Calm Mind, Protect, Calm Mind, Protect, and then just Ice Beam. Yeah, if you're having audio issues, guys, just refresh the stream. Seems like it's a issue on YouTube's end. Dude, oh! That's so wrong, man. Anyway, but that's the game, you know. Oh, that was crazy. Marcus made that really nice play of okay, so I actually want to talk about that game because Marcus found that really nice Thunderclap play into Urshifu, but then Brendan found the really nice Origin Pulse play to just get the double knockout. But did Ivy Cudgel Thunderbolt win for Marcus? I don't know if it was guaranteed. Wait, do you guys not hear any music? Let me know if you want me to turn up the music. Yeah, it was like Groudon crits Presses Blades into Instant and then para into triple para. Okay, it's gonna be Bolt and Ogre-Pon. So Ogre hits the lead once again here. Yeah, I agree. The thing is to not tilt. I think Brendan probably wins that game if the para just doesn't happen because Marcus went for... Can I move my mic arm? It's blocking my face. Oh, it's... Okay. It's quiet. I can turn it up a little bit afterwards, but for now. Okay. Yeah, so Marcus is just like, I'm going to just push the tempo and attack really aggressively here. Oh, but it's just Fake Out Spore here. Yeah, there's nothing to stop this, really. And Marcus did not go for a switch into Incin to take the Spore. So putting Bolt to sleep here is huge, in my opinion. Yeah. This is fantastic turn. Really, really good turn one for Brendan. This is a really interesting turn because, oh, okay. I was going to say, like, if you're Brendan, you could knock off Spore into Raging Bolt if you thought the Raging Bolt was just going to switch out into Incin. But I think Marcus recognizes, I can't let another Pokemon go to sleep, so I'm going to burn a sleep turn right now. Now the question is, does Brendan go for a Parting Shot? Because you could protect Amoonguss Parting Shot. Nice. Big play. I mean, this is a safe play for him. Like, there's no reason to risk... I mean, I wouldn't say there's no reason. You definitely could knock off Spore, I think. But it obviously pressure... You just risk eating up an Ivy Cudgel. Knock off Spore only works if you think it's Protect from Ogre-Pon. So... This is a... I'd say really, really strong start for Brendan. Because now you get Urshifu out for free. And Raging Bolt has already taken a turn to sleep, and it's only taken one turn to sleep, and it's at -2 special attack as well. So Brendan is in excellent shape right now, in my opinion. Oh, Marcus is thinking about going for Terra here. Whoa. Oh, okay, yeah, he doesn't have Instant in the back. Wait, Urshifu is so good right now for Brendan, but Brendan normally should assume Instant is in the back. He probably won't anticipate the Ursh adjustment yet. But what this means is Surging Strikes is kind of gnarly. Oh my gosh. Oh, Marcus is just staying in with both Pokemon right now. Amoonguss pivots out. You could go into Kyogre here, which would be sick. Oh, he's doing it! Yes! Fantastic play. The reason why this works is because you know that you're not at risk of losing your Urshifu, and you know your Amoonguss is slower. So this should just be Ogerpon fainting, and Brendan is off to such a good start. I love that. There's literally nothing Marcus can do to cover for this, and this is one of the things that makes Kyogre or Urshifu so broken, right? So as long as you're not getting like a early wake up here into Para or crit. Nice, okay. And so the Bolt does not get wake up. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Brendan is in really, really good shape right now. The question here is, do you want to pivot out the Kyogre? Because you could just say, you know what, I'm just going to stay in with Urshifu and just straight up Surging Strikes and Origin Pulse anyway. The safer play, you would think, is to maybe switch out, but you are vulnerable. Like, the Urshifu slot right now is really vulnerable. So you can see Marcus is trying to, go for this prediction, maybe expecting a switch. This game is not over by any means, by the way, but I think this is a big turn. What does Brendan do with his Kyogre? Does he switch out into Incineroar? Because Groudon shouldn't be able to knock out Urshifu either. So the question is, does Brendan want to take the risk of a Raging Bolt wake up, right? Because right now, Marcus could go for a double up onto the Urshifu slot, but he's going for that Heat Crash instead. And okay, Heat Crash Thunderbolt. I mean, Bolt's Thunderbolt will not do much damage to Urshifu. Pay attention to the Kyogre slot. He stays in. I like this call. The idea is, look, I'm just going to Surging Strikes, I think. And I mean, the question is, does he go for Ice Beam or Origin Pulse? Oh, this is scary. Brendan could win the game on the spot here, potentially. Oh, Bolt does wake up, though. Okay. It's going to be Thunderbolt onto the Ursh. That still does a lot, actually. Wait, did these speed tie? Didn't Groudon move first in game 1? And the Heat Crash, we saw that. Yeah, that's huge. Brendan does not get baited and switching in Amoonguss there. Wait, it's a speed tie, right? Was there any speed control in game 1? I think, if Bolt had stayed asleep there, that would obviously... I think Brendan actually would have won the game on the spot, but the pressure is now you do pressure with Thunderclap. Yeah, so he goes for Thunderclap, but I think you could pivot in Instant right now. Not getting the knockout on Groudon's unfortunate. I really like the decision to stay in with both there. Oh, he's going to eat the Thunderclap up here. Okay. And Terra. I think that's smart. Yeah. I forgot about Terra. You can just Ghost Terra, get the knockout onto Groudon. I love that. Yeah. And now you have -3 Raging Bolt. So unless Marcus gets a crit here, this is huge. No crit. Nice. And that knocks out Groudon. Yeah, I think Marcus made a big gamble here by dropping Incineroar, and it made him a lot more Amoonguss League. I think Marcus was expecting an adjustment from Brendan's end, and he didn't think Amoonguss Instant would be let again. And without without Incineroar, meant like he was super Spore weak. It's at -3 special attack. It's Draco Meteor and Parting Shot. So Brendan now knows, oh shoot, you have Urshifu as your last one. But Amoonguss right now should be able to just pressure with Spore. And bringing Urshifu, by the way, is a huge liability for Marcus in the sense that Rocky Helmet, you just get popped by, right? So Brendan should be in a really commanding position, but he still needs to bring this home. It's not over yet. But I think Marcus is in a really, really difficult spot right now. Because you should be able to just pivot, and then, like, if you put one more Pokemon asleep, I think Brendan just wins. But he recognizes, look, I actually know that that's the win con, so bring in Instant, which pressures Fake Out. And then if your Urshifu faints, Amoonguss comes out for free, and then you just Fake Out Urshifu Spore into Raging Bolt. Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be that Dark Ursh as well. Which obviously boosts Wicked Blow's damage output, but Instant is a really safe switch in here. I think this play is, always really consistent by Brendan. Like, yes, you lose your Urshifu, but it's fine because it means a free switching back into Amoonguss, and it's a free Fake Out plus Spore. And then Amoonguss should be able to just put things to sleep, and then Kyogre should be able to wrap this one up. I think if Marcus had gone for close combat here, he would have needed a critical hit, but it would have been a little bit scarier. But no close combat means that Amoonguss now cuts to come out. What a set, though. I think Marcus's Thunderclap play in Game 2 was awesome, and I think his Dark Ursh adjustment makes sense to me as well. Given that, like, Marcus is probably thinking, look, in Game 2, like, I won, but I got really, really lucky, and I think I might need more offense and just, like, push the tempo a little bit more. But Brendan just kind of sticks to his gut, goes with the same lead. Ursh detects, but yeah, this is a free Fake Out Spore. Yep. Raging Bolt does not have Protect, that's correct. It's Assault Vested, so you always get this off. Oh my gosh. He even got the crit. Oh, the crit is... I guess it would have been in Wicked Blow KO range anyway. Yeah, this isn't over yet because you actually need to knock out the Urshifu. But I think if the Ensign just goes for a knockoff into Ursh here, I could just Parting Shot, I guess, as well. But knockoff just puts it in Origin Pulse KO range, and then the Bolt is not going to beat the Kyogre unless it gets multiple crits off. No, you don't switch out Amoonguss here because you do not want your Kyogre to eat up a Wicked Blow. Oh my... I forgot he had Will-O-Wisp. Are you... It's fine. It's still fine. It's fine. Like, Raging Bolt to Omega, -5 special attack. So, Wicked Blow, it should knock out Kyogre. You just need an Origin Pulse. But I think, okay, here's Wicked Blow. You can't Protect, obviously. Oh my gosh. Okay, it hits, it hits, it hits. Does Bolt stay asleep? If Bolt wakes up, Marcus could still win. Okay. Oh! Okay, it's not over yet. It's still not technically over yet, but... I mean, this Bolt has, like, no damage. What was this game, dude? Oh... This is the kind of set that if you lose, it feels so bad because it's like there was just so much bad RNG in both of the games. Couldn't you swap the Instant out and sack Amoonguss anyway? The reason you don't want to swap either Pokemon out there is because you risk Kyogre eating up a Wicked Blow as it comes out. Okay. Yeah, mine... No, it's at -6, isn't it? Did it hit Draco twice? Bolt does wake up, but... Thunderclaps. Okay, nice. Yeah, you Calm Mind. Oh, man. All Marcus needs is a crit, right? Not necessarily, because even if you crit, you still have to deal with the Incineroar, so you need multiple crits. And now it's just a guaranteed win, because knockoff does enough damage. But you can Rage Powder with the Amoonguss still. We can go back and dissect that endgame. I want to know what turn you're referring to where you would switch. But I think Brendan played that super, super well. And I think Marcus basically, yeah, tried to bring Urshifu, but the Urshifu adjustment actually didn't work out super well. If he had brought Instant out, I think like turn 1, he could have gone Protect, Ogerpon, switch in Instant, and then you have Fake Out plus damage output from Ogerpon the next turn. But that was crazy. For a second, I was like, is Marcus actually going to pull this off? Like, that's nuts. But yeah, I think game 3 felt like basically in Brendan's control the entire game. And I think a big thing, Amoonguss to me was the most important Pokemon. I think Amoonguss has been the most important Pokemon in both games we've had so far. Guys, yes, it is my brother. Yeah, if he hits Will-O-Wisp on he wins on the spot. Exactly. Yeah, because then you just never do enough damage with the. I don't like switching at any point in this end game personally. But yeah, it's crazy that the game 3 end game came down to Kyogre pair into triple para. I'm glad that Brendan stuck to his kind of, intuition and just stayed with Cinnamomgus though, recognizing, look, sometimes you get unlucky in Pokemon. There are a lot of people that would lose game 2 the way they did, and then tilt off the face of the earth. You're just curious if the Will-O-Wisp miss could have been mitigated. Let's see. That's a good question. Oh, listen to the interview. Yeah, I like that. I think Brendan generally made, I don't think he made any mistakes in that set. Marcus obviously got him in game 2 with that Thunderclap play, but I think Brendan showing really good recognition of when to just click Origin Pulse with Kyogre rather than being tempted into Calm Minding. Yeah, what do we have on the bingo card, guys? Yep, we hit that. Origin Pulse miss. No Draco miss in that one, right? 2 pairs in a row. How about 3 pairs in a row? 3. Also, one thing that I always want to stress during games like this is, yeah, Marcus got lucky, but, that's just the game he plays, right? You play to your outs in Pokemon, and he did a great job of putting himself in a position where he could have won if Raging Bolt woke up and got a crit. He would have needed a lot of things to go well in his way, but part of the mark of a really strong Pokemon player is always finding ways to win the game, even if it's like a 0.1% chance. And I think the main thing is in the end of game 2, not going for Cudgel and going for Woodhammer instead. I'm not sure if Cudgel would have KO'd in the rain. Let's see what spot. Yeah, around this spot, but because he's probably you could see he actually reacted the turn like Kyogre Terra'd. I don't know, he might have just been making kind of a harder read here. But yeah, you can see him reacting. He's like, oh no, yeah. I think my guess is he didn't want to go for Cudgel because he thought Kyogre wouldn't Terra there, but the question is whether or not how much Ivy Cudgel plus Thunderbolt from Bolt or Draco Meteor does into Bolt with Terra or into Kyogre. All right. Oh, interview already? Oh my gosh. Really out here.
And looking at all the top teams at Worlds, I thought that the Kyogre teams on the victor.
And for that, we've got an interview with him ready in the lounge.
I should turn down my mic's gain down by 10%. I can do that for you. Sure. Okay, it's lowered.
On the victory over
Let me know if that drastically changes how it sounds.
In the Kyogre box for Kyogre versus Groudon, so how's it feel?
I think it feels pretty good. It's a pretty natural kind of typing advantage, so I'm glad that I was able to pull out the win there.
Yeah, no more primal desolate land, getting rid of
Yeah, get the primals out of my game.
So you're pretty comfortable with this Kyogre team.
You can't hear the stream.
For a really long time.
What?
Had success
really?
With it. Is coming into San Antonio, since we're returning to this format, was it always
Can other people hear the stream? Oh, that's sorry. In the beginning of the interview, that's not on me. That was they had the audio issue. Turn it up a bit, sure.
I used Miraidon at Worlds, and I didn't do as well as I wanted. And looking at all the top teams at Worlds, I thought that the Kyogre team that OE used was really, really cool, and had a lot of elements of Pokemon that I really like using, like Incineroar, Amoonguss, Rillaboom. And so yeah, I tried it out. I didn't really understand Roaring Moon, so I threw on my favorite Iron Jugulus. And it worked out really well. My friends Billa and Marcus used it last weekend, and they did really well with very little practice, so that gave me a lot of confidence bringing it to this tournament.
Yeah, I was going to say, this Iron Jugulus seems like a staple of
I almost, by the way, I checked flights to San Antonio because Brendan was so confident with this team that I was like, I think I can just pick it up and do well at this event, but it was $950. So that's why I'm here with you all instead of at this tournament. But
how do you deal with that stress? Because it really was out of your hands at that point, was if you could attack through paralysis or if he would
Zephyr, it is Lendual, yeah.
I think coming out of game 2, I felt really happy that I was still able to almost win the game, and that Marcus needed so much luck to kind of dig his way out of it. So I kind of just put that aside. I knew I won game 1 pretty handily, and then the first couple of turns of game 3 was going really well for me, so I was kind of, yeah, just comfortable, not really thinking about that game.
And then with Kyogre, obviously, it's been picking up throughout, you know, if we forget the 6 months that we weren't playing Reg G, if we just continue on from the last time around, it was really picking up in popularity. Now it's about 10% of the field, where before it was way lower at the start of the format. Do you think that it's going to continue to rise, or are those restrictions at the top, maybe those top 4, are they just not passable? Like, they're just going to be too high of usage for Kyogre to continue to rise?
I think in terms of strength, like, I personally think it's a top 3 restricted. Obviously, that's why I'm using it. But I think it's a really difficult restricted to use. Obviously, you have to deal with Origin Pulse inevitably missing. You have to deal with, like, just this slow, you know, pace style team that a lot of people aren't used to. And I think especially for like newcomers, it's not like the most intuitive team to pick up. So I don't know if necessarily the usage stats will reflect its strength, but I think it's definitely a top 3 restricted.
And then how do you handle that matchup, right? Like, Kyogre's good into Groudon, but then of course Groudon has Raging Bolt to cover Kyogre. The Sun gives it the boost with Photosynthesis. Like, there's this little rock, paper, scissors action going on in the matchup. How do you deal with those turns when one misplay could really cost you the game?
I think one thing that's cool about Kyogre is that you always have this constant pressure of rain, which makes fire type attacks not as threatening. So like, there was always this constant pressure where like, I could always switch in Kyogre and just put my opponent's Pokemon to sleep, and there wasn't much that he could do to prevent it. And I feel like in that match you really saw like my opponent was really trying to play around that, and he wasn't, you know, effectively able to play around it. So I think Kyogre, like, it's hard to lose the match just based on like getting a read wrong. Like, there's a lot of wiggle room for the Kyogre player, and that's why I love using it.
Yeah, I'm a big Kyogre fan too, so it's nice to see you winning with it and everyone picking up with its success. Do you have any shout outs or friends or family watching at home?
Yeah, shout outs to my family, shout outs to my crew who helped me practice. Yeah, I don't want to name individual names right now because I'm just, yeah, a little.
I got you. Understandable. All right. Congratulations, Brendan. 3-0. Hope to see you continue on your success throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to head back to the casters.
Let's go, Brendan! Woohoo!
Brendan is so accomplished that he has had a top cut at Worlds in every single age division. That's how long he's been.
Oh, y'all. Wait, I can check my heart rate. I have a Garmin. Do you think? Let's see what my heart rate was. Did it go up in that one? It definitely spiked. My heart rate was like 80 before the battle started, and it was at 102.
Of course, Marcus not out of it yet. Just one loss under his belt and can still make it forward.
Shout outs to my family.
Sticking to an X2.
It was our dad's
record or
birthday actually
better
a few days ago. So
But
shout outs
let's
to
take a look
Papa
at some of the other
Zane.
restricted Pokemon that we haven't had a chance.
All right, anyone have some let's see, song requests? Someone had one earlier. Chill Pokemon music. What would I have done better to win that matchup? I don't know if I would have done better than Marcus in that matchup. I think Marcus did a really, like, you have to play kind of risky in this matchup, and Route 228, okay. Zinnia battle theme. Did any of you guys watch me back in Oris? Because I think I had that in like every other video. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, so I think game 3, like, Marcus was in such a bad spot because he didn't have a good Instant Amoonguss lead. I don't know. I think, like, I had mentioned Groudon as a lead option. It's interesting to me because you at least put on double pressure here into both Instant and plus Amoonguss. Yeah, Marcus is great, man. He's... Who's better, you or Brendan? How's it going, man? Definitely Brendan right now. I think this could be Brendan's best regionals run ever. Like, I'm not saying that just because he won the stream. I was really feeling that coming into this tournament. So obviously we're off to a good start, but it's a long tournament. But yeah, I think Marcus was in really bad shape from turn 1, like this spot onwards, and so you need a better Instant Amoonguss kind of counterplay, right? And the problem is, it's not just Instant Amoonguss, it's Instant Amoonguss with Urshifu and Kyogre being able to switch in at any point. But yeah, I think, like, I don't know, Groudon is intriguing. Something like Groudon Ogre Pawn puts on a lot of offense, but it's just scary because then if Kyogre or Ursh gets positioned properly, you're just so bad. So I think you could go back to what worked in game 2, which was Incin plus Ogre, because this is very anti-Amoonguss. I think this is probably Marcus's best lead into Amoonguss, honestly. And then what you could do is fish for switch-ins with Ogre Pawn and then go for Woodhammer on Amoonguss when you think it's going to switch into Kyogre or Urshifu. Yeah. The slide is so funny to me. It's like, here's Calyrex. By the way, everyone's using it the same way, so we're not even going to include any other information. Japanese players were using like Assault Vest or like Never Melt Ice before Worlds, but this is still just kind of the go-to Kyogre set. Oh, we can check results here too. Brendan does not have a YouTube, no. And I think his Twitter is privated. Maybe it's at Babytron. Whoever suggested this, by the way, props to you. This is fire. Who do we got at 3-0? Why is... Oh, is this green? Oh, it just doesn't show up very well on my screen. Interesting. Stefan, Zach, Yotam. Oh, Riley dropped a game. Wow. Riley's just so good that I always expect him to be like... He's always in day 2, basically. A lot of familiar names. Brady. Chase Libbert is here? Dude. This guy won U.S. Nationals in 2016 against Aaron Traylor. That's so cool that he's playing in this. Oh, yes, check the bingo. Restricted Oko. Do we have an Oko? I feel like you're right. We checked off a lot, honestly, already. Kyogre in top 8. Restricted. Oh, yes. Here we go. We did see a restrict get Oko, right? I think. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, keep... Uh-oh. Why is this not responding? Guys, my Chrome is not participating. I don't know what's happening. This page is just hung for some reason. What prompted the 6x6 bingo size? Everyone was giving in really good recommendations. So I was like, Did Groudon get intimidated? Yo, Chrome! What is going on? Is it just this page? Hello? I might have to reset Chrome. Wait, but what if I lose my bingo card? Top right corner. Oh, error notification. I can't even open it. Google, please. Hello? I'm clicking it. Dude, I pulled up Chase Libbert and it just blew up my Chrome. We had Groudon in the first round, and that one was Assault Vest. It was clear Ammuted in this last game, yes. Yeah, I'll take a screenshot. That's a good idea. Taking a screenshot on Drawion is actually kind of hilarious. Oh, now the music stopped. I think my Chrome is just, Yeah, I tried clicking. It's just unresponsive. I'm just going to close out everything. Hopefully the stream doesn't crash. End task. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second, folks. Don't worry, I screen capped the... Do you think if I restore it... Let's see. I guess pulling up Liquipedia blew up my computer. No! It's okay, I took a screenshot. Bingo. Drag and drop an image from your computer onto a square. Wait, what if we did bingoception and I have a bingo in each bingo? Wait, where's my picture? Bingo. Okay. Wait, how do I remove it? Oh, come on, let me get the music back. Elder Dance song. Elder Dance? Is this Dance of the Sacred Beasts? Alright, well, I think we're back. We're good. We're chilling, folks. Okay, what was I gonna do? Let's recreate it. It's okay, I'll just recreate it. We're chilling. I thought I lost it for a second. Anyway, guys, thanks for tuning in today. I'm curious, if you're watching today, how did you find out? Like, is it just because you opened YouTube and you saw that I was streaming? Did you see from X/Twitter? And yeah, those are all the questions I had. Okay, we're recreating it. Origin, pulse, miss. Oh, I need 6x6, right? Yeah. So, also, guys, for context, like, I really like host streaming because I love talking about the game. Wow, a lot of YouTube recs. Honestly, I'm really impressed YouTube pushes out my channel for live streams. Like, that's really cool. But I'm curious, if I did this for basically every event that I wasn't competing or playing in, how consistently would you tune in? Because I think it's, I was thinking about kind of how I want to keep being involved in VGC outside of what I already do. And I basically was at Toronto Regionals kind of for fun, and I didn't do very well. And I was like, well, I'd rather, if I'm going to pay money to go to an event, like, I can see my friends outside of tournaments. I want to go in with the mindset of trying to win rather than, or trying to do well. It's been a long time since I've won. And so I don't want to just, like, pay money to go to an event and then kind of just mess around. And if I'd rather actually stay home and co-stream, which is why I didn't book a ticket for San Antonio. Although Brendan's confidence with Kyogre actually almost made me book a ticket. Alright, so it's very good feedback, so thank you all very much. It's really fun to do this for the entire... I think, as someone who casts these games as well, it's just hard. I understand how tough downtime can be, so I think with the stream, we can just be more casual and do fun stuff, which is always awesome. And I think the stream has done a great job of trying to reduce, or, like, make things interesting between games, but you're still just limited by tech and whatnot. So yeah, thank you very much. Oh, hold on. I gotta change this text into black. You know that meme, it's like tap on the sign? Hold on, like, oh no, this isn't what I'm thinking about. Actually, I guess this is also applicable, but like, say the thing. Oh, say the line, Bart. Yeah. No, actually, this is probably more applicable for this situation. Maybe I should just make a meme and then have that as an image. Driftville City song. Someone said, what are my goals for this season? Like, my goal is to win Vancouver Regional, since I'm going to play in that. And, like, I have history there. I've gotten top 4 3 different times, 2 regionals in Worlds. Like, I want to win. But, nah. my goal is to just have a good run there. I think I'm gonna try hard for that, and whatever happens happens. But at least like we'll put in the time to prepare for it. Okay, let's finish this bingo from earlier. Tornadus changes the weather. Both casters. Oh, we need to replace the casters one because I won't have the audio. Double Starstorm. Terra Starstorm. Double fail. Restricted. Ditto. Feature. Percent mod usage on stream. Restricted has been brought. Double protect. Fake out into Ghost Terra. Groudon gets intimidated. Double Trick Room play. Protect in front. Oh man. Front of Urshifu. Arubega Miraidon. Debut player. Makes top 8. Double Pulse. P Blades miss. Crazy T1 Reed wins game. Sludge Bomb to Fairy Terra. Same lead from both sides. You know what? I'm putting a new one. Brendan Zhang, top 8. Arubega is the Japanese player that created the Worlds winning team that Luca Cherrybelly used to win Worlds. So basically saying we'll see the team that won Worlds. Okay, let's actually do better coloring and use green. What is my highest placement at a tournament? I've won 5 regionals. I've won US Nationals twice. I got top 4 at US Nationals in 2015, top 16 in 2013. Yeah, a lot of second, top 4, top 8, top 16 finishes at regionals. 3rd at Worlds, 8th at Worlds, 18th. Bunch of top 32 finishes at Worlds. Okay, someone give me a song rec in the chat. Calyrex Shadow Rider usage rate did fall off a little bit. Oh, I wanted to watch this. Wait, hold on. I heard they made a video about Aaron Trailer.
You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle. Absolutely. Guessing more plays a. Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. In every trainer's journey, luck plays a valuable role.
You're telling me!
What is luck? At its core, VGC is a game of risk management.
The double flinch rock slide.
Assessing when it's worth it to take a risk.
Wow, all the games they could have showed about luck, and there's no Rotom. That's crazy!
Knowing every turn
I got my
there's
voice
a
in there, I
chance
guess.
the game doesn't go your way. Commentator Adam Doricott had a favorite phrase that perfectly encapsulated luck in Pokemon. You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle. Adam believed that luck leads to opportunity, and that opportunity can make for some of the most iconic moments in competitive Pokemon.
To knock out the Landorus. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Kuno gets it.
Let's flash back to top 4 of the Salt Lake City Regional Championship.
Ah, should have been me up there with
This
Aaron.
the
I was
first
so
live
close,
event
but I
for
got
Pokemon
wrecked
in
by
over 2
Chongjun in
years.
top 8.
With
He was
a new
so
competitive
good.
format for the season and optimism all over the venue, Pokemon Sword and Shield was finally ready to take the spotlight. This was the first official.
Oh, they don't need to. Why are they showing it?
Format, which allowed 2 restricted Pokemon.
That match was so tilting too, because I think in game 2, like, I made the right adjustment, but I lost a 50-50, and there was something else. Whatever. Whatever, man. I'm over it. That team would have been so sick to win regionals with.
The powerhouse of the team. Aaron Trailer, the Dallas regional champion, with over a decade of experience in VGC, was always willing to go for the unconventional play, like Dynamaxing his whimsy.
That was such a sick play in that tournament.
To win.
Both of these trainers here in game
3. Only one, unfortunately, can move on to the finals, and one of these guys is not going to be able to realize that dream. In Game 3, with 3 Pokemon apiece, in a tale as old as time, Groudon versus
Oh, it's actually
Kyogre,
pretty fun that
the
they play this right
combination
after
of
Groudon
Sun
versus
and
Kyogre.
Gastrodon hindered Aaron's Kyogre game plan. Behemoth Blade, though, now into the Groudon. This is in the sun with the Salt Vest. It's not enough to take out the Groudon, so he will get 1 attack into Zacian, which will be enough to knock it out. Aaron is now down to his final 2 Pokemon here. After losing his Zacian, Aaron would rely on Kartana.
Kartania.
Dynamaxed in all 3 games to bring this game back to neutral. Kartana with the Max Airstream takes out Groudon, so now Joe has lost his Dynamax Pokemon. It is 2-2 right now.
Aaron is a
With
PhD.
Groudon knocked out, Aaron would need to KO Gastrodon if Kyogre had any chance of coming back in this game.
Aaron has to deal with the Gastrodon this turn.
Gastrodon is finally taken care of. He is down to his final Pokemon, the Pokemon that this team is really built around. Single target Water Spout, but it is in the sun, so it does not do a lot of damage. It's up to the Sacred Sword. It's Kartana, does take it out, and there it is. And it's down with this Kyogre, unfortunately, against Zacian. Aaron's chances of winning were incredibly low, but not 0. And as luck would have it, Kyogre bought in for a chance to win the raffle.
The Kyogre has to
Gotta go for double protect. He gets it. He gets the double protect. Aaron with a 30% chance protects his Kyogre, and the sun is gone.
Wait, double protect is 33, right? Like 1 in 3, not 30, not 3 out of 10.
And the single target Origin Pulse does connect.
Finally, something going right for the Kyogre. Does bring Zacian down to under half. You know another one will knock it out. Oh my goodness! The 10% chance comes true. Kyogre nimbly dodging the player up from the Zacian. Aaron played to his outs, no matter how unlikely. The odds of getting a double protect, Origin Pulse hit, and a play rough miss were less than 3%.
Wait, they're showing the math, but it's not right, right?
To cash in. But
Joe, you've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle.
You sure do, Adam, and I think Aaron agrees with us. Water Spout with all that HP. Zacian is down, and Aaron Trailer is moving on to the finals here in Salt Lake City. Kyogre wins the raffle, and Aaron Trailer proves that luck is a skill in VGC, so never give up as long as you have a chance.
What?
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. And we are here with Dr. Aaron Trailer, the star.
It is close,
of our
it is
latest
close,
Pokemon
yeah.
Championships history video. Kyogre wins the raffle. Aaron, it's been a couple of years since Salt Lake City 2022, but you know, I want to really get back into your mindset. You were the Dallas regional champion. It's the first live event after a couple of years away. Let's talk about how that worked out. What was your mindset in Salt Lake City 2022?
That's a great question. So it had been a little while prior, Dallas was in 2020, and then that event was in 2022. So I was just mostly happy to be playing Pokemon again there. I was with my friends. We were just excited to see each other for the first time in a couple of years. And then,
yeah, it's 1 in 3. I'm pretty sure. I was like, I'm not tripping, right?
I really liked, and I was really just happy about, that the weekend was lovely. And what I remember most from the weekend is the day after we went tubing, because it was Salt Lake City. We just went down the mountain in a tube a bunch of times. Yeah,
oh, yeah, you have to. It's Salt Lake, absolutely. So let's talk about that
Okay,
match.
guys,
You're facing Joe Ugarte, of the time regional champion. You're a regional champion as well. 2 of the best players in North America. This is top 4, so the winner moves on to the finals. Is there a lot of pressure in top 4? The fact that if you lose the tournament, it's over, or would it still be tough if you face Joe in round 5 just because you're both good players?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I really like the framing. Is there a lot of pressure in top 4? The answer is totally up to you and what you're feeling, right? I think you covered it well. If I come into the weekend expecting nothing, I'm in top 4, yeah, I'm gonna feel the pressure of the crowd, the stream, the casters, the moment, but also I'm just happy to be there, and I think that's what I felt in that moment, because it was the first tournament back in a while, and I had made an awesome run, and yeah.
And I think what's so cool about that moment, because not that people would forfeit or lock in the run and move on, but like I think most of the audience and maybe some players, if they're being honest, if they were in that perspective, would have felt like the game was over in that moment, and you needed so many things to go your way, starting with a double protect.
What player has the most regional finals? I mean, it's definitely Wolf.
I think most people,
because he's won 10 and he's lost 3. I think I beat him once, Riley beat him once, and Andrew Ding beat him once.
No matter how slight the chances were, moving on and winning,
it's like the players that have won the most regionals, all of them have also lost in regional finals before. Like Riley, Paul.
Anyone can win a Pokemon game 90% of the time.
It's them 3 and then
this,
me, but I'm kind of far behind them at this point.
But like anybody can win a Pokemon.
And I've lost 2
of the
myself.
time, but the level of mastery that you have to exert over the game to win 100% of the time is like, that's the lifetime to master part of VGC to me. And so
I agree, Aaron.
In that moment, I knew what I had to do. He knew what I had to do. The audience probably knew what I had to do, and it's all right there. But like, that's part of the game. I would be cheating myself if I didn't take that that path out of the game. And like, for example, like Joe put Play Rough on his team. That's variants that he introduced, not me. I think about that for Origin Pulse, for Hydro Pump. And so ultimately, like, Double Protect is.
Oh, really? And Sola, yeah, made a lot of 4
like
finals, maybe.
Games, I'd expect to see 1. Dodging a Play Rough is 1 out of 10, so 1 in 10 games, and then doing both is like 2 or 3 games out of 100. Like, I've played.
Night Arco, thanks for tuning in.
Before this regional, so I've seen so many like this. It's just part of the game, So like, it wasn't anything special. I was locked in, he was locked in, and I happened to, be on top.
I do think one of the fun moments about it with the crowd, because that's our first event back at live events, and we're all still kind of timid.
Oh, round 4 has begun. Okay, we'll come back to this.
Such a cool team. We saw Oliver Escalade
Oh!
second in Birmingham last weekend. There were also a couple of top placements from other notable players, with the Iron Jugulus in particular, with Kyogre.
Wait, who do we have?
That being said,
Oh my god, it's Chase! Aaron Grubbs, by the way, is also like a OG VGC player. Wait, where did my border go for my webcam? Come back. I miss you. Great.
We will be watching.
Joe has a lot of seconds, yeah. That's also true. And a couple of wins. Whoa! Okay. This is Chase is definitely working with Riley, because Riley loves this core. I actually lost against this at Worlds just without Ursa, but it was the bottom 4 that knocked me out.
Different.
In particular, with or Shifu Rapid Strike.
I'm surprised. It's cool that Cedric opted for Jugulus. I wonder if he talked to Brendan at all. Let's get some battle music on. Pokemon XD battle music. What do we got? Okay. Oop. Okay. Yeah. So this is what Riley Factura brought to Worlds, and it's similar to the team that won Worlds, but instead of, like Fire Pond, you have Incineroar. You've got the Mystic Water instead of Sash on Urshifu. Ghost Terra Miraidon. This is what knocked me out, because as a Zamazenta player, it was really scary. And the Iron Crown is really interesting because with Quark Drive, like, you do a lot of damage across a lot of different things, right? Ground Terra, Terra Blast, valuable into Miraidon, Incineroar, Tachyon Cutter, and Psyshock. Just really good coverage across the board. If you want to click ahead to be on time with the stream, you click the button that says live. Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, I'm clicking it. What's doing it? I normally just refresh it, and I think it gets it. Music's kind of loud. Okay, we can lower it. Okay. Yeah, Ursaluna outside of Trick Room is really interesting. So, eager to see the approach here. But this is a wait, did they may have played each other at US Nationals in 2016, cuz Chase won US Nationals that year, and Cedric, I think, got top 8 that year. That would be crazy if that were the case. Okay, it's just Ursh Kyogre immediately, looking to push the pressure in terms of damage. So you're obviously vulnerable to Fake Out right now. If you're Chase, you could actually Fake Out into Urshifu and just Surging Strikes, but he could Ghost Terra with Urshifu, so Chase might be worried about the Ghost Terra coming out. Too low now? Oh my gosh. Well, I'll adjust it after this game. So yeah, Cedric's like decision here is like, I'm just gonna push the tempo. Chase has a lot of different things to respect. Ghost Terra on Urshifu, as well as Kyogre switching out into Amoonguss. One of the ways that players actually handle Kyogre is to straight up use Urshifu and just Surging Strikes into it, because with Rain, Mystic Water, and or Water Terra, it's a lot of multipliers on top. Oh, you can't hear the music now at all. Okay. No Terra, no Fake Out. But I'd like the Dragon Terra here. Covers for Kyogre's damage output. Strikes comes out. Yep. Look how much damage Kyogre takes from this. It's literally going to do over 50%. Like, what the heck? Alright, thanks guys for helping me adjust the music. That's great. Okay, so Kyogre takes over half already, but Cedric might be... Oh, the Origin Pulse miss already. I don't know if Ursh would have gotten KO'd by that. I think it would have been very close. But it's not a survival you want to see. The Chase now can bring in Whimsicott. It's probably Whims Miraidon in the back. If you have Whims, you can just Tailwind Strikes. Do I ever think it'd be feasible for VGC events to stream 2 games each round? They actually tried doing that many, many years ago in like 2016, 2017, but there's just like, it's possible logistically. The problem is it creates a lot more, it like requires a lot more resources, and like a lot of the times by the time the first game ended, the second game would also have ended. Like it was very rare that like the first game ended and the second game would actually still be playing as well, and it just, yeah, requires more work. So it's possible, but yeah, the downtime can really range. Oh, this is interesting. It's a Urshifu pivot into Amoonguss rather than Kyogre pivot into Amoonguss. It might be a read, right? Like, if you are Cedric, you're like, okay, I don't think he's just going to Surging Strikes Kyogre. It's so obvious for me to switch into Rilla or Amoonguss right now. All right, let's see. Because if it's just Tailwind and Surging Strikes here into Kyogre, I think Chase is in decent shape. So where does the Surging Strikes go? Did Trace try to get fancy here? Nope. Just targets down Kyogre. Okay. Yeah, in my ideal world, like, there'd be a couple of setups where games could be recorded locally, and then after the stream is over, or sorry, after the stream game is over, like, you could show games that have been played off stream. That would be my dream. But anyway, so Amoonguss hits the field. It's got good redirection. The thing to note is that Urshifu on the opposing side is Grass Terra, and Cedric now does get a lot of offense out, right? Terra's already been committed on the other end, so it's not even relevant here. Someone said now the music is too loud and too quiet. I'm not really sure how I can fix that problem, Josh. You tell me, man. I'm sorry. I assume it's a joke, but if not, then please let me know what I can do. Anyway, in this position, I think Chase is basically trying to get his Miraidon out. Once Miraidon hits the field, it should be able to just one-shot everything, but it's... So this is interesting because Rilla hits the field right now, so... If Miraidon hits the field after this turn, Cedric's going to be in a little tricky position. But there's no Rage Powder from Amoonguss, so this might just be... Okay, a double up, yeah. Oh, I think Rilla fainting there would be game over immediately with Miraidon in the back, but it does hang on. And this is a knockout. It's not a knockout? Oh, it's Sash. I was like, what? Toller Webb, who I totally agree with, says, with the AV Dragon incident, it feels like Chase's matchup is really crushing here more so than typical Miraidon. Yeah, I think the Dragon Terra is just so safe with it on turn 1 that you're able to pivot out so freely. This is how I lost to Riley at Worlds, actually. He brought Dragon Terra instant out against me and was using it to pivot out his Urshifu and Miraidon in and out with U-turn. I am too used to Covert Cloak on Whims, yeah. This is the exact trio that or exact core that I lost against at Worlds. And, you know, it's effective. It's strong. So Ursh pivots out now. Chase really wants to just get one more knockout right now. So he's going to bring out that Miraidon. And if you knock out the Rillaboom here, like, the only response Cedric really has to this is Rage Powder U-turn, right? But Wims actually just decides to protect. Okay. Riley owned you. You didn't even watch the battle, dog. How do you know what happened? Sludge Bomb comes out. Minimal damage. Yeah, Miraidon's just perfectly positioned now. The thing is, even if Rillaboom had pivoted out there, then you're stuck on the field with Scarf, Ursh. Like, Ursh being Scarf and not being able to protect against Tailwind is really tough here. What do you do if you're Cedric right now? You need to stall out Tailwind and get Ursh out under Tailwind. Let's see. Like, I think you could just Moonblast Draco here, personally. And then just pivot Miraidon out and back in. I think Cedric needs to make sure a second Tailwind doesn't go up. Instant hits the field. It's Volt Switch. Yeah, I mean, Volt Switch is always safe there. You get the knockout that you need. So now you just go up. 4-2. Amoonguss just really cannot do very much right now. Like, you're seeing the strength of Electric Train plus the Focus Sash on Whimsicott. And now you just pressure with Fake Out with Instant. I guess this turn is interesting because, like, you would have preferred Miraidon to actually be out on the field. Yeah, Wims has Protect over Encore. Yep. Rain ends, but Tailwind ends. And Cedric not knocking out Whimsicott as it came in means that you just get a second Tailwind up. And Miraidon is just so strong right now, so... You can just Fake Out Tailwind here. How does Cedric get out of this? He didn't Terra in this game. He hasn't Terra'd yet. But the problem is, like, once another Tailwind goes up, your Urshifu just... Everything gets blown up by Miraidon. Rillaboom fainting before Miraidon has been dealt with is really bad for Cedric, in my opinion. I think Cedric giving up Kyogre and... Yeah, just letting it go down to 2 Surging Strikes was probably one of the bigger downfalls in this game. Tailwind... Sludge Bomb. It is Ghost Terra Miraidon, not that it's relevant in this game. But I think Miraidon can just come out and click Draco Meteor into the Urshifu slot. I don't see any... Like, the only risk is missing, obviously. Oh, wait, it's Fairy Terra and Amoonguss. Wait, this game actually is not 100% over because of Fairy Terra. Hold on. That's actually really interesting. But Ursh is locked into close combat, right? So, yeah, Draco is actually not a safe play at all because of Fairy Terra. So, this turn, Cedric has to decide, do I Fairy Terra and rip it? Chase could obviously Volt Switch out. Protect close combat. Yeah, I think Electro Drift is more consistent. Oh, he has Discharge. Okay, with Discharge, then, yeah, that's a guaranteed win for sure. There's no way Ursh is ever surviving that. Wait, what is his moveset? What did he drop? Yeah, you're right, there's no Draco Meteor. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, and then there's, like, Discharge was a guaranteed win there. So it was a very safe setup. There's no way Amoonguss can handle all of this. Yeah, no Gleam, which makes sense. But dropping Dragon Draco Meteor for Dragon Pulse is really funny to me. Because Draco is so strong. So, 2 different moves on Mirai. I mean, you have got Discharge as well as Dragon Pulse. Instant gets parried, but... You know, Amogus actually still does damage across the board. It does get the poison as well, but I don't think you ever not ever knocking out the instant, but it takes too many turns. And then Riley can just pivot the Miraidon back in and then click Electro Drift a couple times. Yeah. I think one thing that Chase did exceptionally well in this game, by the way, was like get multiple turns or like set up Tailwind twice and get Electric Terrain up twice, which is really impressive. But for context, so this team is built by Riley Factura, who hates using moves that can miss. And so he has 100% accurate moves basically on everything. And giving up Draco Meteor is actually a really big deal, but it means that you just play with Miraidon slightly differently than going for these huge knockouts. Oh, another para. But yeah, I just don't think you're ever beating the Miraidon. Electro Drift should be a 2-hit knockout, and you can't put the Miraidon to sleep. So, what went wrong for Cedric in this game? I think the lead from Chase was really good. Instant Ursh, so good into Kyogre. So, Amoonguss as a switch-in on turn 1 would have been really big to just take that Surging Strikes, I think. Yeah, Miraidon's never going to lose this endgame, so Cedric's just taking his time to think about what to do for game 2. I think the Miraidon having Discharge is really scary as well, right? Like, it means that you can't just protect Urshifu with Rage Powder. So I think Cedric's probably going back to the drawing board and thinking, okay, what do I want to do against Incin plus Urshifu specifically? I think an Amoonguss switch in turn 1 could work. I think what's tricky is Cedric probably feels like he needs all 4 of these Pokemon for the Miraidon matchup. Jugulis is very, very bad here because it just, like, really hard loses into Wims plus Miraidon, and you don't want to give up any of these up. And then Incin doesn't feel great when your opponent is Mystic Water, Ursh, as well as a Miraidon, right? So then if we're assuming we're going to go with the same 4 Pokemon, then the question is, what's the adjustment, right? Because, like, the Fake Out turn 1 plus Surging Strikes is really scary. You could go something like Rilla Kyogre, which pressures with your own Fake Out, and then Kyogre could even maybe set up an Origin Pulse. Rillaboom also puts on pressure into the Urshifu. But I think you cannot let that Urshifu get as many Surging Strikes off, and also, like, Tailwind was a really big deal on Chase's end, so... Let's see. Ooh, Sit a Dark Isle. Is there a world where you drop Kyogre? Oof. The question is, what are you bringing over it? Because it would mean you're bringing Incineroar or Jugulis over it. I think Kyogre is just... I guess it's interesting because it does actually enable Chase's Ursh. So one thing you could do if you're Cedric is put Kyogre in the back and lead like Rilla Ursh, Rilla Amoonguss, and not make the Urshifu as strong here. Because I do think one of the downfalls of Chase's team is not having Protect on like Incin or Miraidon, and that's something that you can take advantage of. So let's see. You don't understand why people are timer stall to think for the next match only to forfeit the next turn? I mean, you're taking as much time as possible, right? Like, you know the game is gonna end. Like, if you feel like you already have come up with a game plan and you don't need 45 extra seconds to think and you want to just get into the game to prevent your opponent from having more time to think, then it makes sense. Sometimes it's like, well, I've thought through everything. I already know what my game plan is. So, like, let me make sure I get to that point where I know the game plan is, and then I'm ready to play. But yeah, okay, I think going into game 2, if you're Cedric, maybe Kyogre in the back. But no Ursh lead here. It is Rilla Kyogre. Yeah, that was one of the leads that I was talking about. All right. So I think this is more favorable for Cedric. One of the things is Chase's team does not have that Farigiraf that you normally see on these comps. So you do have a pretty free Fake Out into it right now. But Miraidon is Terra. if Cedric goes for this and Chase just goes Tailwind, Electro Drift into Kyogre, that would actually be insane. Like, it would just win the game, but he doesn't Terra. Okay. Right on flinches. And because this Whimsicott doesn't have Encore, it actually could have been an opportunity for Kyogre to Calm Mind there. But Origin Pulse there is to, you know, in case Miraidon decides it wants to just pivot out into Incin. So this is a much better start for Cedric than the previous game, I would say. Grass Terra, Calm Mind here. I like it. I think that's really solid. Cedric has to keep in mind that he has limited turns of rain, but +1 Ice Beams should get knockouts onto a lot in this matchup. Oh, it has Encore on Whims? Never mind. He can't Calm Mind. I thought it didn't have Encore. It's no Light Screen. That's right. Okay, yes, he definitely can't Calm Mind. Okay. The question here, I think Miraidon has... yeah, it is Encore Kyogre. Or sorry, Encore Whims. My bad. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to screenshot the open team sheets. I think this, like, it's so much harder to keep note of everything when you don't have the sheets in front of you. So I'm going to screenshot them as we... in the future games. Light Screen is not just for the Miraidon mirror match. It's really good in a Shadow Rider, Terapagos, Kyogre. Like, just... it is so good into so many teams. But since Chase's team doesn't have Farigiraf, you don't block the fake outs, and so Sage Protect is way more necessary. Just goes for Origin. That's a lot of damage. Oh my gosh. I mean, this is why Brendan believes in Kyogre. It's like even a non-boosted Kyogre does so much. I think this is a really, really good adjustment by Cedric. Yeah, Real Light Kyogre was one of the leads I talked about. And then I think now the Kyogre is so much better protected, right? You have Rage Powder. The thing is, Urshifu here could Grass Terra. But if you're Grass Terraing, you're not knocking out Kyogre anyway. Like, yeah, maybe you get a Surging Strikes off into a close combat, but do you even want to do that when Amoonguss is out on the field? One thing that Cedric did exceptionally well in this game was get Amoonguss out at just the right time, right? Pivoting out when Urshifu hits the field is absolutely huge. So... Chase right now is actually in a really tricky spot, I think, because he doesn't have very many answers for this Amoonguss specifically. And one of the reasons why you're seeing a lot of VGC veterans like Brendan and Cedric use this kind of composition is because it allows for so much pivoting and switching. And Brendan got really unlucky in that last match we covered, and it was still fine, right? Like, he still won. I think Kyogre, you know, one of the principles Brendan says is, yes, you can miss Origin Pulse, but it's pretty rare that you actually just lose the game from an Origin Pulse miss because you have so much recovery, right? You have so much support. Double Fake Out support, Grassy Terrain, Amoonguss, Rage Powder, Pollen Puff. Or no Pollen Puff, sorry. But Grassy Terrain and Leftovers is a nasty combo. Yeah, so there's the Grass Terra. Basically, Cedric recognizes, okay, you are going to just try to go all in on Kyogre right now. Oh my gosh, Rilla survives that. I actually didn't think it would take as much damage as it did, but this is a huge turn for Cedric then. And gets the Grass Terra bait out, which should put Kyogre in a very winning position at this point. So I think we're going to go to game 3 personally, but let's see. Chase, I think... there are a bunch of things he could have done. He actually could have taken a crazy risk and just straight up Electro Drifted on turn 1. He didn't Ghost Terra either, but it makes sense because Dragon Terra on Incin and the Grass Terra on Urshifu feel really important. But in the end, like, his Miraidon just was not able to put in a lot of work, right? Like, yes, it hits the field now, but now you're just vulnerable to, say, Fake Out. I guess this turn is interesting. You Fake Out, what do you want to do with Amoonguss? Yeah, I think you could always Fake Out, switch Amoonguss out into Kyogre. You could also just Sludge Bomb here. Because there's no more Ghost Terra available. So Fake Out into Miraidon's always free. The thing you have to be worried about if you're Cedric is Whimsicott protecting here. And then the next turn, there's Moonblast Draco Meteor potential. I think, like, the main thing is Cedric, ideally, he doesn't want to lose 2 Pokemon too quickly, because if you do that, then it actually creates an easier endgame for Miraidon. So something like Protect Sack or Protect Switch or Fake Out Switch. But he's actually opting for the U-turn here. Okay. Miraidon does get a free knockout here. Okay, so it pivots. So that could have been a Rage Powder turn. Instant does hit the field, so now there is Fake Out pressure next turn. I don't think Chase is out of this quite yet. Moonblast. Oh, special attack drop, okay. But this should KO Wims, yeah. The problem, I guess, from Rhydon now is that you have to lock into a move, and your terrain is also slowly expiring. So I think Kyogre makes sense here, and then you just double protect to scout out for what Miraidon locks into, and then just go for Rage Powder plus Origin Pulse. So I think Chase should have this one. Or sorry, Cedric should have this one. I would just double protect here personally. But I guess, yeah, how many turns of Rain are left? Like, that might be the only reason you wouldn't want to, but I think, like, one of the pitfalls of Specs Miraidon is being vulnerable to double protect. Normally, teams take advantage of this in the early game, where they say, okay, if you double protect in front of my Miraidon lead, I can pivot in Whimsicott and just Encore you next turn, but Whimsicott's already KO'd. So, there's very little downside, basically, to this. Do you think the restricted Pokemon a player uses to an extent influences their playstyle? It's an interesting question. I'd say, like, the restricted, you might feel the need to play risky, but, like, Miraidon actually often isn't risky in a lot of early, like, people will Volt Switch often, right? I think what I'll say is people will know when to play risky and when not to play risky. Like, I've had players who, normally when people use Miraidon, they'll often Volt Switch on turn 1 when they're worried about Rillaboom coming in, but they might just, you know, Electro Drift the Zamazenta, like in Dragon Terror, or even Draco Meteor Dazzling Gleam it. But, yeah, I think it, like, if a good Miraidon player knows when to execute their risk and knows when not to. Miraidon's, like, frail, but it's not actually getting one-shot by most moves in this format. Like, even with no bulk, it actually can still, it's, like, it's very rare you're getting one-shot. Restricteds in average just have, like, pretty good bulk across the board, generally. So, yeah. This game felt like it was in Cedric's control the entire game. Like, and to me, like, it basically felt, I wouldn't say over, but how much does this even do? Oh, that actually almost KO'd. Whoa. That's pretty impressive. But with Urshi's the last one, yeah, there's never any shot anyway. Urshifu, my beloved. And, you know, Cedric knows has this game won, but now he's probably thinking about a game plan going into game 3, because I think Rilla Kyogre was a pretty big adjustment on his end rather than Ursh Kyogre. He's led Kyogre both games, and so Chase probably is going to think a little bit about that and index on that. I think Ursaluna, I don't know, that probably doesn't ever come out in this matchup. So then it's, do you want to bring Iron Crown in? I don't love that pick either, honestly. So it might just be a run back with the same Pokemon, but, you know, Chase's lead was completely different in this game, so. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, thank you. Yes, I was muted. It was all a ploy to drive engagement. No, just kidding. Anyway, so I think this is interesting. We see new adjustments again. It's the Amoonguss being led, and then the Iron Crown hits the field. I was not sure. I didn't think Chase would actually bring it in the matchup. So double protect here, you like can generally go for this because you have Encore pressure with Whimsicott, so you don't have to worry as much about a Calm Mind. But it's just going to be Origin Pulse. I think Chase wanting to scout out for a Protect or a Terra on Amoonguss, and neither come out, which is a big deal. Okay. So I think Cedric probably gets the better end of this trade on turn 1, and yeah, now the question is, do you want a Terra? Do you even feint to Iron Crown? Because if you don't, and I have no idea what the Iron Crown calc into Amoonguss is here, but if you don't, and you get a, Sludge Bomb off or a Spore off, it's a big deal. But let's see. Cedric holding on to his Terra in itself, which is a big deal. Does Cedric know his damage calcs against Iron Crown? That's the other question. You can see he really wants to just go for that Sludge Bomb. This is an opportunity to just knock out the Whimsicott right now. And he goes for a no Terra. Ooh! It's just Moonblast. Oh, he reads Amoonguss Protect Terra. Neither happened. Oh my god! What a crazy start to this game. The crit happens, but it still doesn't knock out Kyogre. Chase reads into Amoonguss Protector Terra. Cedric doesn't go for it. Just says, you know what? You gotta respect this, and I'm gonna take advantage of it. Kyogre lives on 1 HP. What? Yeah, there's the invisible sash. Check it off. Cedric's willingness to lean into aggression here and say, like, Crown was brought into this matchup to deal with Amoonguss, and Chase is like, or Cedric's like, okay, go for it. You still have to be careful though, right? Like, Urshifu in the Rain plus Iron Crown has a lot of offense right now, so yeah, Cedric has survived longer with Amoonguss than I would have expected, but at the same time, it's not like it's a clearly one game by any means, because the Crown adjustment being able to pressure Amoonguss I think was actually really, really smart here. It just so happens that Cedric made a really nice play in both games, or both turns, and just didn't Terra or Protect. A really, really impressive play. And now the thing is, you're probably in Chase's head a little bit, right? It's like, I think here you could just go for the pretty safe target into Amoonguss with Crown and then surging into Kyogre. Yeah. So you knock out the Kyogre. I love the Crown adjustment by Chase, though. I wasn't thinking about how it can actually one-shot Amoonguss, and should have thought about that a little bit more. Because it means you drop Incineroar, and Dragon Terra Instant felt really strong that first game. But the problem is you're mainly using it for pivoting, right? You're using it to get a U-turn off, maybe get a knockoff off. Whereas Crown offers a lot more offense. I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, now, however, Ursh has hit the field, and you have redirection support. Since Amoonguss protected, you can now Terra Amoonguss and Rage Powder. You also couldn't just choose to not Terra. Wait, was Tailwind set up from the opposing end? Because if there's no Tailwind, then you just outpace the Crown. Oh, we can check off Protect in front of an Ursh. Although the Protect there made sense because Ursh isn't gonna hurt the Amoonguss anyway. So, but that one gets checked off bingo. Rage Powder. Yeah, with no, I think not setting up Tailwind was actually really, really bad for Chase here because Ursh just gets this free knockout. I think this game is just over, honestly. Isn't Aqua Jet in the Rain KOing Crown? Yes, but close combat is just better since you're faster there, and it covers for Miraidon switching in as well. Chase also could have Grass Terra'd his Ursh there, but not going for it. Man, if he had Grass Terra'd and he actually got that close combat knockout in return, that could have been a difference maker here. But the problem is now Miraidon just hits the field. You can't discharge if you're Chase. Yeah, and Rillaboom just gets... I think this is over, honestly. I guess it's not 100% done, but like, what's the downside of switching Rilla, protect this turn, and then fake out Spore next turn? Or just Spore this turn. Yeah, I think Cedric, I think Chase actually made the right adjustment here, but you're just seeing Cedric having, like, been like, you know what? Like, there's no way you think I'm just gonna let you, you know, Psyshock me for free. Certainly you think I'm gonna protect Rotera, and he just plays more aggressively with Amoonguss, and it pays off so well in this game. Like, I honestly think all 3 sets so far have been decided by Amoonguss. Like, I think Amoonguss is definitely my early MVP of this tournament because it has been the #1 reason for a win in all of the matches so far. Yeah, I agree. Not having Draco makes this over. Because look how... Ooh, that actually did do a little bit more than expected. Hold on. But you didn't double up into it. Like, this is where if you had Draco, you at least get the one-shot onto Amoonguss. And even a -2 Draco is still doing good damage. But now Spore just gets to come out. That was a lot of good damage there. If Amoonguss actually fainted from Dragon Pulse, like, I think it'd be a different game. But let's see. How do you close this up if you're Cedric? You now have fake out pressure. But Ursh could obviously protect if you are Chase. So you could fake out. Amoonguss could sludge bomb into Ursh, or you could just switch out into Ursh. Yeah, I think I like this. I think this is always fine. Yeah, fake out switch. And then with Choice Scarf, you close combat one-shot the opposing Urshifu. And Miraidon, like, will be able to knock out 3 Pokemon then is the question, right? Is there any world in which Miraidon can still pull this off? Because you have a guaranteed knockout into Urshifu here with close combat right now, right? But then Miraidon could get the Wake Up and then Dragon Pulse you in return. So then it's can Rillaboom plus Amoonguss beat Miraidon? And I think the answer is yes, because then your Amoonguss would just be able to Spore the Miraidon again. But if you don't get a close combat off into Miraidon, like, then you're using Woodhammer and Sludge Bomb. Oh, actually, no, there's Fairy Terra Amoonguss in the back. So if you knock out Urshifu, Fairy Terra Amoonguss always wins, right? Because he's locked into D-Pulse. So I think here you can just knock out Urshifu and then Amoonguss wins the 1v1 against Miraidon. I'm pretty sure. But I think if there was no Terra available on Cedric's then, I actually think Chase could actually still have a chance of winning. A U-turn also works here. Oh, that just one-shots, jeez. I think there was a lot of different ways you could have closed this out, but because it is Fairy Terra on Amoonguss, right? Does anyone remember? Because with Fairy Terra, I think you just always win. Yeah, it is Fairy. Okay. Drum Beating is for speed control, so you drop your opponent's speed and then Kyogre outpaces. Miraidon just managed to wake up here. So it did get that D-Pulse off. Wait, so this is why I actually would have liked close combat more? I think it doesn't end up making a difference. Oh, because he U-turn. Yeah, now you just fake out close combat. Yeah. I was just curious if U-turn would actually avoid, like, was there any way for it to not knock out Urshifu? Anyway, I think this was a really cool set because you saw the right adjustments from both players. Like, I think Chase going with Crown was absolutely the right move, but Cedric just, like, hard called him out and said, you are not going to Psyshock me. And even with, the double on a Kyogre, I think that play works off better if you actually get the knockout onto it. But anyway, what Chase was expecting is like, okay, if Amoonguss protects here, you're not going to get a knockout with Kyogre, so then I get a ton of damage onto your Kyogre, enough where in the subsequent turn, I pressure so hard. So Cedric, even though, like, he recognized, like, Crown is on the opposing side, I got to play a little bit risky, because I think that Chase is ahead. Do you think the Game 1 forfeit is justified? The odds are low, but... also, what's up, man? Good to see you here. The odds are low, but Sludge Bomb Poison into Para into Double Tech into Para 1 since E-Drift gives helmet damage. I actually don't remember the end of Game 1. That's a good point. Let's see. If there's any chance of winning, then I don't think it's worth it. Para here. Let's see. Tailwind Peter's out. Mirai. So in this spot, right? Sludge Bomb Poison into Para. Yeah, because he still had Terra available. He just protects. Electro Drift. Yeah, you survive. Sludge Bomb Poison into Para into double protect into Para. But you wouldn't knock out the Miraidon quickly enough here, right? Because isn't E-Drift still a 2-hit knockout onto Amoonguss? Also, I need to change this song. It's been looping way too much. How many turns of terrain were left? Oh, it just got reset. So I think Drift is always a 2-hit KO here, right? So even... I mean, if you Sludge Bomb crit Poison into double protect... I guess it was worth playing out for one more turn in this spot, I think. Like, the only... I can think of... but even crit Poison, like, probably doesn't do enough to this, and you would need a lot more protects, but at least it's still a not 0% chance. I think, yeah, the way in which you lose, this loses is crit Poison, boom, full para, protect, and this, like, eventually faints from Poison. But I assume Drift is still a 2-shot on Amoonguss there.
It's half empty kind of thing. Like if you're running Kyogre in Regulation G, it needs to be Terra Grass. If you're running Kyogre in Regulation G, it needs to be Terra Grass. You need to have Rillaboom and Amoonguss with it so that you can play Miraidon teams. But you're also a Kyogre, you also have a Rillaboom, and you also have an Amoonguss, which they're good Pokemon.
Yeah.
That's just how they are.
Yeah, you're just running good Pokemon at that point.
Exactly, and we've seen time and time again, you know, Wolf Glick mentioned this on his media recently, that you run good Pokemon, you're going to do well.
Yeah, it turns out the good Pokemon are good Pokemon for a reason.
Exactly, and I think that's something so important to keep in mind in Regulation G in particular, when you can only have one restricted.
Surely, oh, Helmet. I see, you're factoring the Helmet damage. Yeah, that's a good point. Then probably, yeah, I think probably not worth forfeiting there.
Absolutely.
I think he
well, let's go ahead
like I
and
wasn't thinking about helmet damage there, and so he was probably thinking, oh, there's no way like there's I can ever knock out the Amoonguss. But I think you're right. I think given the fact there was even a less than any non-0% probability there, it's worth playing out.
Very tight match. How are you feeling? Were you sweating up there? I was nervous just watching.
Yeah, it was definitely a nerve-wracking set. After game 1, I missed the Origin Pulse on the Urshifu, which of course happens, you know, inaccurate move. I think that would have knocked out, and it would have been a decently playable position, but once it didn't, I was really just clawing for, like, some good luck. Didn't get it, and then game 2 and game 3 I had to lock in and make something happen.
Yeah, now, this matchup in particular, you know,
let's see the pairings.
A simple person like myself might see Kyogre versus Miraidon and be like, uh-oh, we're in
Do I have a
trouble.
favorite person to cast with? No, I love casting with everyone.
You know,
it's like some of the people I've casted with are like my longtime friends, so you know, people that I've. But I think everyone that I've worked with is fantastic. So
into Chase's Miraidon in this match.
So I think the presence of Rillaboom and Amoonguss is, of course, very important. Amoonguss be able to redirect any single target attacks, force it to go for discharges, which it doesn't love doing anyways because I have Terra Grass on Kyogre. But I think the unsung
has Calm Mind seen any use on Miraidon this go around? No. Its bulk is probably underappreciated, but the thing is, Miraidon is such a nuke. Like, when you're using Calm Mind, you're probably using Protect. You're probably using Electro Drift, and then you're probably using something like Dragon Pulse. I've seen Parabolic Charge being used, but like, I think Miraidon, like, it's definitely underexplored, but Miraidon being as explosive as it is just so strong. Like, Miraidon really likes switching out to vie for positioning, and if you're using Calm Mind on Miraidon, it's going to stay on the field for like the entire game. And Amoonguss is also really good with Calm Mind setup. And with Miraidon, you have counter synergy there, right? Like, a lot of the things that do well with Calm Mind setup include Fake Out, so like Rilla and Amoonguss, and both of those actually don't love being paired with Miraidon specifically because of the counter synergy.
Miraidon matchups, Chase has a slow Assault Vest U-turn.
Cedric is Talon VGC, yes.
Incineroar,
yes,
which was very useful in the first game. I definitely couldn't.
Do I think VGC would be improved or ruined by making it so that every Pokemon could use Protect as a 5th move? I personally like that that's not an option. I don't know if it'd be ruined. It's hard to say. I wouldn't say ruined. I don't think I would like it because I think one of the things is figuring out when you can slot Protect onto a Pokemon. It also inherently makes items like Assault Vest weaker, right? Because you just can't run it.
Hard to say. I think there's a lot of.
I think like one thing I like about Pokemon is decision choice, and figuring out whether or not you can fit Protect onto a Pokemon is, I think, a skill in team building in itself.
You know, the end result, you ended up winning the match anyway, right? So even if you have improvements to look back on the stream match, it's still good to know that you came away.
Why did I bring Zamazenta to Worlds? I thought I had the most neutral matchups across the board, and I thought, like, hey, if I just play well and I have a team that doesn't auto lose to anything, I should be in great shape. But Dondozo picked up before Worlds, and I lost against Dozo is in one of my losses. I lost against the team that we just saw on stream, and his version was just way harder for my Zama team that I brought to deal with. And then I think one of the loss that was most preventable was against Lunala. But he had, it was a Ghost Terror Instant with Will-O-Wisp, and I just blundered a little bit.
Years and years of personal history, just talking to each other at events, but also I've played Chase at events before.
Do I think next gen some moves get an accuracy boost like Precipice Blades? I love that. I think Origin Pulse and Precipice Blades, like if you just like, I don't even know if you need to, like, I think Origin Pulse decreasing the base power of it feels fair because otherwise it's just so strong in rain. But I would, if I were to buff it, I would increase the accuracy to 100 for both and then decrease Origin Pulse's base power by a bit.
Championship a few years ago. Is there more pressure trying to win here in San Antonio than?
Is there a number one restricted? I would say it depends on what you're looking for. If you want something that's really explosive and has a lot of damage, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Miraidon are really good. If you like playing slower Trick Room teams, Ice Rider is really good. Zamazenta, I think, is kind of a fair neutral Pokemon to use. Kyogre, I think, it's pretty skill intensive, I'd say. Like, these Kyogre teams that we're seeing doing really well on stream, I don't think are the easiest to pick up because it requires a lot of positioning. And you can miss as well. So I probably wouldn't wreck Kyogre or Groudon. Hyper Offense Kyogre I'd probably lean more towards because I think that's easier for beginners. But I don't think there's a number one restricted. I think there's 6 or 7 that are really good, and you want to pick one that fits your playstyle. But I'd say probably Miraidon or the Calyrexes as a starting point.
I mentioned him like a couple stream matches, maybe like a year ago. But yeah, shout out to them. Definitely my rocks. And yeah.
Do I think Landorus can make a comeback with all the grass types of Miraidon? I mean, Landorus got second at Worlds, so yeah, Landorus Incarnate for sure. Yeah, it got second at Worlds, top 8 at Worlds. Like, this is a legit Pokemon.
So Evan and Gabby, take it away.
We're into the next match already? Oh, wow.
So Cedric's got to get into game just like we do.
Oh my god, Brendan Zhang is playing Michael Zhang? Holy.
One of the great players at explaining his decisions, and has been here since the juniors division, and it's always incredible. Since I've been playing since 2010. Like, I know you have too. It's so crazy to like see.
Would I like a nerf on Urshifu? Either remove the crit part or the protect part, or I'd say if you can attack through protect, just reduce the damage it can do. That's how I would actually probably nerf it. Do I think Mewtwo will ever be good? They got to do a lot to make that Pokemon better, man. Give it like a broken ability. That's what I want on it.
Take a quick break before we are back with round 5 here at the San Antonio Regional Championships. So please stay tuned, everybody.
You're using one of the Kyogre teams because it's easy to build. That makes sense. Yeah. Oh, Geo video. Nice. All right, let's get some more music going on. Pokemon, what do I want? Mystery Dungeon. Yeah. Yeah. Music. Full OST is 6 hours of music from this game. That's nuts. Oh, how would I fix Dialga and Palkia? These are all really good questions. Give them better signature moves. I think like one of the biggest strengths of the best restricteds is that they all get really powerful restricteds. Really powerful moves, right? Like Astral Barrage, Glacial Lance. What does Dialga get? Roar of freaking Time, man? Like, this move is like, it's just bad. Like, it's just so bad. What do we recharge? Like, the fact that you see Dialga being used and people use like Draco Meteor or Dragon Pulse instead of Roar of Time, like, come on. You know what? I would just be like 100%, and you either get a special attack boost, so you can, it's like, but you charge, or it's just base 150, no drawback. Yeah, it's just so sad. And Spatial Rend, like, yeah, what's the base power of Spatial Rend? Let's see. Base 100? Like, you're telling me Calyrex, Shadow Rider? Okay, let's see. Astral Barrage. Oh, I just clicked the move. Oh, this gets a base 120 move that hits both Pokemon, and it can't miss. And Palkia gets a move that can miss? Ah, man. I don't... No. Just make these signature moves a little bit stronger at least. Like, this is such a, like, stupid side effect. Okay, not stupid. Sorry, that's mean. I don't know. But, like... That's not exciting, you know? Like, this is only cool if you find some, like, crit strategy to work around, but no one's ever using that on Palkia. A dragon type move that sets up Trick Room? That's great. I love that. I don't know. It just feels so... It's the Gen 4 mons, man. Yo, I used Dialga Abomasnow in 2010. Oh. I wonder if you can find those games. They're definitely somewhere on YouTube. Like, regionals games from 2010. All right, let's see who's... Oh, bingo board update. Yes, thank you. Wait, we need a... Guys, what have we seen? Did a 90%... We didn't see a Draco miss. First turn double KO? No, we had a Will-O-Wisp. Let me do all the ones we already had. What is this funky guitar bass line? Oh, that's good. 3 Paras. Crit, but didn't matter. Groudon versus Kyogre. Restricted gets O-Code. Ditto feature. What's the worst restricted? I could see winning a regional. Ooh, winning is tough. Like, does Eternatus have the gas to make it to win? I don't know if I believe in it enough to win. Top 8 I could see. Winning, I don't know. Maybe Groudon. Oh, Invisible Focus Sash. True. Oh, we had a Protect in front of Urshifu too with the Mungus. Wait, what's Iron Crown's usage? That might be sub 0.5%, honestly. Let's see. We didn't have a double miss. No double this. Self status. No free space because it's a 6x6. That's right. Invisible Focus Sash, yes. Sorry. I was checking my phone real quick. Oh, self-status? That technically does count, you know? We didn't set the parameters for it, so... I think, you know, this is more like side Will-O-Wisp or side Thunder Wave, but it does count, so... We ball. Wasn't Groudon intimidated on Brendan's match against Marcus? No, because Marcus's was clear Amulet. Yeah, where's Invisible Focus Sash? I cannot read. Oh, here. Guys, we're getting close to bingo here, low-key. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. This feels like some Super Paper Mario music. No. What did I want to check? Oh, the usage rate of what's it called? Iron Crown. What's the best source to check Iron Crown's usage rate on ladder? Is Picolytic still being updated? That's Rec G. Oh! 0.48%! Oh, you guys can't see. Hold on. Oh, that would count. I mean, I don't think we're going to see another Iron Crown on stream unless Riley's on stream. So I think that works for Bingo, folks. Stat crunch. Oh, Munch stats. Let's see what Munch stats. Ooh, Iron Crown. Yep, 0.48%. I think it's the same data, so let's go. This music kind of rips, by the way, low key. Okay, I think in the future we should do 2 bingos, like stream specific bingo and then CYBERTRON bingo. That would be fun. Let's look at the standings. Riley's 2-2. Wow. Okay, this matchup is crazy. I'm so sad we can't have this streamed. Oh, Joe and Stefan. That's probably the stream game, right? Thank you, BKT. Appreciate it. Ooh, this is fun. Keanu and Zach. It's like 2 of the newer, really impressive players. Marcos is 4-0. Good for him, dude. Oh, checking self-status. Word. Thank you. Yeah, that counts. This is actually pretty crazy that we've had all this checked off from just 2 games. Or 3 games. You know what's crazy? Like, I wouldn't have predicted Ditto. I wouldn't have predicted Groudon Kyogre so early on. Yeah. This was hype. But I don't know if I would have predicted that. So, especially from a crit Psyshock. Holy moly. Come on, Brendan. Bum, 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 bum. We had double protect? Who double protected? Kian's one of the biggest names to watch for from, like, people that had really impressive seasons last year. Top 4 at regionals, top cut worlds. Or almost top cut worlds, day 2 worlds. There were 2 double protects? Michael is not related to Brendan and I know. His last name is ZHANG. We're ZHENG. Not that last name alone determines it, but that should tell you. How would I fix Reshiram and Zekrom? I think they need to give all the bad restricteds way better signature moves or abilities. Ideally, both. Adrian Hurley, top cut worlds before. Lorenzo made day 2 at worlds last year. Oh, Zach is always one of my favorite players to see. He's one of the most creative team builders from NorCal. Yotam, 3-1. Zach, 3-1. I think Shane got, I want to say top 4 to regionals. Donghun is playing. He's really good. Won regionals before. Chris Hana, 3-1. Thomas Irwin is like a really old school name, I think. That's cool. Zhejiang at 3-1. Nice for him to bounce back after that stream game. Brian Huff. Whoa. This is the 2011 Junior Division World Champion. He knocked Brendan out of Worlds that year in a really close set. That's awesome. I played against him on ladder a while ago, and it was cool to see him come back into the game. I'm rooting for him. Like, if we saw him and Brendan in a match this tournament, it would have been 14 years since they last played against each other. Oh, this is a sick matchup. Carrie versus Nicholas. Also 2 players that had very, very good seasons last year. I actually lost to Carrie at Toronto Regionals. And Nicholas, obviously made it to finals at Charlotte Regionals. Renzo Navarro is here? He's one of the LATAM GOATs. He got top 4 at the Latin America Internationals, won one of the Players' Cup, just one of the best players from Latin. That's really cool. Wait, this is so crazy. Hold on. Pokemon Worlds 2011 Juniors Division. Okay, are you guys ready for this? Junior Division. Brendan Zhang, Ian McLaughlin, Brian Hoff. They're all playing in this tournament. Like, Brendan, Ian. Hey, where'd he go? I just saw him. Anyway, 3 of the 4 semifinalists from the 2011 Junior Division Pokemon World Championships is at this tournament. Isn't that crazy? Hi, Alex. Thanks so much for the $9.99 and the the message. Thanks for watching. The most overlooked non-restricted in Reg G. Oh man, that is non-restricted is a really good question. Well, let's take a look. These are all pretty respected. Reggie Drago I was actually really impressed by. One of my friends was using it and he made it feel really good. I actually think Saboy is really interesting. Having just used it. Like, I feel like it deserves a little bit more usage. Screamtail's probably a little underrated. We haven't really seen Palmat at all, huh? Thunderous. Like, I'm just naming ones that really catch my eye here. Gothitelle. Klefki was used at Worlds by some notable players, but its usage rate, as you can see, is really low. Alchemy, I think, is kind of underrated too. Cobalion, we just saw being used as well. Just check, make sure we're not actually... Anyway, it's a really good question. I wish I could just give you one answer, so those are a couple. But let me see. Like, let's just go through this list. I'll name all the ones that I think don't get as much respect as they should. Valiant's getting a lot of coverage now. Lucky did well at Worlds. Yeah, I think Drago... Yeah, Valiant? I mean, people are using it, but still probably deserves more usage. Bonnet at over 1% is actually surprising to me. But yeah, Sableye, I really like. Mienshaw's actually lower than I thought, given that it was doing pretty well. Comfy is interesting to me. Palmot. Goth, yeah. Oh, Araquanid. I just featured Araquanid on the channel. I was actually really impressed by it. So that might be one of my answers. How have I been streaming for 4 hours? It doesn't feel like that. That's crazy. That's actually so crazy. Great Tusk had one good regulation. Oh, man, you're telling me. But, man. Let's see this. Victory Roadshow. Oh, dude. This team with Great Tusk is so fun. So good. Well, why is it showing off like this? You can't really see, but yeah. Oh, this Tusk fire. Okay, yeah, people said there were a lot of good players at 2 and 2. Cake, I agree. I think Drago's really underappreciated. Riley, 2 and 2. I think Aaron Trailer's 2 and 2. OG Battlefront, thanks for $4.99, man. Appreciate it. Hey, bro, if Xerneas and Evilto were Gen 9 legal, how good would they be? You personally think they both would be above Terrapagos, meaning they'd be top 5? Whoa, that's a really interesting question. I guess with Xerneas, it's like Geomancy plus Terra seems really scary. It's also about how they match up into the other restricteds, right? Like, Evilto as a standalone Pokemon, I actually don't know if I believe in as much, as I think it's a lot stronger with 2. But I guess, I don't know, Evilto would be very good at a Shadow Rider. You could Snarl and Foul Play. I think in double restricteds would be insane. But, oh, round 5 is up. Anyway, to answer your question, I think I'd have Xerneas ranked higher. I think I could see Xerneas being like fringe top 5 and Evilto below top 5 personally. Terra, Geomancy, Xerneas just sounds gross. What are some casting techniques I picked up from listening to other casters and skills I'm working on improving in my casting life? That's a great question, man. What is this song? It's like spooky. Ooh, nice. This should be a fun one. I will answer that question. Actually, I'll just answer it now. Short answer is I think I'm just trying to be more intentional about working on things that I've like gotten criticism for, many of which I think are very valid and fair, like interrupting my co-caster, speaking way too much relative to how much my other co-caster is talking. I also, for example, for LAIC, I actually played the matchup against myself and against some friends to understand what I thought both finalists would do. And it was funny because the end outcome was actually quite different from what I expected in terms of leads. But I ran the matchup to like understand the lines a little bit better. You obviously can only do that like before the finals when you have a whole night for it. But yeah, just trying to up my game in terms of finding like the analysis and stuff. I also think, you know, it's like I never received proper training. Most of us didn't in competitive Pokemon because we don't do this full time. And so I'm very impressed by how intentional people are with their words. I remember one time I was reading the VOD of one of the like internationals I had casted, and like I had said something that I guess just like it didn't really offer any value. It was more like, oh, if this doesn't happen, I wish I could remember specifically, like maybe I can find it later. But then they're like, who is this caster? Like, I can't believe they hired someone that said that. And it was like, I don't think it was like an incorrect statement, but I guess it just added no substance. And so trying to be more intentional about like, what am I saying and what value does it actually bring and deliver? Also, like professional casters are so good with their wordplay and their ability to not use filler, and so I've been trying to be a bit more intentional about that. But anyway, let's get into this game, and then we'll do some more questions after. We've got Terrapagos here, so a lot of restricted diversity. This team is pretty similar to the team that won Japanese Nationals, I think. Nationals, Pokemon, VGC. Oh, it's like the same? What's the difference? No, it has Clef. Yeah, this doesn't have Clef, but it's 5 of the 6 same ones. Oh, I'm blocking it right now. But yeah, it's Terrapagos, Ursh, Ogre, Flutter. Oh, right, I had Trick Room. Amoonguss, Hands. So we've got Clef on this instead of Amoonguss. This is crazy. A Meteor Beam and Calm Mind. No leftovers here. Instead, you have the recovery from Life Dew, Clefairy, which is interesting. That's a cool tech. Life Orb Ursh, too. Pokemon. Anyway, I will answer questions after we... Let's see. One thing I wanted to do was take screenshots of team sheets. Let me do that real quick. Okay. 2, 1. All right. Now I don't have to make as many mistakes because I can actually reference their sheets, which is a big hack. This music slaps. Glitch X is the goat of remixes. Yeah, CJ, my take on feedback for casting, or feedback in life in general, is like, even if people deliver it in a mean way, like maybe they say it and it's like kind of hateful or like very much not meant, like it sounds like very aggressive. I think like there can always be truth in feedback no matter who it's coming from, right? And I think being able to distinguish when it's like valuable for you to take in versus when it's just like pure hate is a big distinction. But let's get into the game. Okay, so it's Terrapagos plus Fluttermane against Roaring Moon. So this is interesting, by the way. Roaring Moon plus Ice Rider is not a common combination at all. Ice Rider, Glacial Lance obviously does a lot right now as well. A lot of booster energies being activated, but Moon is obviously threaded by the Fluttermane. There's that booster. Interesting. Okay, so Moon here, like, it could Flying Terra Acrobatics. It's got Tailwind, which is pretty cool. So the Ice Rider right now could operate under Tailwind or Trick Room. The problem if you Tailwind is you're vulnerable to eating up Glacial Lance, Moonblast. You can see the Thunder Wave hover here. The idea is expecting maybe Flying Terra. It's just knockoff to Terapagos. One key thing here, by the way, is that Moon is faster than the Flutter main with the booster energies. So this is a really good play. Yeah, the Flutter main here is likely like super bulky, very little speed investment. But it should survive this Glacial is my expectation. Yeah. I see Shiliang like open or holding up the team sheet, so I wonder if there was a team sheet error, discrepancy, or something. Anyway, ooh, whoa, ripping the Terra immediately. Interesting. Now Grant's just going all in on this right now. Moonblast plus the Terra. So this is interesting because Meteor Beam is threatening both Pokemon. Right now, if you were Shiliang, you could obviously protect Trick Room or even just protect Glacial Lance. If that happens, I think Grant will be in a really tough spot. It is the Terra commit. Okay, is it Roaring Moon or is it Ice Rider? Gets it. Oh, it's the Ice Rider. Okay, yeah, so this is a big turn. Did Shiliang go for protect? Even if he doesn't protect, I think he might be okay with this trade for now. Doesn't protect. Okay. Wait, so you actually just one-shot. Hold on. Which means Meteor Beam does go into Ice Rider. So it's actually... Hold on. This is a pretty good turn, I think, for Grant then. You will eat up the Glacial Lance in return. Okay. Doesn't miss. That's one of the most stressful things about Meteor Beam, obviously. Should still do like 50, 60. Yeah. And another Glacial Lance. Okay, so no Trick Room. But you've gotten the Terra commit from the Terapagos, so... Now the attack boost. So Shiliang could switch into a Mungus. You could switch into Ursh. You could switch into Lando. You're seeing the strength of the redirection users with the Ogre Pawn here. Yeah, so Fire Ogre Pawn comes out, Water Ursh on the opposing side. Ogre Pawn obviously threat. I mean, Grant I think is in really good shape right now. No, you just Terra Starstorm Woodhammer. Yeah, that works too, I guess. If you are worried about being slower than the Urshifu. Okay. Double protect? Nope. I think Terra Starstorm just KOs Ice Rider here. I think in this game, like, Shiliang basically, not tunnel vision, but, like, went pretty hard on shutting down Terapagos on turn 1 because of this Power Herb set. Grant doesn't get caught off guard by it. Shiliang could have set up a Tailwind on turn 1 of the game, which I think would actually have drastically changed how things played out in this one. He also could have protected Ice Rider. I think, like, one of the ways about playing around this set is you bait out the Meteor Beam, because once the Meteor Beam comes out, you can only click Terra Starstorm, but the Meteor Beam is such a strong attack, right? So protecting instead of tearing means you can bait it out, and then you don't need to protect defensively afterwards. But yeah, this Terapagos is so well positioned. I mean, this is really cool. You're seeing the strength of the Power Herb set right now. Being able to have a really powerful rock type attack and then be able to just have these like Terra Starstorms afterwards. I was mainly trying to think of Grant's reasoning for tearing with Terapagos the turn that he clicked Meteor Beam. He just maybe wanted more HP there. Oh! That almost gets the one-hit KO. I mean, if that had one-shot, Grant would have just lost both of his Pokemon. And then he would have been down to Life Orb Ursh. I think Life Orb Ursh actually probably still would win that endgame because you can just Aqua Jet. And then you would survive an attack from Ursh and then another Aqua Jet would KO probably. Anyway, that was really, really impressive. Terapagos just doing so much damage in that early game. So, if you're Shiliang, what do? You went up against Fluttermane, Terapagos lead with Ogre Pawn and Urshifu in the back. Yeah, Terapagos being faster than Ursh and Lando is surprising as well, right? Great point. I think Shi Liang needs better speed control. He didn't set up Tailwind or Trick Room in that game, so going for at least one of the two would be good. You could lead a Mungus, which puts on pressure and doesn't take on too much damage against Flutter Terrapagos, but if you lead a Mungus, you should always anticipate Ogre Pawn switch in, protect with one of the Pokemon. I think that's definitely one possibility. Obviously, if you're able to actually remove the power up from Terrapagos, that's a big deal. So if you go Roaring Moon Ice Rider again, if you're Shi Liang, you could just double protect on turn 1, right? I think Shi Liang could bring the same Pokemon and just play that a little bit differently. Tailwind, Trick Room, double protect. But the game worked out perfectly for Grant. Oh, there is a team sheet error, yeah. That's what I figured. It looked like Shi Liang said something right in the beginning of game 1. I have no idea what the ruling would be if that's the case. Maybe unmute. Honestly, the casters probably don't even have context, but let's hear.
And really just win the game in his favor.
Yeah, I think they're just talking about the game. Normally what happens in these scenarios is like the casters don't know because the judges have to like talk to the players and figure it out with each other, and then they'll give an update to the casters and the casters will be able to share. But I do not know what the error was, and sometimes errors are like errors that are nonsensical, right? So instead of like I'm trying to think, I don't know, Glacial Lance, like you type in something that's like not Glacial Lance, but is a move like Calyrex couldn't even get.
I don't know, because I think that was really interesting. I think
Are casters in this situation expected to talk about the judging process openly? They'll normally be, we'll provide updates. I don't think there's an expectation for you to talk about whether or not the judging is correct per se. Normally it's like, okay, we'll get an update from what the decision has been, and then we'll update the audience on what's happening. Thunderbolt on Flutter instead of Thunder Wave. That could, yeah. I actually think that's a very logical one, because he protected, or like he maybe then wouldn't have played as aggressively with Roaring Moon. Should the game be nullified in these cases? Oh, well, let's see. It did just get nullified here, so.
But without that, we still had the Urshifu in the back for Grant, with the potential ability to pick up.
Yeah, let's hear. I don't know if the score actually reset or.
So I think that's I think Shi Liang was in a decent position there, except for not getting the KO onto that Hearthflame Ogre Pawn. And if that is simply how the Ogre Pawn is trained, then that's going to be really difficult for Shi Liang. If it is not, and it was a roll, then there is an opportunity for Shi Liang to basically do the same thing.
I don't know what happened, guys. We're waiting for an update. Oh, I should heat up some lunch, by the way.
Judge ruling there, and we are resetting the score. They are going to be replaying game 1. That being said, I think all of our analysis still applies.
The Mythic 4.
Whoa! Oh my God! If it's just nullified, it like.
You know these players are going to use the information they got.
Did he win 4 rounds with the team sheet error? He very well may have. You'd be surprised. They're like, I think there was a tournament where Wolf had made it to day 2 and he played against Jed Jong, and like Jed had played like 11 rounds with him and his opponent not realizing there was like an error, because it was like a very small thing that didn't come up very frequently.
I don't think you necessarily need to bring the Clefairy. I think that the Terrapagos did a very fine job on its own that previous game. But I do just want to see like more of this team that Grant has built, because I think there's some really cool options here.
Interesting. So if it's just fully nullified, then I wish I want to know what the team sheet error was, because I think that dramatically impacts how Shi Liang plays the game, obviously.
Last time we were here in Regulation G, and sometimes
should he have called the judge during the game if there was an error? I think he may have. I'm unaware, because it seemed like he did raise it right as he saw it come up.
Absolutely, and Clefairy supporting Calyrex, Shadow Rider is not that different from Clefairy supporting a Calm Mind Terrapagos.
Exactly.
Very much about buying time for your Pokemon to get boosts, as well as offering the Friend Guard ability to prevent, some of the big damage. That could potentially help with, limiting Urshifu's close combat damage from Shi Liang's side.
Looks like Andrew Zhang beat Brendan. So Brendan's 4-1, Andrew is 5-0.
We are about to get into our first game of the set. Like you mentioned, Gabby, the scoreboard has been reset. It is now 0-0.
Wait, your opponent led with Porygon 2 and his download didn't trigger? You don't know how you could make it through everything? Like, that's crazy. At 8-1 too, Michael. That's nuts.
Good luck to both these trainers
Wow.
once again. I think we've done a really good job of breaking down just what these players are thinking about going into this next round. So I do want to take like a step back and just, we spent a lot of time talking about how unique Grant's team is.
Yeah, knowing the speed interactions, I agree, is a really big deal.
I think that
Because if you are Shiliang, you're probably going to lean more into Tailwind or Trick Room now. One or the other. I wonder if it's timid Terapagos then, rather than modest max speed? Timid's not that common, I think.
You know you're going to take 2 hits to get knocked out, and as a result, you can redirect attacks. You don't have to worry about being put to sleep by Spore, which is a very common answer for Trick Room.
So game 1 is being nullified because there was an error on Grant's team sheet, and like a team. Yeah, I guess we just don't know the severity of the error, because if it was super severe, I'd actually expect like Grant to get a game loss, but it may have just been something minor.
But that's a really cool adaptation for Shiliang to make alongside of the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, I don't think we've heard what the actual error is.
The Tailwind Pokemon on this team is really exciting, and it's not really something you see outside of Kyogre.
Do you think he's an advantage headspace-wise? It's a good question.
Absolutely, and I'm going to be really excited.
I think in this situation, Grant probably, you know, it kind of sucks for him in the sense that he like won a game. There was important information that was revealed. He managed to get like this Meteor Beam strat off. And I think it's probably in Shiliang's favor in this. I mean, obviously, Grant also just won the game, right? So, like, getting a game nullified never feels good. Shiliang's probably in a better headspace overall, but... whose error is it when there are team sheets errors? So I once had a team sheet error where I submitted and it didn't go through on the website. And so as a result, I got it fixed before the tournament started, so it was okay, but I caught it before round 1, right? So that could have been a lot scarier. Okay, anyway, let's get... Ooh, new adjustment, Clef Ursh. Okay. Okay, so Clef Ursh here... Wait, let me get the music back on so I can focus. Okay. So the idea is that Ursh here is pretty well protected, right? You have redirection from Clef. This pressure is close combat and surging. And this is not Water Terra or Grass Terra Ice Rider. It's Fairy. You could even Helping Hand Water. It's not what is it? It's Poison Terra Ursh. Okay. But yeah, I think that the main thing here is if you're Grant, you have to be scared of either Flying Terra, Acrobatics plus Glacial Lands, or like knockoff Glacial Lands. Obviously, Shailing could vie for some speed control right now as well. This Clefairy doesn't have After You, so if Trick Room gets set up, then it won't be able to, like, you know, abuse Trick Room. So let's see. I do think this is not a bad spot for Clef to be in, though. And Life Dew also makes this very interesting, but it's going to be the Terra commit immediately. And it is going to be the Flying Terra, so Acrobatics right now is quite scary. My question is, would a Flying Terra Acro knock out Urshifu with Friend Guard? Because that may be what's happening right now. Oh, he reads the Terra! He reads the Terra. No Terra comes up. That also does not do a lot, though, honestly. Life Orb boosted and Helping Hand boosted. It's actually more underwhelming than I expected. Man, I really wanted to see Acro plus Glacial there. No Terra comes out. I think we've seen a lot of games today on stream being like opponents expecting a Terra and then their opponents just kind of like saying, I don't think you're actually going to go for the kind of obvious play. Clefairy here obviously had Follow Me as well, so Shailing says, look, if you go for Terra with Urshifu, great. If you go for Follow Me, I also remove Eviolite. But knock off into... Oh, Life Orb was removed. Yeah, okay. I was like, how is it doing such little damage? But basically, yeah, I think it's like you do remove the item. I think Grant probably doesn't mind that trade too much, but the awkward thing is I don't think another Surging KO's Ice Rider. It's really close. Now you're facing down Acro pressure. You're facing down Tailwind pressure as well. Yeah, Follow Me is always safe here. I think Clefairy should survive an Acrobatics here as well. Could be Tail and Glacial, but it's just Acro. Yeah. Does this... Oh, it doesn't even go in Ice Rider. Okay. It's doing decent damage. I think the scary thing here, though, is that Shailing's maintained his Roaring Moon a lot better this game. And so you still pressure with Tailwind or Trick Room at any point. Ice Rider now gets a free attack boost as well. Ursh gets crit. Without Helping Hand, it shouldn't KO. It looks kind of close, honestly. But yeah, I think it would fall just short. But this is what's awkward, right? It's no Flutter Mane in the back now, so you get a free Tailwind up if you're Rory Moon, and you can just Tailwind Glacial Lance right now if you're Shiliang. Okay. You're just gonna rip Terra Starstorm, okay. Detect would make sense, but he's going for Aqua Jet instead. Maybe not confident you knock out Ice Rider, which makes sense. So Shailing has a lot of options. You could double protect this turn to scout, bait out the Meteor Beam, but obviously if you're protecting in front of Urshifu, that doesn't feel good. So you'd have to have a lot of confidence in that. Instead, I think Tailwind Glacial generally feels pretty safe here. Like, if Flutter Mane isn't coming out immediately here, you're probably then thinking, okay, I don't think there's Flutter Mane in the back. So if I'm in Shiliang, I probably just Tailwind Glacial Lance. Yeah, there's Tailwind. And Glacial, exactly. Like that. And Starstorm, probably for a double KO, but I think now you're in a great spot if you're Shiliang, right? You get 2 free switch-ins, like Landorus and Ursh get to come out under Tailwind. That doesn't even knock out Ice Rider? Dude, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Yeah, I think Lando Ursh... I mean, with Ice Rider actually surviving that, it just seems so doomed, right? Ursh just didn't exert enough damage, and I think Grant didn't have speed control here, and Shiliang made the adjustment, which is going for that Tailwind. That's why I think losing game 1, or winning game 1, but then revealing all that information really works against Grant. Did crit on Rory Moon matter? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think Grant recognizes this is just over. Yeah. This is probably timid max speed Terrapagos is my guess, because it was outspeeding Urshifu and Landorus, and it would make sense for you to benchmark those to outspeed modest max speed Terrapagos. But yeah, I don't know what the team error was, so I wish we had that context. You can't comprehend how other players can make Ice Rider survive that long without Trick Room. I think the main thing is, like, you have redirection. So, for example, on Shiliang's team, he has Amoonguss and Ogerpon. So, Roar Moon and Ice Rider works because if you get Tailwind and Ice Rider takes a lot of damage, it's fine because then Amoonguss or Firepon replaces Roaring Moon, and then you have double, like, Follow Me and Rage Powder to keep protecting Ice Rider. And it's also, like, faster Ice Rider means that you can actually take advantage of Tailwind as well. That endgame, by the way, I feel like it was maybe worth playing out just for another turn to reveal the speed information. Or specifically, I was curious if Ice Rider indeed outspeeds Firepon under Tailwind. But maybe, like, Grant's confident. Let it will, or let it won't. How much speed investment does Ice Rider need to outpace Firepon? Oh, Protect wasn't on Terrapagos in the team sheet. Yeah, then that completely changes how Game 1 plays out. Yeah, because, like, I think Shiliang only goes for that knockoff if you don't expect that Protect. Terrapagos had Trick Room? What? On the team sheet? Does it even get Trick Room? It doesn't, right? Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't learn it, so... I am surprised the game even played out. Wait, how in the world has there been 4 rounds where this hasn't been caught then? I don't understand that. Yeah, Protect single-handedly decides game 1. I just don't understand how the error only was revealed now and not caught earlier in the first 4 rounds of the event. By the way, just to get some context, these errors, like, almost always happen just from, like, human error or a mistake. It's really easy to input something incorrectly on the platform where you create your teams. Sometimes it's easy to, like, fat finger something and save something. I'm just surprised that it wasn't... Yeah, exactly, Michael. Like, even if he doesn't use Protect, if you see Trick Room, you should be like, what? I'm surprised, though, that they played the game out and, like, it wasn't just a forfeit after game 1. Yeah, I don't... Surprising. Oh, we're in a game 2 already. I think, yeah, going back to Flutter Mane makes sense. You hit Thunder Wave now. This is a great adjustment by Shiliang, by the way. Because you know your Roaring Moon is faster, and you know that Terrapagos here is just vulnerable to eating up a double up, right? So now Terrapagos is in a really awkward spot. He's going for Calm Mind, but if Terrapagos just gets doubled up into on turn 1, it's a disaster. And he switches out the booster Flutter as well. The explanation behind this play, by the way, is Grant's like, okay, I'm already in a bad lead position. I don't think he's just going to go for the obvious acro close combat. I'm going to try to just make like a Hail Mary play here. But I do agree, I think game 1 should definitely be nullified if Protect is not on the team sheet. Okay, so Shiliang decides to play it safe. I like this a lot. He knows that he has the faster Roaring Moon. This is actually not a bad trade for Grant, though. His aggression of going for Calm Mind here actually pays off really heavily, so nice play. Okay, now we're in a really interesting spot. Terrapagos, obviously, Terra can start doing damage, and it actually hasn't taken any damage yet. Follow me plus Terra Starstorm makes sense. You could also choose to not Terra here to keep your shell, and then go for Terra Starstorm. The problem is, do you even knock out either... Like, I would like to see, I don't know, +2 Meteor Beam into Urshifu personally, because the Terra came out from Ursh. Do you know if the casters are kept in the dark during these sorts of situations? They get live time information as results are being discussed, but it's not always like that. Yeah, Terra Shell is still up. Okay, so let's see. It's just going to be follow me. You go for a knockoff here because it covers for... in case, like, he may have targeted Terrapagos slot saying, look, if you don't follow me, I just remove your power herb. Surgeon Strikes comes out. Oh, full screen. Word. Okay. That's a lot of damage. Oh my gosh. That's still half of Terrapagos' health. Does this KO? Okay, it does. I think it's very, very bad if that knockout doesn't happen. So this is interesting because Shiliang has already committed his Terra, but he has Acrobatics plus Glacial Lance, and it's just so much aggression right now, right? Tailwind is set up, which is a really big deal. It's looking tricky for Grant, especially without Booster on Flutter, and like, I think this turn is really, really going to be key. Is there any way he like survives the offense from this turn, right? If you are Grant, you could just double protect this turn. There's still Terra available. He's thinking about just close combating. It's Poison Terra, so, you know, Acro plus Glacial Lance is obviously strong. The main question here is, yeah, like, if you double protect, it means that next turn you're really vulnerable. And your way of getting around that would be, like, making a switch and then terroring. Okay. So you burn a turn of Tailwind, but the problem is now you have to face down a lot of offense this next turn. Acro plus Glacial. If you Terra Urshifu, Terrapagos only gets 1 knockout in return. It also eats Glacial Lance. I don't even know if it takes Glacial Lance, honestly. So it feels like, yeah, Terra Terrapagos probably for the extra HP and just... Oh, Meteor Beam. Okay. Let's see. In these situations, by the way, yes, if of course, like, you have access to your own team sheet, but it's pretty frequent that players, like, just assume the sheet is right and don't bother double checking. I've known plenty of players that don't have any malicious intent that's happened to. You get your sheet at the beginning of the day, but then you kind of just, like, carry it around with you and then hand it to your opponents, and so it's not infrequent to, like, not look at your sheet. Yeah, so I think Terrapagos tearing here is definitely the correct move. The question is... Obviously, you might just eat up Glacial Lance plus Oh, it's knockoff. Oh, that does so much. Yeah, I think knockoff makes sense. Plus glacial. Yep. And now you just lose Terrapagos. It's still not terrible, though. Let's see. Close Combat came out. Knocks out Ursh, or knocks out Roaring Moon. I mean, Tailwind is slowly being stalled. There is Flutter as the last one, so you do... Yeah, like, it's over. I think... I mean, if the last one's Lando here, you just Icy Wind plus Surging. Okay. I think Brant wins game 2. Oh, going for Thunder Wave rather than Icy Wind. Okay. Does he have enough damage for Calyrex? Yeah, because he doesn't have Shadow Ball on Flutterman, actually. Yeah, he needs the T-Wave, you're right. Yeah, you just need to avoid full para now. NVM. Ursh was also faster than Lando. Yeah, you have to knock out Ursh there. Or you have to knock out Lando there because then it knocks your Ursh out in turn. Now you just avoid a bunch of paras and you're good. Moonblast Glacial. GG, yeah. This was so tough. I think, like, game 1 just revealed so much key information. Having knockoff to deal with the Terrapagos is also a really, really big deal, so yeah. Would you lower the base power slightly of the Urshifu signature moves to balance them better? I would make them do less damage through Protect, personally. Yeah, this game just felt really cooked after, like, this turn. I don't think you can avoid, like, double Protect in this scenario. I think you need a... Like, he was trying to stall out Tailwind. The problem is Flutter in the back just doesn't do much damage into Ice Rider, and then the early game was managed so well by Shiliang. Roaring Moon was just so much more effective here. We have to say, like, no Shadow Riders. You can avoid it, go for CC Tech or Meteor Beam Tech. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Like, I don't think he can... What do you think, right? I don't think he can double Protect in that scenario, because then... Exactly, yeah. It just means, like, it's a guaranteed... Like, Shilling gets a guaranteed knockout the next turn, which I think is really tough. I'm trying to see if I could get any more information on what the team sheet error was. Huh. Yeah, I think it may not have actually been a player, like something glitched apparently. And a sheet that was printed does not actually match what was on Arcanine, so Grant's... Oh, this would actually explain why it hadn't been caught in other rounds. Wait, no. I don't know if that explains that. There was another team sheet error prior to game 1. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Destroyer of Councils, thanks for the $2. Thoughts on Gastrodon Kyogre in 2025? Kyogre's really good. Gastrodon, are you saying Gastrodon combined with it, or just as a Pokemon in general? I think combined, I haven't seen it at all. Gastrodon's seen very little play in this format in general because Rillaboom is everywhere. Oh, Terapagos on stage was listed as having Trick Room, but she was correct in the software. I see. Yeah, sometimes these issues happen and it feels really bad. That's frustrating for Grant. Terapagos in. I do not know what has happened to Brendan. I don't know why his name is crossed out at 4-1. I have not been able to check much outside of the stream. Yeah. Okay. All right, what's going on? Why am I co-streaming this event rather than casting? How are events casters are chosen? Basically, like, casters send their availability, and then based on, you know, who's available to work what event, the goal is obviously to give multiple people casting opportunities. And so, for example, for San Antonio, like, there you know, some people that can only do San Antonio, other people that like have more flexibility in terms of what events they can do. So yeah, for regionals, for example, it's very much like trying to give a balance, everyone a kind of a piece of the pie, and trying to fit everyone's schedule and accommodate. There are many casters that obviously cast competitive Pokemon, so Do I think it'd be possible for Wolf and I to cast together again? Yeah, definitely. I would not count that out. How do I think Terrapagos and Ogre Palm would work next gen? I saw someone say that, you know, if Terra doesn't exist anymore, like maybe they'll give Terrapagos a unique item that makes it more powerful, like a signature item. But maybe they just don't and it becomes terrible. Oh no! I exited out of bingo. That's okay, I can just recreate it, but no. I think I will... I'm not casting UIC. I'm either playing it or skipping it. I don't know yet because I just started work, so I don't know if I really want to take... Oh man, my bingo. Yeah, so I would love... I'm scheduled... I registered to play UIC. I would love to play. It's so silly that it doesn't save my... in the browser. Oh. Why don't I just draw over the screenshot? You know, that would be kind of funny. I agree. Am I commentating or competing at Worlds this year? You will have to wait and find out. But I have 0 championship points, so if I wanted to play, I would have to definitely rack up some points sooner than later. Control Shift T. Yeah, when the tab reopens, it disappears. Like, it's not saved in the browser. Dude, Michael, I'm excited to see what you're cooking up for UIC, man. Just win a regionals. I will try Vancouver. That's the one regionals I know I'm playing, and you know, it would be so cool to finally win one all these years later in Vancouver. Oh my god, what round are we at? There's 3 more left. Yeah, Joe's 1,500 championship points. I don't know if I've had 1,500 championship points combined in all the years I played Pokemon. That's a joke. That's not true. But I wonder if we can see, let's see, 2013 championship points Pokemon. Did this give the total count after? No. I'm still salty about this US Nationals, by the way. Where are the championship point counts? Because I actually don't remember what I finished in 2013. Let's see if I can... Nugget Bridge maybe would have it? Oh, this was cool. This was Gavin Michaels doing like an entire simulation on like what points do you need at... This is similar to the system today where it's like top 75. This was top 40 in the US back then. And yeah, like based on that, it was like Gavin Michaels did a simulation on like who are the players that are guaranteed to make Worlds, who are the players that need X amount of points to qualify. It was really fascinating. Yeah, I can't see like a sum of PSA 2015 World Championship second place card. Only got a 6. Someone got this graded? That's cool. I was just trying to find the point counts leading into Worlds. By the way, 2015, man, everyone talks about this World Championship because Kangaskhan dominated, but the teams outside of top 8 were actually crazy. Like, you had Mega Venusaur here. You had Milotic. Arash Omadi I played. Oh my god, his team was crazy. He had, like, no protect on anything. Yeah, I should heat up some food. I'll be right back. Wolf's team. Mega Charizard. Like, yes, it's all Kangaskhan up here, but past that, so many cool teams. Like, hello? Camerupt? Hello? Ryoto, who ended up winning Worlds a few years later. RIP my team. Sejun. Anyway, I'm gonna heat up some food, so I'll be right back. Let's... All right, where are we? 3 rounds left. All right, welcome to the mukbang portion of the stream. What restricted am I going to bring to Vancouver? Yo Time and Riley at 3-2. That's crazy, dude. Unexpected for sure, but a lot of really good players have been eliminated already as well, I think. I saw 45 Mice was eliminated. You know, he got top 16 at Worlds. One of the biggest, most notable players to watch out for at this event, so. But, like, I feel like Riley literally never misses day 2. I've seen events where he starts 0-2 and then wins out, so yeah, that's like a really tough draw for both of them. I need to show you guys, by the way, what I'm eating. Hold on. Okay, so imagine this. I'm going about my day yesterday. I'm working from home, and I'm like, okay, I want some Korean food for lunch. So I find a Korean place, and Korean stew. It's buy one, get one free on Uber Eats. I'm like, okay, that's great. Seems like a really good deal. And, you know, I'm expecting it to be like a typical, like, soup container, right? Like, I don't know what size it is, but it is kind of pricey, though, right? It was like buy one, get one free. Ends up being like $40 for 2 of them. And I was like, okay. So then it gets delivered, and it's just in this tub. It's literally a tub. And they gave me 2 of these. It was incredible. Like, great value. But I was like, what the heck? I wish OCIC would return. Yes, I'm very sad it doesn't exist anymore. It's always one of my favorite events to go to. Gavin Michaels, his Snorlax Mimikyu team, that was his team. Yeah, he won regionals, multiple California regionals with it. Oh man, that Anaheim regionals that Gavin won, I was really sad. Let's see if I can find the results. Anaheim regionals. I went 8-1, and then I actually played Rogov, who, you know, just aged up and is an incredible player. Oh, there's no top cut bracket here, huh? But I remember because, like, basically one side of the bracket was so stacked. Oh, you can see the placement, but you can't see the bracket. And I remember, like my side of the bracket, if I were able to beat Rogov, who I beat on Swiss, like, definitely felt way more doable. And I was like, oh, wow, like, if I win, I'll be in a really good spot. And then Rogov kicked my butt, and I just got eliminated. And then I remember I was playing that regionals by school. Like, my undergrad was 30 minutes away. I got eliminated, and I was just so sad and disappointed at myself. I didn't say goodbye to anyone. I just called an Uber and went back to school. Oh, man. Sometimes it hurts when you care about the game so much. But credits to Rogov, because he figured out how to beat me, and what I thought was, like, I feel like I remember feeling like I had a pretty good matchup, and I beat him the day before, and then he just kicked my butt. It's a good example of, like, not getting ahead of yourself. It's like, I shouldn't be thinking about top 8 or top 4 if I haven't even won top 16 yet, right? Like, why am I getting excited about my bracket being more doable? Anyway, thanks for tuning in today, guys. It was so cool that we've had almost like 15 to 2,000 people watching at any given point, which is really crazy to me. I hope you've been enjoying it. food is so good. Michael Zhang versus Diego. Diego just got top 16 at Worlds, I think. He's one of the best Zamazenta players. Well, we've got multiple of the world's best Zama players at this event. Let's see. Can I have this Limitless page? This doesn't have Worlds. But day 2 at NAIC. Oh, it does have Worlds. I just can't see. Alberto went 2 and 3. I didn't know he was even in the event. Where's the Arcanine? Okay. Yep. Do I still work in gaming? No, not right now. I work in consulting. Thank you, Mukhtar. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for tuning in and for the kind words. Oh, Top God Explorer, true. Honestly, there are a lot of names I don't recognize at the top tables, which I think is really cool. I didn't realize Gavin was playing in this. That's awesome. I picked Zama for Worlds because I felt like I had very good even matchups across the board. And our semi-finalist Worlds finisher, Michael Kelsch, cooked up a really, really good Zama team, and I had a lot of faith in it. Every VGC player is in consulting. There's a lot of different kinds of consulting you can do, though, but yeah. I loved my last job before business school. That was awesome. That's also awesome, Michael. Do you know which firm you'll be working at? Oh, they're in team preview. Okay. Thanks, Rashawn. What the? Huh? Okay. That definitely checks off crazy usage mons. Who was talking about walking wake earlier today? Click live? Wait, we're caught up now. Dude, Brew bought it and walking wake? Holy cow. Okay, I'm excited for this. Oh, we got Zama on the other side. Okay. Yeah, this Zama team just got top 4 at regionals, so I'm not surprised to see 2 of the best Zama players from Worlds bring it to this event, and him and Keanu. But Koraidon into Zamazenta, interesting. Okay. Michael Zhang's definitely one of the most impressive team builds. And he also mains Zamazenta for a long time, so I wouldn't be surprised if he knows this matchup super well. Okay, let me take a screenshot of the other team. Someone said, doesn't Flutter Chiyu lead Destroy? It's not bad, but you have to worry about Flutter main Photosynthesis boost, Fire Terra Groudon, and Fire Terra Walking Wake, I think. This is a crazy team, though. Holy cow. Okay. So cool. And then let's get your team sheet. Paused? Oh, I'm so excited to see this Koraidon. This is crazy. That's crazy. Alright, let's get into it, folks. So, Michael's team is a Koraidon team unlike much of what we've seen. It's Flutter and Chien-Pao here, so exerts a lot of offensive pressure with speed control. It's Thunder Wave Flutter. Pay attention to the speed orders here, by the way. These are both going to be pretty speedy Flutter mains. Yeah, I think Michael, it makes sense. He's running Focus Sash, so he's probably just max speed, max special attack, whereas it's very likely the opposing Flutter main has like a lot less speed investment. Michael's probably the most goated name in VGC right now. But anyway, so this is interesting, right? Flutter main does have Icy Wind speed control. Icy Wind plus Flame Charge seems pretty strong. Diego's only response to this is you Thunder Wave into the Koraidon and just hope for some paras. Yeah, Sash Flutter Main making a return. You know, for the longest time, people have been using Booster Energy Flutter Main, but with Focus Sash, you can invest max speed, and that's a really big deal because people are dropping a lot of speed investment on Flutter Mains. So, Fire Terra Koraidon here, just very powerful. If you look at Diego's team, what are the best means of offense into it? It'd be Dragon Pulse or Thunderbolt from Raging Bull and a Body Press from Zamazenta. But, yeah, I think Diego kind of has to Thunder Wave the Koraidon here. Let's see. Yep. I think it's like without Thunder Wave, you just lose a Pokemon. Koraidon gets set up with the speed, and you just get overrun way too quickly. So, okay, playing towards Para Flinch here. Of course, this also would have covered if Koraidon didn't Terra, but no Para Flinch. Gets the Flame Charge. And that's an immediate knockout. Really strong start for Michael here. I think Koraidon's offense, it looks really scary to deal with already. Guess, also, by the way, I'm so curious how much damage that would have done, like, did to Flutter Main. Like, obviously it KO'd it, but, like, you have Fire Terra, Sun, and Sword of Rune Champao. Someone drop that damage calc in the chat, please. Interesting, yeah. This looks really scary for Diego, because if you Terra your Zama, you become weak to Moonblast. And there's the Walking Wake in the back, so Michael's just happy to spam Icy Wind right now. Yeah, and then you're hoping for Body Press, Sword of Rune into Koraidon. But Collision Course... This is just KO with Sword of Rune. Oh my god. Yeah. No full paras makes this so tough. Oh, man. It's pretty rare to see a Zamazenta get one-shot, and it's even rare to see it get one-shot by a physical attacker, by the way, so... This is clinical. How do you deal with Flutter Koraidon lead? That's like kind of one... I think what makes Michael's team so cool, by the way, is you could literally lead Koraidon Flutter, Koraidon Gouging, Koraidon Wake, Koraidon Bonnet. All of it applies a lot of pressure, and Koraidon just enables all of these very different Pokemon. Yeah, the secondary effect of Collision Course, so good there. Totally agreed. It's really awesome to see how many like high-level VGC players are tuning into the co-stream, by the way. I really appreciate you guys watching and commenting. Adds so much value. It makes my experience more fun, as all of you do. Okay, so Flutter comes in here. That blocks, you know, priority from the Raging Bolts. No more Thunderclaps. Yeah, what is Michael's Calyrex Ice Rider matchup? You've got, oh, plus defense Bonnet, Spore Taunt, Ghost Terra. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Michael is playing this perfectly. This might be a double prio attack. Oh my gosh. Dude. And he doesn't even target the Raging Bolt. This is like, I mean, it's literally about to be like a perfect game. Okay, if you're Diego, what's important is just keeping your composure, right? Like, it's a best of 3 in Pokemon, and there's so many times we've seen someone get absolutely crushed and then end up winning. So, you gotta take a step back. Okay, Flutter Koraidon, that was a disaster. You need a little bit more damage into the Koraidon, right? Koraidon just put in so much work. The question is, what in the world do you do? I know it seems crazy to keep suggesting Amoonguss in a Sun matchup, but that's what we saw in round 1, and it was actually helpful. Amoonguss here could Water Terra, so you're suddenly actually not taking a ton of damage and pressure with Spore. Michael actually, this does remind me of the round 1 matchup, where Michael also doesn't have Goggles. He only has 1 Grass Terra, but he does have Brute Bonnet, right? So obviously Bonnet could switch in. But yeah, I think Terra Water Amoonguss seems like the pretty clear answer here as one adjustment. I think he was scared of Bonnet for sure, yeah. I guess it just like, maybe it's one of those things where it's like, even though Amoonguss is the right answer, it just feels so weird to bring when your opponent has so many fire types. But naturally, if you bring Amoonguss, the only thing it's actually taking super effective damage from is Seed Bomb, Brute Bonnet. And Flutter doesn't have Taunt here. So if you think Flutter Crowdon's coming out again, I think Amoonguss lead is the adjustment. I think Michael probably... I believe he didn't have Bonnet in the back, right? It was Gouging Fire plus Wake. Are we able to see? So if that's the case, I think maybe you bring Bonnet in the back now. Because if he doesn't bring Bonnet, then Amoonguss can actually put in a lot of work. But was it? Oh, we saw Indy, right? Yeah, Indy and Wake. So I think Amoonguss is Diego's answer here. And Michael's adjustment to the Amoonguss is Brute Bonnet. Sick team, though. Did Koraidon win any NA or EU events? I think it won a special event over in LATAM, right? Flutter Koraidon Amoonguss? Yep, there it is. Cool. Flutter lead here for Diego is interesting because you can Thunderwave and Thunderwave with it, but it kind of just feels like it's going to get blown up. If you Thunderwave, you also can't Spore the same Pokemon, obviously. Okay. Yeah, so oh. Do we think Moonblast Collision Course knocks out Amoonguss? He didn't bring Bonnet! Okay, so Amoonguss is in play. Amoonguss is in play. Alright, this gets interesting. I think Michael sees Amoonguss, he's like, uh-oh, I didn't bring Bonnet. This is bad. Flutter Mane lead, by the way, nice with Amoonguss, because even if Bonnet comes in, the Flutter Mane threatens with super effective damage, which is great. This is where if Michael had Thunderwave on his set, you could self-Thunderwave, which would be really cool, but it's not the case. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I think in this situation, what Michael is saying is, look, I don't have a way to get around sleep. I know you're just going to put me to sleep. It's fine, because then on turn 2, your Flutter and your Amoonguss don't really do very much damage to my Koraidon. So you'll put me to sleep, but then the next turn will be awkward for you, and then you still have to position your damage out, right? Like, how are you going to beat a Koraidon in terms of damage? You already forced to tear out Amoonguss. The answer to dealing with Koraidon is going to be, for example, two-shotting with Body Press from Zamazenta, using your Photosynthesis, Raging Bolt as well. Flutter, Chiyu, Amoonguss, none of those really do that much damage to Koraidon, so... Michael's apparently 10-0, hasn't dropped a game, so that he is 11-0 with that win. Let's see. So impressive. Flutter protects. Oh! Okay. Taking the Thunderwave route instead on the Koraidon, so no Spore onto that now. Interesting. Wait, Flutter lived? Wait, that's an Invisible Focus Sash for sure. What? What? That's crazy. I think that's actually better for Michael, though, because then you don't get a free switch in if you're Diego. Why not double protect for Michael? He might value his offensive positioning. And, I mean, this is just KO Amoonguss. If this just KOs, it's just go next, I think. But let's see. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's not actually over. It's not actually over, but it's looking really tough. This Flutter Mane's, I don't know, it's probably, like, it has a ton of HP and defense investment because you want to survive Surging Strikes from Urshifu without Terra. But that's still pretty crazy. Like, Fire Terra and Sun? Yeah. 196 damage. Okay, well, Chien-Pao hits the field. Yeah, Sword of Rune was not active, but still. I guess the thing you have to remember is that Flame Charge's base power is actually fairly low. But I think I personally would have liked to see the Spore into Koraidon instead of Thunderwave. Because I think the problem is like Koraidon is able to one-shot Diego's team so quickly. And Michael still has 2 Pokemon in the back. But I do think because it's Inity in the back, like a lot of your offense is indexing from Koraidon and that Walking Wake. Moonblast 2. Could have been a Shadow Ball into Koraidon here, but just aiming to get the knockout. It's just Throat Chop. This won't KO, though. There's the para, finally. Okay. It feels like we were due for one. I think without the para, it's so bad for Michael, but... sorry, so bad for Diego, but now the game is actually... We've got a game again. I think it's mainly scary because with Thunderwave, you were just praying for a full para. If you don't get any full paras, like Koraidon, I think just kind of gets to run this game through with offense. I think now, actually, it's scary because for Michael's end, a lot of your damage is going to come from the Koraidon. But Michael's been lucky enough to attack through multiple full paras so far, so yeah, it kind of feels like we're due for one. Yeah, I agree, Michael. Yep. That felt like game if it connected. So Inity here blocks the potential Sucker Punch. Flutter does protect here. Now the position's a little bit awkward for Michael. He's... Oh, does he miss as well? Ooh, okay. Knocks out Fluttermane. You do get a free switch in now, but Diego's definitely had a very good last 2 turns. All right, let's see if Walking Wake can pull this off. I mean, it's very powerful, and the Fluttermane here does not have Dazzling Gleam. So Follow Me from Inity right now is very powerful, and it's Speed Wake as well. But the miss on Shampoo is actually huge. If you connect on that, then you break the Sash. That's a really bad miss. And the Inity here also doesn't have a way to hit the Champao, so... Ooh, Flutter switches, okay. Into Zamazenta. Yeah, tough couple RNG rolls for Michael. Follow Me here is safe, mainly to prevent that Moonblast. Hydro Steam here. That's really good damage, okay. Could have been a Weather Ball, right? Oh, Inity survives it. You should be Eevee to survive that, but... I don't know. This is looking kind of scary for Michael, I think, because of that miss. Yeah, I agree. I think it always should be Weather Ball there. You get the knockout. And... get another attack off. I guess he could have thought it was Bolt as the 4th or Chi-Yu, but yeah. I think what's scary now is you do reset the sun, but the Koraidon's going to be slower, so let's see. Oh, he went for Crash there. That could have been risky if Crash missed. But Crash, I would guess, was going into the Wake slot. Double up into this in case the Indy protects. Oh my, that's why people use Zamazenta. Yeah. Alright, well we got a game 3. I do think if Michael doesn't get parried or misses that Icy Wind, he's in a much better position in this game. So the Pokemon count like worked out fine. But that could have been scary if Crash missed. Alright, well, game 3. Moongus was brought out. It didn't even get a Spore off? No, but I guess it soaked up enough pressure, and that was what Diego wanted. Zamas are investing a lot in speed these days. We've even seen max speed Zamazenta being used. Or like plus defense max speed. So... I think for Michael, the question is, do you think about bringing Brute Bonnet? The scary thing about Brute Bonnet is, yes, it has a good Amoonguss matchup, but it eats Body Press, Icicle Crash, Moonblast. Like, you kind of get dunked on by super effective damage by everything else, right? Do you drop Wake for Bonnet? Yeah, I think. I was wondering if you could drop NDD, but the redirection does feel too important. I was also thinking if you ever go, like, Bonnet Koraidon or NDD Koraidon lead. Because if you lead NDD, you suddenly make Amoonguss a little bit more scared. And then you can redirect those Thunder Waves as well. Diego won game 2, so we're going to game 3 right now. That apparently is Michael Zhang's first loss of this tournament, by the way, but it took a bunch of RNG. Amoonguss Flutter again. Gouging Koraidon. Oh, gouging. This is the second gouging fire we've had on stream today. Whoa. Okay. Sun activates. Oh, this is so interesting. Okay, well, the thing is, gouging fire right now, Heat Crash is so strong. Heat Crash, Fire Terror, Collision Course, but if Amoonguss goes Protect, you could eat up Protect Thunder Wave, which is scary. This is a big turn 1. Do we see Diego go for a Water Terra, or do we see Protect Terra? Michael is going all in. He is hoping to just eliminate Amoonguss before it can do anything. Covering for Terra. Oh, it might just be a double Protect. But if it's Protect and Amoonguss doesn't... Okay. I was like, if you don't protect Amoonguss or Terra in front of a Koraidon and a Gouging Fire, then you have an unbelievable amount of confidence. But I think if you're able to, like, so the problem with double protecting is now neither Pokemon can protect easily, right? So what's stopping Michael from going for the same play, right? Do you have anything that switches into this? The answer is no. Nothing will be able to take this double up. But okay, he's considering the Protect here instead. Doesn't want to get Thunder Wave potentially. Yeah, there's literally nothing that can take... Oh, okay, but he swaps things around a little bit. Wait, so Amoonguss could actually Water Terra Spore right now. Oh, it is a Terra. Wow. Was Michael not confident in the double up KOing? The thing is, there's no damage coming out from Diego's end this turn, but it'll be Thunder Wave and Spore, which then can enable Zama. Bro! Collision Course definitely would have KO'd. Okay, Blitz to one-shot Flutter. So this time Flutter isn't around as much. We're going to see a Spore, but still not a bad trade for Michael. I think he was just like, look, I don't want you to spread that many Thunder Waves. Let me just get rid of the problem Pokemon, especially since it seems like you're willing to shut down my Koraidon. But Gouging now is going to be useless for a little bit. Alright. Zama. Terra has been committed. So this Zamazenta is so vulnerable to all the fire type damage, but it is in a position to threaten with all its body presses. No Bonnet. Okay, Michael was like, look, I'm just going to lean into aggression. NDD, its redirection isn't helping me enough. If I have all these Pokemon that do a lot of damage, how are you going to deal with all of them all at once, right? So I think that makes sense. He's switching here. Now, where does Zama target? Does it body press Gouging? Chien-Pao switching in here would obviously make a lot of sense, but if you body press into Flutter main, then a turn of sleep is burned on Gouging and Flutter gets to attack. This is a really smart play by both players. Where does Diego target? He does body press into Flutter. Michael's really happy to see that. Now it's so scary for Diego. He could have taken the knockout there onto the Gouging, but said, look, you know, you can burn a turn of sleep here. I know you can't attack with that slot, but now I think it gets trickier. Especially with Terra having been committed already on Diego's end. Yeah, the gouging just wakes up. Boom. So Flutter protects. Okay. Throw chop into the protect as well. Diego is really hoping to stay asleep here, so then you can body press KO in return. Oh, you're just faster. Alright, never mind. Wait, that if he was faster, then I don't know if I love that play by Michael. But I guess he was maybe... if you're reading Protect, that doesn't make sense. I mean, you do get a free switch in there. Sun is slowly expiring. I don't think I love that last turn by Michael, but I gotta think about it a little bit more. It might be fine, though, yeah. I mean, like, the Walking Wake still exerts so much pressure here, but... Like, is there a world now where you protect Zama and then switch in Amoongus? Yeah, uh-oh. Oh, this is an interesting game now. Diego has made basically the perfect play, like the back-to-back turns to stay in this. Ooh, this is intense. Okay, Sun fades too, so no more speed boost anymore. It also means no more Weather Ball. Oh, this is so awkward. Okay, he's going for Draco, but you know, this is vulnerable to... Oh, I see. You're just trying to get one knockout, but I was wondering if you switch Amoongus out and bring out the... Oh, you could just protect Amoongus Body Press Wake. I was thinking Amoongus could swap out into Chien-Pao, Body Press KO's Walking Wake, but that's vulnerable to a bunch of different things. But if you one-shot Wake, that's not bad. We got a really interesting endgame after what felt like a really strong start from Michael. Here we go. This is a really, really big turn. If you're Diego, you have to factor in the fact that Michael could switch in Koraidon and just set up the Sun. So instead, he decides to Rage Powder, yeah. What's stopping Zama from KOing everything? If you knock out Amoongus, then the Zama's weak to Weather Ball. Oh! Oh, he definitely needed that crit, I think. The setup to beat the Zama there was you knock out the Amoongus. Zama takes a lot of damage, but then you are able to pressure with... Yeah, I agree. I think... The Zama being faster than everything here, than the Wake and the Gouging Fire, was so bad. Fluttermane could have Icy Winded multiple times, but it chose not to. But I'm pretty sure, I think it mattered. I can't see that just one-shotting, even with no bulk on Wake. Someone pull up the calc. I have no idea. Alright, double protect. Double protecting just works to stall out a turn of Sun right now. Yeah, I was thinking with Chien-Pao you get the knockout, but without Chien-Pao you don't. Chien-Pao would have had Sucker Punch pressure. Yes, that is true. So you would trade Amoongus, and then Wake would be really low. Chien-Pao comes down, then you have Sucker Punch plus Heavy Slam pressure, but then you could switch the Koraidon out. Sorry, the Wake out. And then, like, Icy Wind. Yeah, see, Body Press is not a KO onto Wake, guys. Come on. Okay, Amoongus faints. Koraidon protecting there is not good for Michael, though, because now Diego just gets to Body Press that for free. Yeah, the crit would 100% mattered. That's such a shame that it happened. I feel like because I really wanted to see what Michael's route to winning this game was without it, because it felt like he was in the lead in this game for sure. Yeah, some crazy RNG though. Game 2, Icy Wind Miss, full para, and Game 3 crit. Yeah, I think it's just tough because... Oh, he gets the double though! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Does it matter, though? I don't think so, because you just sucker body again. Wait. Yeah, it shouldn't matter, right? How are you stopping Sucker Punch body press? Koraidon's still not outspeeding Zama, even with the speed drop. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. Like, this should just be Sucker body press. Unless somehow Koraidon's faster than the Zama here, but there's just no way. Yep. Yeah. Oh, it's such a shame we saw the crit. I hate being robbed of good Pokemon because of crits, because I think like both players were playing really well, and I just wanted to see what the approach was without the crit. It's a tilty one for Michael, honestly. I think he played really well. Nice shot by Diego to pull. This is what I mean. Don't give up. Like, he got demolished in game 1 and still managed to win the set. Diego will advance to day 2 of regional, 6-0. One of the best Zamazensa players from Worlds, bringing it to day 2 here. Wow. Wow. That is... I wonder if... my guess is it's max speed, max defense Zamazensa, by the way. I think that's what Fede Campo used at regionals, and this is the same team Fede Campo. You think the crit was good for Michael? Let's watch it back. So yeah, let's see. If you didn't click, yeah, I think the protect, like, you need to go for damage there, right? Because then you... Okay. This is what happens when you see the best players in Pokemon play, though, right? It's like you get destroyed in a game, and then you kind of download and figure out what to do. But, yeah, I want to rewatch Game 3. Okay, so like right at this start, it was like this turn, Michael had the ability to get a guaranteed knockout onto the Amoonguss slot, but he valued, like, he really valued, because here you could have gone Collision Course and Heat Crash, which knocks out Amoonguss or any switch in. He really valued KOing Flutter Mane here. I don't know if like what was necessarily the right decision there, but we could have seen Amoonguss go down immediately, and then suddenly gouging plus Koraidon. You have two really powerful Pokemon, neither which Flutter does a lot of damage to. So I was thinking in this situation, you knock out Amoonguss. Maybe Michael was thinking of a switch out potential, but there was nothing that could switch into this double up. So, but I think what was really key here was, okay, so now we're in this situation. This turn, Michael makes a brilliant play. Like, Michael felt like he was in such good shape after this turn, right? But this is a big turn. Like, Michael here had the ability to go for an Icy Wind. He could have Moonblasted. He goes for Protect instead. And Champa ends up protecting as well, right? Or sorry, it Throat Chop. So Icy Wind here would have broken Sash, dropped your speed, dropped Zama speed, and then if this wakes up, boom, I think game's just over immediately. Michael may not have been expecting the speed interaction here, but Zama outpacing means that by protecting and going for this, you don't even give the chance of Gouging Fire to wake up. You think he was predicting Amoonguss to not Terra there? Yeah, that makes sense. I was just like, I think it's a question of, is it worth leading into that read versus just taking one guaranteed KO? But yeah, if you don't Terra, you waste your Koraidon attack, so that's totally fair. But yeah, okay, so this turn, I think, or the previous turn, opportunity to Icy Wind. But, you know, I think the reason you might not want to Icy Wind is your Flutter, then if it just eats up and gets down to Sash, and immediately you're in Sucker Punch range. And then if you don't wake up, then yes, they take a little bit of damage, but then you're at 1 HP, Sucker Punch range, and this pressures with Body Press. But I still think I would have liked that more, because then you at least get the Icy Wind off. The problem is now Michael feels forced to Icy Wind this next turn. And as a result, Diego applies this pressure knowing the Icy Wind needs to come out. This could have been a Draco into this slot, which would have been huge. You just eliminate Amoonguss immediately. But yeah, Diego realizes, hey, Sun's about to expire. I'm not going to let you just get this for free. So really good recognition. This is the problem now. Amoonguss, like, Flutter Mane doesn't do anything into, and there's just so much redirection. and Flutter now is caught in a really awkward spot, right? You still haven't gotten that speed drop onto Zamazenta. Have I seen Rayquaza in a VGC game yet in tournament? Mega Rayquaza, but not regular Rayquaza. Moonblast here. Okay, so this is where Michael Kelch was saying he thinks it was actually not a bad crit, because then you get a free switch into Crydon. Rage Powder just happened. So he ended up protecting, right? Michael's worried about eating up Body Press from Zamazenta. Yeah, if you don't protect, I agree. I guess this turn gets right. The double protect comes out. And then he protects this turn because he thinks the Body Press is going to come out from the opposing end, right? But does Body Press KO Koraidon? Wait, can someone calc this in this situation? Would Body Press KO? I would guess no. It's 181 HP. Two plays, Michael could go for Icy Wind, predicting a POW switch plus tech, or Moonblast Collision Course, expecting the Amoonguss to stay in. Yeah. If only KOs with Sword of Ruin. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Then I see your point as to why he shouldn't have been protecting here. Yeah, if you... Do you knock out Zama in return? I would expect Zama to survive. Oh, but Sun is up. Like, Fire Terror, Flare Blitz? I would... If you knock this out, then it's... If this hangs on with any HP after recoil. I mean, Collision Course... Does Collision Course knock out? You take no recoil? But yeah, from this position, it's just lost, I think. Because you always eat up 2 Sucker Punches. Yeah, double Sucker... Like, you can just always Sucker Flutter and then Body Press into Crydon. You put Zama in Moonblast range? Yeah. What would you click? Would you... Collision Course? So it's in Moonblast range. Then it's really low, but then this is really low as well. So then, isn't the problem, like, Sucker Body Press? Sucker brings you down to 1. You protect this. Moonblast Tech was just never the play. Yeah, I agree. Because, like, I mainly think if it ends up making a difference. But, yeah, with Moonblast Protect, it's like, even with the double Protect, it just doesn't accomplish anything. You need the damage on Zama before the Chien-Pao hits the field. Oh, man. Crazy cool set, though. Sucker brings you to 1. Moonblast KO Zama. Karai takes the Sash. It's a 2v1. Sucker brings you to 1. Wait, hold on. I gotta pull it up. If you think Zama techs, you double up. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, definitely, like, I think if you're never getting KO'd there by Body Press, he might have just been worried Body Press was going to one-shot from the range. But to your point, like, even if it does, you can't win anyway, right? So you need to basically hope. That's a good point, yeah. A lot to think about. Who are these persons, these characters on the game? It's always the same characters. They have consoles. Like, you're not using your own device because they use rental teams from what they have set up there. So it's just base characters, essentially. Yes, I will be at Vancouver Regionals. That is correct. I agree. I think this is some of the highest level VGC we've seen. Like, we've had a lot of really good 3-game sets and a lot of like, sometimes with these, you pick a match and you hope for it to be good. But then, even though it's a very, like, two really skilled players, sometimes the matchup difference is just too much. But in this, we've had a lot of, like, game 1, total wipe, game 2, player adjusts really well, and then cool game 3. I just saw a tweet that said, our friend group Spontaneous broke out into a heated debate let I need input on. What is the plural form of Terapagos? Terapagai. Yeah, I think it's probably some of the highest level VGC I can remember from a day 1 at regionals. Like, I've been really impressed. Really cool teams, too. Will there be more Beast Coast recaps and long-form content? Yes, definitely. We're going through some changes right now because Beast Coast got acquired by M80. So still trying to figure out what's happening exactly, but we'll be back with content. Terapagai, Terapagoobers. Okay, I need to redo the... Okay. I'm gonna do this and then put it in a separate tab so I don't accidentally close out, but let's maybe heat up a little bit more food. There's still 2 more rounds today, guys, so I just didn't, like, it's been 6 hours. I feel like time has gone by so quickly. Well, it's only 3 o'clock too, which is nice. This song is fire. Why did I go down the business route at university? I did business for grad school, mainly because it was either that or not go to grad school. But out of all the grad school options that I was interested in, thought business school made sense given what I had already done previously. And I studied econ and math just because I'm more quantitative and found those areas to be pretty interesting. Wolf is not going to Vancouver regionals, no. I am in the Midwest, yes, I'm in Chicago. Origin Pulse. Did we see a 90% move miss yet? I don't think so, right? Eternatus. You have a suggestion? You could create a Discord for my subscribers to post interesting teams. I actually used to have a Discord, but I think it's a lot to manage, and I already barely have time, and I don't love, like... It's just, it creates often a little bit more stress than I'd like, basically, relative to the value. Like, if I had one, I'd want it to be good, and I didn't do a very good job of running the one that I had previously, so maybe one day in the future, but... Oh, Icy Wind Miss. So true, bestie. Let's go. Oh, it is. Look at my screen. Oh, it's because the light is. We definitely had an invisible focus sash on that one. Wow, miss. Okay, I need to make it darker because I can't see it on my screen. There we go. Do I like living in Chicago? It's very cold right now, and I've spent all my other life living in New York or California, but it's a really wonderful city. I am really excited for when it gets warmer because I don't know if I'd say I love running, but I really got into running recently in the last few months, and it's such a beautiful city to run in. Guys, we haven't seen a Shadow Rider yet, right? Self-status, that happened. Draco Meteor miss. Kyogre in top 8. We need to replace the casters one. Restricted gets Oko. Ditto. I'm actually really impressed how many of these we've checked off, by the way. Am I going to do a race soon? I'd love to do it like when it warms up. I think probably in March. I'd love to do a 5 or 10K first, just to like the most I've run is a half marathon, but my goal is to run a marathon by the end of the year, like New York or Chicago if I could. At ideally sub 4 hours, but I am wired to be a sprinter and not a long distance runner, so it's gonna take some work to get there. Vega. Debut player makes top 8. Double O plus P blades miss crazy. I missed 2019. I am glad I wasn't here for the polar vortex. Oh my gosh. That would be terrible. The sub 0.5% feature was a Iron Crown. World's winning team. Oh, my personal bests are not very good. What are they? I haven't done a mile in itself in a while, but some are just under 6 minutes. And then, like, 27, like, 30-minute pace 5K. I'm not good at running, but to be clear, I'm just getting into it. But it's been fun. Okay, let me close out some... Michael, do you play TFT, dude? I'm addicted to TFT. Like, so much to the point where it's a problem for me. There has been a protected front of Ursh, yes. Okay, to be clear, yes, it's I just know people like who are so fast, like people who are running like I don't know 2 hour 40-minute marathons, like and run at like a 6:30 pace for a marathon. But yeah, I think it's just what I compared to like those people, like the top percentage. It's so good. Yeah, Kyle, totally. I think I'm trying to remind myself to like not just like or be good about yeah, like rest and stretching and not overloading. $258.29 on merit. That's incredible, dude. Yeah, I feel good. Like, I think at some point in my life, I'd love to run a sub 3, but that obviously takes a lot more training. So that's kind of the... Oh, double protect, yes. Actually, do you guys know Len Duel? He's one of the casters for this event right now. His brother is like a super athlete, and he told me... I think Len told me his brother ran an entire marathon at like 5:50 pace. Without like really even training for it. But he's literally one of the world's best like cyclists and rowers. It's so cool. Who's on stream? Oh, this is Pokemon Go. Do you run, Kyle? I appreciate the advice. Thank you. Joseph, in your opinion, are internationals harder to day 2 than regionals? Yes, definitely. But, you know, one of the things is that there's so many players at internationals as well. Like, EUIC is going to have so many people. So sometimes it's like you get lucky, you don't play like the strongest opponents on day one, but you know, the odds of, there are just more really good players, but the overall pool is bigger as well. Like last year I went 7-1 in EUIC in day one. And I was like, well, I'm on top of the world. And then I like totally bombed day two because the players in day two were just so much better prepped. But I think on average, I would say yes. But I guess like international is also interesting because there's so many players. So actually the odds of you running into like a really, really good player, are actually a little bit lower in the beginning rounds just because the audience is so big. But I'd say it's comparable, if not more difficult. Do we make it through this entire 2-hour mix? That's nuts. Do you think Pachirisu or other Volt Absorb mons are positioned well in the meta? No, because, like, yes, it's nice to soak up electric damage, but you're just going to get blown up by Draco Meteor, by Miraidon, right? How much do I weigh? Like, it fluctuates between 130 to 140 pounds. Why are high power and accurate moves so much more common in singles than VGC? Because I think singles, there's more, like, the risk versus reward is better for those moves, right? Like, missing a Focus Blast is just generally okay, but in VGC, it's like if you miss a move, you just don't get to do anything for a whole turn. And with 2 Pokemon out in the field, you're just way more vulnerable to, like, I think in singles, for example, it's like, oh, I can go for this move because even if I miss, like, they're not going to punish me or KO me in return. And that's not always the case. Sometimes you have to just hit your 70% attack, for example. But in VGC, it's like so much more complex because there's 2 different Pokemon that you have to deal with. And so missing often can cost you a lot more because there's just more ways for a Pokemon to get knocked out. What gen had the best music? Ooh, what do you guys think? What do we think, chat? What do you think about adding computer engine evaluations? I think it works if the evaluation can actually be accurate, but I think it's far, like, VGC evaluations feel more complex than chess. And so as a result, like, I know Japan has it. I don't know how accurate it was. I'm curious because I, like, never got to fully tune into those events. Gen 4, Scarlet Violet. Anyway, to answer your question about the engine evaluations, I think it'd be cool. But I think it would need to be done well because it would be really bad if, like, it, you know, the evaluation was way off what was actually reflected in the game state. I also think Pokemon's interesting because sometimes you can ask 2 high-level players and they might actually evaluate the board state completely differently. Anyway, thanks, Kyle. It's cool reading your input. I appreciate that. A lot of different answers. A lot of Gen 5, Gen 3. You know what? Let's listen to some Gen 3 music. Gen 3. Are there engines that are better than humans yet? In Pokemon, it... This is a little bit out of my wheelhouse. You'll want to talk to Dr. Aaron Trailer. But, yeah, I think it's just a lot more complex. I want to know what was in the Japan AI, though, because Japanese nationals had some AI that was, like, had some bar, but I have no idea how accurate it was. How do I type so fast? You know, let's do a type test. I'm actually curious. So one of the things that's funny, I actually, like, only, on my right hand, I only type with 3 fingers. Like, I don't use these 2, because that's just how I learned, and so it's definitely not optimized, but it's just, like, a bad habit now. Yes, I do play with the same name in TFT and League of Legends, regrettably. When the Wii U? Wait, sorry, didn't sell well and experienced. I knew the head of Nintendo decided to cut his own pay. How do they know? How do we get a... Money was used to make up for the loss, although Amethyst is easy. Oh no, I'm choking. The highest grade version of them is one of the rarest available in the world, but just... No! What? Why did it stop? Microsoft Copilot? But despite that rarity, they are Surprisingly, not the most expensive geode. Cougars are solitary cats. However, they become more social during courtship and when the females are caring for their young. The cougar cubs usually stay with... Oh, that was bad. Oh, I don't want to add to find out my typing speed.
Totally went for it in here.
That 98-inch TCL TV? Yeah, you did.
Best Buy installed it. Look at that picture.
We gotta run it back. I agree. I think I accidentally pressed something and it opened a different tab, and so it was not optimized. Anyway, if any of you guys play TFT, I played that game a little. Like, the problem is, I was like, look, I'm just gonna get Masters, and then I reached Masters, and I was like, oh, I want to keep playing, but I just like, I have no idea. Like, I feel like I forgot how to play the game, and so I've made no progress, negative progress. 99, not even. No. Numbers? Mortal. Wait, no, that. Harmed or injured, you just revert to a juvenile stage and regrow. A Scottish maid. What? Nebula. This. Is this the run chat? It's. Oh my god. Right at when I said that. Playing. Founder of quantum theory and a Nobel Prize winner. However, when he went to study physics, his professor told him that almost everything had already been.
That 98-inch TCL TV picture.
Do we think that's higher than
Best Buy
are they
installed
eating
it.
chilies or
Super
something?
Bowl's gonna be amazing.
Okay. Wow, a lot of these players have all advanced to day 2 already.
With Best Buy and TCL, official TV partner of the NFL.
Okay, 102. Yeah, I'll take it. That's better. Yeah, I do think the TFT set is really fun. I think the problem is it's too flexible, and I'm really bad in the mid to late games now if I'm not forcing what I normally force. Luke, great memory. Yes, I used to play TCG competitively, and I qualified for Worlds as a junior in 2008, and I also qualified for VG Worlds. It was called the Video Game Showdown, so it wasn't, I don't know, I guess Worlds, but yeah, qualified back then as well. And I played the card game from 2007 to 2011, 2012, and then basically switched over to VG full-time. Or not full-time, but like picking between games. You're going to your first event next month in London. Insight on what people are writing down mid-battle in their notepads. It's mainly small things like, oh, here are the Pokemon they brought, and then crossing them out. Like, it's good just to kind of remember, although the game gives you a lot of this information now. But otherwise, I'd write down like, oh, this mechanic is surprising. Or this Pokemon is a lot faster than I thought it would be. It's just like, no, like Chien-Pao, or I guess Chien-Pao's a bad example, but like Fluttermane, slower than my Fluttermane, or my Urshifu in Tailwind is faster than my opponent's Fluttermane. So yeah. Yeah, notable speed interactions. Thank you, Mr. East. Appreciate you for tuning in. Riley is eliminated. Wow. That's pretty crazy. All right, well, we've got 2 rounds left in this tournament, folks. I've been streaming for 6 hours, which is kind of crazy to think about, but really cool to see everyone tune in today. I feel like what makes these fun is that it's like very low stress and very entertaining, like just easy to do. If I don't end up going to EUIC, will I co-stream it? I would like to. I think that's a great idea. Benji Irons is in this? Whoa. Marcos is 5-1. Good stuff, dude. Chase is 5-1. Yeah, Burns and Tang. Renzo, Michael. Alright. Very curious who they're going to pick for this next round. Oh, your internet wasn't working. I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. Thanks for tuning in, though, man. And it was really, really great having you here in chat and getting your insight, dude. This really made my day, so I appreciate you being here. So, yeah, appreciate everyone for tuning in. Shout out to all my wonderful casters who I'm sure are killing it, too. Aaron Trailer is 4-2, I believe. Did I do Pokidoku? No. That's a good suggestion. I haven't done this in a while. Let's play. Thunderous. Greetings from Japan. Hello. Thank you for watching from Japan. Oh, I forgot. Wait, uniqueness rank. Okay. Did Moxie actually bring Wo Chan to the tournament? I respect that. Sure, yes. They no longer include Ultra Beasts, Mythicals, or Paradoxes. Wow, interesting. Okay. Wait, what's this line? Oh. Zapdos? Sure. Wait, Unova and Electric. Electros? Or Electric? He did bring Wo-Chan? Man, that's crazy. Monotype Flying. Monotype Legendary. Mew? Sure. What? Wait, is Mew... I'm confused. Oh, it doesn't include Mythicals. What? That feels silly. Oh, man. Wait, why is every legendary I can think of dual typing? Oh, no. I gotta think of the horses. What's it called? The Glastrier or Spectrier. I think that's dumb. I think Mythicals are clearly legendary Pokemon. 0.8%. That's cool. I was robbed. I was robbed. Groudon. Primal Groudon. Excadrill. Mono from Unova. Oshawott. Asha. Mono flying type? Wait, is Spearow not mono? Is it normal? Oh my god. Unfortunate. Dude, why is every bird also half normal? Huh? I don't know, man. Make it make sense. Oh, Tornadus? Dude, I see it feels goofy because all Tornadus' cousins or brothers or whatever they are not monotype. This design, by the way, like, what? Well, that's some cool art. A Squirtle? Who's that Pokemon? Rotom. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be so bad at this. Not height, weight, Gen, so not Gen 4. Oh man. Gen 5. Tornadus. Oh, we're in Gen 5. What does this mean? It's one of the types? Why are they taking such a long break? They're probably waiting for the next match to get set up. Like, it's probably already selected, and they're setting it up on stage. And sometimes there's, like, technical issues. Oh, where's my Squirtle? Dude, the problem is I don't know how much any of these Pokemon weigh or how tall they are. Okay, wait, Tornadus is probably like 6'5", right? Like, he could be a point guard in the NBA. Bro, he's 4'11"? I'm taller than Tornadus? I guess he doesn't have legs. I don't know why I Googled Tornadus basketball, like I was expecting to find something, but... Oh, thank you. These are not US units. No. I need the conversion. Short King. Okay, so Gen 5 Mon. Wait, so this means it's part flying, I assume, right? What are the freaking birds from Gen 5? Braviary? Okay. So it's part flying. Oh, match is about to start. Okay, we'll come back to it. Oh, Zach Weed. I actually played him. What? Dude, this is a Sun tournament, isn't it? Koraidon everywhere, but Iron Crown on this? That's fire. Okay. Round 5. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we have Zachary Weed versus Luca Paz. Luca is, when I think of the best Koraidon players, he's easily one of them. And it's cool to see Zach Weed using it as well. So we've got a Koraidon mirror match here. Charizard is very short, yes. Good point. Oh, wait, Venusaur? Dude, that's sick. We've had Venusaur. I mean, Jump Club didn't make an appearance on stream, but someone did have it. So I think for Zach here, Venu should be very strong with Sleep Powder pressure. It sashed it on the opposing side. Crown with booster, which is cool. Indeedee gives you terrain control. There's nothing to really block that. Oh, it's also, they're both 6-0. Okay, cool. Yeah, no Calyrex Shadow Rider on stream yet. That's correct. So I think I'm mainly curious if Luca decides to bring that Chi-Yu. I don't know what kind of Iron Crown set this is yet. Chi-Yu can be good into Venu. I don't know if I love it, though. Like, I think Rock Ogre Pond is something you consider bringing because you want the redirection from the Follow Me for Sleep Powder. And it also just does a lot of damage. If you don't bring the Chi-Yu, Iron Crown Expanding Force looks really, really deadly. But Chi-Yu's not doing the most amount of damage to a lot of other Pokemon here. That Shroomish shirt is awesome. Oh, okay. We already saw the sheets. So no Rock Ogre Pond here. So right now, Venusaur Sleep Powder is really oppressive. This is not wide lens though, so 75% safety or 75% accuracy. Thanks for watching, Joseph. I appreciate it. Yeah, so basically, I think if you are Luca, your answers into the Venu are going to be either switch in Grass Ogre Pawn and then Protect, or switch in Ditto, which can soak up and copy the Venusaur. That would be so funny if Luca's like, you have a Venusaur? I have a Venusaur now. Does Flutter outpace Venusaur with the... Like, how much speed investment do you need to outspeed max speed Venu? That's what I'm curious about. All right, let's see. Because if you're... Yeah, Icy Wind Flame Charge. All right, let's see. So no switches. Terra comes out immediately. Oh. Venu is 145 max. Okay, gotcha. Well... Flutter does not go for the Icy Wind, so bye-bye. Good night. And if you're Zach, you're happy with that turn. Miss actually wouldn't have even been that bad for him because he's got the Focus Sash. So his Crydon also moving first there. Critically, there's no Earth Power on this Venu. You do have Sludge Bomb. Oh, Venu is faster than the Flutter. Yeah, so Flutter's not very speedy here. That's a big deal in this matchup. It actually completely changes how things play out. So another Sleep Powder hit, 9 and 16 chance to hit both of those, and here's Collision Course. A lot of damage. Oh, but the one turn wake. And now you get a speed boost. All right. This is the thing, like, Sleep Powder is a really high variance move because when you're moving first, like, first of all, you can just outright miss, and even if you hit, your opponent will burn a turn of sleep immediately, so then they can just wake up after. I think Luca probably would have been in a really, really bad spot with Crydon staying asleep there. But I think I'd still give the advantage to Zach right now. So I think right now, yeah, it makes sense for Luca to protect and just try to burn a turn of sleep here on Flutter main. Sleep Powder into the protect. Let's see if Flutter wakes up right now. Be able to get an Icy Wind off. It does not, which is really good for Zach. Yeah, you get that Flame Charge. Let's see if Flutter can actually survive this. We saw one survive on stream earlier today, but that is not going to be, and that's a KO. Okay. And there's the Ditto. That's what I was saying. You could use it as to soak up Sleep Powder. I can't believe this is our second Ditto on stream today. Sun has been everywhere this event, which is fascinating. And no, we haven't seen, like, the world's winning Miraidon team. No Shadow Rider. Alright, Sleep Powder connects. It might just be double sleeps all around right now. Oh my gosh, that's 4 Sleep Powders having connected on stream. In a row. What are the odds of that? 81 over 256? Oh, this is so goofy. But the advantage, I think, still goes to Zach because he hasn't taken any damage with his Crydon yet. Zach is also making his moves so quickly. Like, I blink, and I'm like, oh, I can't even talk about what moves he's going to do, because he's already clicked them. Or specifically, I can't talk about the move he's going to do. Now, Grassknot finally finishes off Venusaur, though, so Luca wins the speed tie there. Rain stocks go up by the minute. Yeah, where are the Pelipper's, guys? I think this is, like, the fact that Pelipper is nowhere in the meta right now, it feels like. Like, for Crydon to just thrive as much as it does against like it's great when there's no Pelipper. Sunlight fades on both ends. Free switch into NDD. I think this is still quite scary for Luca. The upside is that your Venu hasn't, or your Ditto hasn't had your Sash broken yet, which is a big deal. But I think Zach getting the speed advantage with Koraidon is a big deal in this matchup. He just goes for Psychic. Okay, so we're kind of just playing Sleep Powder gambling right now. And Koraidon wakes up. This can now get a little bit scary for Zach. That doesn't even do half though. Wow. And Sleep Powder finally misses. Okay. I was like, this is nuts. Okay. If that had hit, the game suddenly looks so different because like Venu's Sash still wasn't broken. Koraidon not even taking half from Collision Course is pretty impressive though. There's the Rock Ogerpon though, yeah. So like I thought Rock Ogerpon and Ditto were the best answers into Venu, but it's interesting because they're actually out on the field now. Well, Ditto came out to copy Venu, but Ogerpon came out a little bit later. This is where you really see the value of Sturdy and Focus Sash, by the way, because right now both of Zach's Pokemon are, or sorry, both of Luca's Pokemon can take an attack, which is a really big deal. Luca critically hasn't Terra'd either, so this could be an angle to like Terra Rock Ogerpon later in this game. He actually opts to protect the Ogerpon here. And he goes for Follow Me. Koraidon does manage to wake up here. And it Flame Charges Venu. Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see Rockpon protect there, but I think he may have been hoping, look, if you wake up and you target me... Sleep Powder misses again. Oh, man. That's tough. This turn, it's a question of whether or not you want to make the read that Venu protects. I think I would personally just Follow Me, KO Venu. Goes Collision Course. Sturdy activates. I mean, I guess this is fine too, because even if Sleep Powder connects, you have the faster Koraidon here. If Power Whip crit there, that could have been scary. Yeah, the debate here is, like, Zach's protecting here because he wants to bait out a protect from Luca's end. If you attack into a protect, the other Pokemon can knock out the Koraidon or put it to sleep. So, Zach is hoping to see it protect this turn. No protect comes out, though. Okay, so this does burn a sleep turn. On the NDD. I think Zach still has a fourth Pokemon, right? So this is a key turn, though. It's like if you're able to actually protect with the right Pokemon, if Spiky Shield comes out from Koraidon, NDD stays asleep, and Sleep Powder connects, Luca's still in this. But it ends up calling it incorrectly as it's Venu protecting. Yeah. But in this scenario, it's tough for Luca anyway. Like, you're really hoping to just get the guessing game correctly, but Zach gets it right. Iron Crown looks really good into this board. Yeah, I agree. I think the reason Crown hasn't come out is because of fear of Chi-Yu, potentially. Is Koraidon good now? It is very well positioned in the meta, it seems like. No, like, Pelipper usage has really skyrocketed down. And it's interesting because we've seen a lot of different takes on Sun/Koraidon in this tournament. Luca is using what was popular going into the World Championships. But we've also seen, I mean, we have a Venusaur, Iron Crown, a Chi-Yu. I mean, Chi-Yu's not surprising at all, but yeah. Yeah, I think Crown would be a really good mix-up for Zach. I think what's interesting here is you saw Luca didn't bring Chi-Yu in Game 1, so maybe now you actually go into Game 2. I think what was scary is, like, Sleep Powder variance felt like a big difference maker in this matchup. So if you're Zach, the question is, do you feel confident going with Venu again? I was really surprised that Luca didn't lean into Grass Ogerpon a little bit earlier in that matchup. I think you can use Flutter Mane to force the Terra out of the Koraidon, and then Rock Ogerpon can be immune to Sleep Powder and do super effective damage into Koraidon. So if I'm in Luca's spot, I'm thinking, look, if I think Venusaur is going to come out early, maybe I lead Rock Ogre Pawn this time around. It's scary because, like, there is, like, Zach didn't even go into Iron Crown in game 1. He didn't bring it, but that's always a mode that you don't want to just, like, disrespect either. But if you're concerned about Venu, then Rock Pawn plus Ditto, maybe hitting the field a little bit earlier would be valuable. Skyrocketed down, so Sky plummeted, yes. But Venu was insane in that game. It hit everything. Oh my, the raw Ditto lead. Guys, I talked about this earlier in stream today. He actually did it. Luca, you're crazy. That's sick. What? Oh my gosh. And it ends up getting the correct slot. Okay, so now my question, like, Luca could obviously protect Flutter Mane turn 1. He doesn't protect. Interesting. Okay. Could just be Icy Wind. Sludge Bomb, Icy Wind? So they trade Sludge Bombs here. This is a great play by Luca. He says, I don't think you're going to Sleep Powder me. He just straight up, like, yeah, kind of disrespects the Crydon, thinking Crydon's always protecting here, and this gives him a huge advantage, because now you have the speed advantage with your Venusaur. Yeah, both would have been good for sure. It was just sick that I copied the Venu. I was really thinking if he had like a... Because obviously when you're doing that, you just don't know what you're going to copy. Especially if Zach actually mixes his lead adjustments. But it paid off heavily here. Great turn 1 play by Luca though. Like, just ignores the Crydon. Crydon could have Fire Terror there, could have Flame Charge. But Luca was like, okay, you have to respect Sleep Powder. And now Zach's in a really awkward spot, right? Because you're just vulnerable to getting hit by Sleep Powder this turn. And then it's like you feel forced to Terra to get out around like Moonblast doing super effective damage as well. Let's see. What will Ditto pull off here? All right. Well, here's the Terra. Will this first Sleep Powder hit? It does connect. All right. Yeah, I think you always go for Sleep Powder there. Since you know Venu is already slower on the opposing end. You could Sleep Powder Icy Wind. Oh, Sleep Powder Moonblast. So, you know, Luca here is basically like, look, you protected last turn. I'm just going to double up into you. Zach, if he doesn't Fire Terror there, faints. This was vulnerable to Zach attacking with this Venusaur and just going for a Sleep Powder or Sludge Bomb. But he ends up switching out. So Luca gets the better end of this trade. Okay. Crydon hits the field now for Luca. This is crazy. How many sleep? We need a Sleep Powder counter. This is Sleep Powder number, what's like the 5th one or 6th one that's connected. Crydon does wake up immediately though. Okay. So a lot of early 1-turn wakes. That's huge. You get rid of the opposing Venusaur. You get a speed boost and you still got your Venusaur in the back. So it's actually not terrible for Zach given that he got that early wake up. From Luca's end, this is one of the downsides of this kind of Flutter Mane set. Like, you just don't do any damage against either of these Pokemon. So Flutter is kind of a useless Pokemon in the current state. Alright, but now you've got Rock Ogre Pawn out. So you can protect and try to burn another turn of... Yeah, the other awkward thing for Zach here is you're running out of Sun, right? And you don't want to switch your Crydon out, but if you run out of Sun, your Venusaur suddenly becomes way less effective. So Zach's still caught in an awkward position because of Luca having the Rock Ogre Pawn and positioning it well. I think, yeah, the idea behind Protect here is you just don't want to feint to an Ivy Cudgel, obviously. Yep. But the problem is now your Inity probably just gets blown up here. Let's see. Inity surviving. I would expect, actually. Yep. Is Luca also opting for a speed boost? Does Inity wake up here? It does not. Okay. But it has the ability to wake up now, so you can follow me. Sun is still up. Ooh! Oh, wait. Crown in the back. I didn't even catch that earlier. Oh, man. Okay. That is super interesting. You're going to need to... Like, because, like, Expanding Force is really strong, but... Man, Entity stays asleep. So you'll bring the Ogre down to 1 HP now. Okay. But now it's a double KO likely. Flame Charge plus Cudgel. Yeah. Oh my goodness. The Ditto lead. I love it. So cool. Okay, Cudgel. Double KO. Now, I was wondering if there's a chance Koraidon could survive that, but that's going to faint. So I think one of my questions in this matchup for Zach is, do you want to lean into Venu again? Because I think Luca copying the Venu has actually been really annoying for him. I like almost wonder if you want to consider leading Iron Crown, but this game isn't over yet. Let's see. I think it's pretty tough. Well, Corkdrive does activate. Let's see. Special attack or speed? It is a special attack boost. I think that's tough then, because you probably just get blown up by Iron Crown, like double KO right now. And no speed, or yeah, no... Yeah, you just Flare Blitz Cudgel. I was wondering if it was speed, but if it was speed, Expanding Force then doesn't get the KO. So unfortunately, Crown just literally comes out and then faints. Maybe swap positioning and go with the same lead. The question there is if you think Luca's going to bring Ditto again, and he swaps as well. Doesn't Flutter eat Iron Crown alive? Not really. Because the Flutter on the opposing sides aren't the most offensive. They're normally very defensive, meant for like Icy Wind speed control. So then the question now for Zach is, what would you consider adjusting to? Crown, unfortunately, did not accomplish anything in that game, but that doesn't mean it's useless, right? For example, if you lead Indy plus Iron Crown, imagine Ditto copies Indy. Like, Crown Expanding Force in the early game is actually really, really powerful. So, but I love the decision to just go with the Ditto lead here, saying, look, if I copy Venu, amazing, but if I copy your Koraidon, well, now I have 2 Koraidons, and that's not bad either. I would rather you copy my Restrict as a wild thing to think about. Yeah, totally. Yeah, Kyle, a lot of Flutter mains these days are like Speed Booster with Icy Wind, Moonblast, Shadow Ball, and while you do damage, it's nothing close to like Choice Spec's modest Flutter main blowing things up. So it's not like you just one-shot Iron Crown. I think Flutter is also, yeah, like interesting here because it's very good into Koraidon, but then Koraidon's going to Terra, and then Indy has that Psychic Seed. With Psychic Seed, it's like Flutter does really poorly. I don't know. I would love to see Zach like just lead Entity plus the Crown personally. Because Expanding Force does feel really strong. The question then is like Luca, if does he consider bringing Chiyu because he thinks Crown will be prioritized more? And you always have to ask yourself, okay, well, what are other Pokemon in this matchup? We haven't seen Chiyu on either end. Don't think it makes that much sense for Zach to go with Chiyu when you're facing down Rock Pond plus Ditto, which can copy you and then resist your attacks and Koraidon. Fred from the back has Rotom Wash on his shoulder. That's funny. Ditto lead. I called it. I said it. Crown, I told you. But it copies the opposing Iron Crown. Oh, man. Well, this should be interesting. But this is what I was talking about, so I'm eager to see how this plays out. Alright. Wait, I want some like Iron Crown theme. Oh my gosh, that's not Pokemon. This is Iron Leaf. Do they don't have the same theme, right? Okay, well, anyway, so this is it really sucks that it copied the Crown because it offers so much offense, but Crown still does a lot here, right? But I'm really impressed that Ditto being led has actually not been a bad strat. And actually maybe the most optimal strat in these games. But yeah, I really... this is the adjustment I was saying I'd like to see from Zach. It is awkward because of this. And so it gives Luca a resistance to Expanding Force right now. Sash on Ditto just means like if you copy a restricted Pokemon, for example, you can often get 2 hits off with it, which is a really big deal. Alright, here's the Terra. So Terra commit here to get around Expanding Force doing super effective damage. Follow me. I mean, Flame Charge and Expanding Force here is really going to hurt. I don't know if Indeedee gets KO'd by it, though. With Psychic Seed, I actually don't think so. But does Tacky and Cutter KO? Oh my gosh. I think it probably... Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because you get 2 hits anyway, so... But you get an Expanding Force in return. Yeah, and now you can bring out Venusaur. That's really good damage. Crits the opposing... Yep. Oh, he's thinking about bringing Koraidon. I think I'd go Venu first. Yeah. Oh, but now it is the Sleep Powder Mind Games. Wait, what? Is this Terra Ground Iron Crown? Does anyone remember the Terra on this? Because if it's Terra Ground, you can just Terra Blast Sludge Bomb, right? Oh. Oh, he calls it. Koraidon does just protect. And Sleep Powder doesn't miss. That was a huge turn for Zach. Straight up just ignores Koraidon, saying, like, I think you have to protect in front of my Sludge Bomb or Sleep Powder. I thought in this position, Zach could have gone Terra Ground, like just Sludge Bomb, Terra Ground, Terra Blast. But obviously then if you lose the Speed Tie, you could lose Venu and you could miss Sleep Powder as well. But this is a huge, huge turn. Now you can Sleep Powder, or sorry, Sludge Bomb into Koraidon. It's interesting he doesn't want to commit that Ground Terra though. He probably wants to resist the Expanding Force and not, like, he doesn't want to lose the Speed Tie and take way too much damage. The thing is, right now, you have... Like, it's only been 1 turn of sleep on Iron Crown, so you could go for the Ground Terra Blast, and, like, it would work out most of the time in your favor. But, you know, if Luca gets a 1-turn wake and you lose a Speed Tie, which is, what, 1 in 3 times 1 in half? Oh! And he just tries to go for the double, doesn't get it. It's looking really good for Zach. This is why I wanted to see Crown lead. I felt like it just does so much damage in this matchup. Even with Luca copying the opposing Crown, doesn't really change much. But that was a really great call by Zach that last turn. I think Luca probably needed to attack in that position anyway, because it's like, okay, if you get Sleep Powder, at least you get a, or Sludge Bomb, you get a free switch in. And if you attack and Zach gets greedy, you just knock out Crown. The Crown has actually been able to put in a lot of work. Did he bring Chi-Yu? That is the question. But my guess is no. I think if Chi-Yu was brought, it would have appeared a lot sooner in this matchup. Taki and Cutter. I mean, this looks... Does Grass Knot from Venu KO Flutter? I would expect it to. Or sorry, KO Crown? Yeah, I would expect it to. I think this is super safe then. Oh, it's so cool to see Iron Crown come on stream and actually put in work. Yeah. I think at any point, like when you're clicking double protect this early on in a battle, a few turns go with Koraidon, it's just so tough. Chi-Yu actually was the adjustment. That's why I was saying, like, Chi-Yu feels awkward to bring into this matchup, but if you think Zach's going to play an Iron Crown-centric game, it suddenly becomes a lot stronger. The problem is Chi-Yu still is weak to Ground Terra Blast, right? Tacky and Cutter, by the way, so good right now because you're able to just one-shot both of these. Like, you ignore the Ogerpon Sturdy, which is awesome. And Ogerpon just really doesn't do much damage into Iron Crown. And this is cool, right? Because I think Ogerpon actually would be a problem for... Oh, Sludge doesn't do a lot, though. Yeah, it's just Moonblast. There's just no damage in a Crown at this point. Yeah, Chi-Yu is definitely needed into Iron Crown. The main thing is that Zach, like, did not get any value of Iron Crown game 2, so Luca might have been thinking, you know what? I think I was fine into your Iron Crown. The problem is Crown being led in this game instead. Yeah, and I think Ditto being led, like, you have to play really flexible, obviously, because you don't know what you're going to be copy into. And even though it was able to copy into Iron Crown, it wasn't really able to really accomplish too much. So very, very cool adjustment by Zach in Game 3. And that's why I was telling you guys, I was like, I want to see Iron Crown being led, and he does it. And then I was talking about the Chiyu adjustment, but I think it's really hard to comfortably bring in Chiyu in this game. So that was such a fun game. All right, Zach Weed goes on to 7-0 with Iron Crown. This theme is actually pretty fire, by the way. That's great. Iron Jugulus theme. I kind of want to listen to that. Do we have a theme for it? Just Paradox? Oh, it's just this one. Yeah. First loss for Luca, indeed. Yep. Wow. Shelly and Tang, Stefan Mop, both regional champions before. 7-0 now. Luca won a regionals as well over in Europe. Zach got top 8 at regionals before. Brady's won regionals before. Diego drops his first set. Donkon has won regionals before as well. Shane defeats Marcos. Shane's gotten top 4 at regionals. Tang has won. Michael has won. Wow. These were big matchups. Tang versus Burns. Renzo versus Michael. Cedric Bernier, 6-1. Wow. That's also an ex-regional champion. I assume this is the Nicholas Morales that won Baltimore, right? Choppa, 6-1. Chris Hahn, 6-1. Montana, who won LA regionals, 5-2. Very cool. Oh, Kerry won earlier. He's 5-2. Tough matchups, too. Nicholas Donnelly at 5-2. Gavin Michaels at 5-2. A lot of big names. Kian Campbell. 655 players. It ended up being pretty big regionals, actually. This is my favorite bit from today. All right, and we're down to the last round. It's already 4 o'clock. I can't believe I've been streaming all day. It just has not felt like that. Oh, finish the Squirtle? True, true. Okay, we got a flying type in Gen 5. What the heck was in Gen 5, guys? Have I seen Okemon? It's in-depth NBA players as Pokemon? No, but I will definitely check that out next. Oh, I already said Braviary, right? Someone said Emolga. That's a good one. How can... Wait, what does the height mean the same? Like, it's the exact same height or it's within a range? How tall are you? You're small. It's like a baby bird then. Oh my god, Unpheasant? No, but it's too tall. Wait, what? What? So it's the same height? It's lower. Oh, Volabee's 0.5. Swoobat. No, it's too tall. Pidove? No, we already had a normal flying though, so it can't beat that. Rufflet? Nope, that's also normal flying. Ducklet? But that's taller, right? It's too tall. Oh, no, it's also... Wait, Fletchling is normal flying? Why is every... So we know it's part flying, and we know it's 0.4 meters. Oh, and it can't be water. You're right. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, Jan, John, Jan. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Archen. Oh, man. Wait, what the fudge is it? Tranquil? No, it's normal flying. Everything's normal flying. It's so... It's a Gen 5 mod. It's part flying. And it's 0.4. See, this hint does not help me in the slightest. Well, we didn't do Woobat. Oh! It's Woobat. I wouldn't have gotten that without chat, though. So, you guys are based. Thank you. I definitely would not have gotten that. Pokemon. I don't think I could do this game without, like, by myself with no reference material, by the way. There's just no way. I just would not be able to. Oh, Mysterio is so good. Did you know when they played VGC Worlds, like, they used Battle Revolution in 2008 and 2009? I thought that was so cool. It made it so fun to watch. Oh, you know, part of what has made today feel really fast is we've had a lot of good sets, like 2-1s, and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of downtime, which is really cool. Have I ever played Pokidoku? Yes, I just tried, and I failed because... What did I think was a mono flying type that was wrong? Yeah, I would love a new Battle Revolution. Can you say trans rights? Hell yeah, trans rights. All day, every day. But yeah, we've had games that have gone by really quickly. Sorry, not really quickly. Like, the game itself, it feels like it's gone quickly, but in reality, it's like 30, 40-minute rounds, which is nice. So, also, you know, killing time is more enjoyable when you're at home, because I can just, I don't know, like, pull up random things. Bro thought Mew was a legendary? I'm sorry, are mythical Pokemon legendaries? Are they not? That's silly. I call them legendaries. Man. No, that's... This is... Guys, I was bored the other day when I did this math competition in high school, or middle school, but I wasn't good enough to make it to, like, nationals. You need to be, like, top 4 in your state to make it. But it's so fun. It's like, you know, kids solving math questions live. Look at this. Could you buy, like... This is cool. You know, like, a question pops up, and you have, like, the first one to answer it wins. Why did they only have spectator mode for Worlds Finals and nothing else? That's a really good question. My take is, I don't think spectator mode is fully built out correctly, because, if you guys remember, I casted Worlds with Rosemary, and we had a game in top 4 where both players had the same team, and I think spectator mode literally bugged out because the people were swapped on different sides. Yeah. And I was like, I remember it was the last game of the day. It was my last set of Masters because I didn't do Masters Finals that year. And I was like, Creighton, you're a Math Count State champion? That is dope. That is so awesome. What state and what year? I think the most random fun fact is that, wait, hold on. Oh my, yeah, we didn't get to watch Michael Kelch in top 4 of Worlds that year. That was so messed up, man. So goofy. Predictions for day 2? I feel like Groudon or Koraidon has looked very good. A lot of players have been using it. The Guzma theme any good? And also, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put this back in the fridge. I have some kimchi in a little container meeting. Guys, if you're watching, I have an Instagram. Can you follow me on Instagram at CYBERTRON VGC so I can post more pictures for all of you. I wanted to do a 2024 recap post, but I've been waiting. So if you wanna see the exclusive content on Instagram, give me a follow there. Based. You deleted Instagram for the sake of your mental health. I respect that. You know, you got to do what's best for you, and I think that's a great decision. I was actually thinking of deleting X on Twitter for similar reasons, so I feel that. Exclusive meaning him at another Le Sserafim concert? See, the joke's on you because I've never been to a Le Sserafim concert. I would love to. That'd be great content. Le Sserafim isn't touring, are they? I don't think so. But you know who is touring? Yes, Finn, I graduated from Stanford in the spring. Or summer? Spring? June. My favorite from Le Sserafim's probably Chaewon. I know, unique answer. Or Yunjin. There's this really cool article about Yunjin, about like... Hold on. So I'm kind of getting into my K-pop nerdiness now. But it was like a... Yo, this... Where's the link to this article? Anyway, it was a really cool article because it talked about how like this K-pop star like was like, oh, in another world I would have just been a lawyer, like getting coffee at this place midday between work, but instead I'm like, life happened in a way that I'm like a global K-pop star, and it just makes you think how like different life could be with one simple choice. Evan's suit looks great, by the way. I love that color. What's the most fun restricted to play with? Let's go look at the Reg G restricted list. I'll just look at my own tier list. Do I have a job outside of Pokemon? Yes, I do. Okay, I really like using Eternatus in the most recent video. If you haven't watched that, check it out. Or that wasn't the most recent one. That was two videos ago. Kyurem White was really fun. I want to use Rayquaza for a video. I haven't really used Ho or Lugia. My answer from things I've tried would probably be Kyurem or Eternatus. But things I would be interested in include Rayquaza, Ho, Lugia, the origin forms. It seems like a lot of people like this ranking video, by the way. So maybe I should do more tier lists in the future. Thanks for watching it. If VGC were a draft, what would be good picks? I always think like speed control setters in draft, like flexible ones are really good, and like Whimsicott I think is one of the most flexible Pokemon. Oh, guys, I was going to do a Giratina video. There's a Giratina origin form that popped up. Team. It's not like... I think it's more of a like for fun content team rather than a this is go and top cut regionals with. But yeah. If Reg I is double restricted, how different do I think it'll be from G? I would say very different, right? Because it's like, I think in this current format, it's a lot about, it's not just about the restricted mons, it's about like the other tools around the restricted mons, Urshifu, Amoonguss, Incin. Not that those won't be relevant in a dual restricted format, but in dual restricteds, the firepower from 2 different restricteds means you have so much more offense available, which means I would expect more tools to support those Pokemon as much as possible. Reminds me of the Scarlet Violet videos talking about the new items. I'm really glad you remembered that. I really enjoyed doing that one, so thank you for referencing it. Anyway, sorry, to end the VGC with the draft, what would be good picks? I think, yeah, flexible Pokemon that offer a lot. I think Whimsicott to me is a good example where it enables speed control, but it gets access to so many good moves that it can you can really adjust based on who you're playing against, right? Like obviously the clear ones like Moonblast, Tailwind, Encore, Protect, Taunt, but you have like Fake Tears, you have Tickle, Memento even. So that's an example. But I don't know. I feel like Draft League is still something I've played in a couple and have done like okay, but it's still such a it's a very unique format and very interesting. You played a Giratina on Battle Stadium, they click Protect and then Terra Normal Spite? What? Did you win that game, dude? That was crazy. That's actually crazy. How do I prioritize my time between work during the week and passions like Pokemon? I would say, you know, work generally always comes first. Like I wouldn't be co-streaming. I mean, it's a weekend anyway, right? But point is, it's like I would not be doing Pokemon stuff unless I was like done with work for the day and had my main tasks achieved. And also, I haven't been... I just started working again. Like, I was in school the last 2 years, and then I worked for a few years before that. And the last job I had was really great, really flexible. The hours weren't super intensive, and so it was like, you know, once I'm done with stuff by 5:30, I could log off and start recording and doing Pokemon stuff. But it's a good question. I would say the answer is passions come after work and friends and family. So, you know, once I feel like I gotten those checked, then I can go off to the next things. How many rounds are left? We're down to the last round, so we're almost done. I also feel like I've never have homework again. So good. I'm really curious. I haven't theory dual restricted formats at all, so I don't really have too much of a strong opinion on it right now, but it'll be very fascinating. By the way, a lot of the players streamed today were 7-0. Weston. Yeah, anytime, of course. Your weekends are built for recovery. Feels a chore to do anything productive. I feel that. And, you know, I think it's okay. Like, sometimes I try to remind myself I don't always have to be productive after work, right? Like, sometimes, like, okay, even though I could make a video, like, that does take more mental energy. Maybe sometimes I just want to veg out for a little bit or want to play some video games and not really think very much, you know? And that's okay as well. But it's about finding a balance. Has job searching been hard for you after college, whether that be undergrad or grad school? I would say I've been fortunate, and I was like, I guess really, like I would really prioritize that. And so like I had internships locked down for all my summers in undergrad. And one of the internships I had in undergrad led to my full-time job. And so because I put a lot of effort into finding good internships that I know would lead to full-time jobs, it was less stressful. Because essentially it was like get an offer for an internship, do the internship, and then do the job. And that's how, there was a similar process in grad school as well. So I would say not super hard, but finding internships that I wanted to do and like getting through the interview process was pretty strenuous, especially in undergrad. Like I remember, yeah, in one of my, like the second undergrad that I went to, I like had like a mini like crisis because I was like, oh my god, all my friends are like getting full-time jobs and I'm a year behind them. And then I applied to all these internships and had a lot of final round interviews and got really far and got rejected from like 4 in a row in the span of 2 weeks. And it was so soul crushing. But then the thing I ended up doing that summer was actually probably like the most exciting or what I would have enjoyed the most out of everything. And it worked out well. Were my internships paid for? Yes, yes. They were. I normally play League or TFT when I don't want to think much, mainly because, like, well, here's the problem. With TFT, I actually hit a wall because I always try to get, like, when I played to Masters tier, and I stopped playing TFT for a few months, or even maybe a year plus, but then I watched Arcane, and it got me back into it. But the problem is I don't like just being stagnant, and the problem I've realized now I'm just kind of clicking and playing buttons without, like, actively thinking about how to improve, and so I've kind of reached a wall. But at the same time, I don't really feel like the inertia to, like, get significantly better, so I'm like, you know what? I still kind of like just clicking buttons for an hour or two a day. What kind of Pokemon do you think you have based on your current life? Well, that's a fun question. Do I think I have? Like, as in, like, own as a pet or resemble? Am I the cart this one trick? Yes. I am. Oh, Brian, that's a good question. I think probably go back to industry, because I was working in gaming in like the investing and strategy side beforehand, but I was pretty junior because I only worked for 2 years and then went to B school. So I think a more like high level role back in the gaming space would be really interesting, whether it's like strategy at a publisher. I'm curious to see how esports will do in the next few years, because I think like, I don't think it'll ever disappear, but there's a huge wave of funding in the space. Obviously, and a lot of teams have disbanded or like been acquired or merging with other teams, and like scaling to profitability is still pretty hard in the space. But like I really love my last job and I really believe in that company and that group. But either that or I always thought, I don't know, doing some like biz ops strategy facing role at like some gaming adjacent company, whether it be like YouTube or Twitch, could be interesting as well. Oh, Okmon. Yeah, sorry, you have mentioned that. You went from IB to corporate and run performance marketing. That's awesome, man. I hope the lifestyle is treating you better than the banking days were. Sounds like it's been a great decision. Very cool to have you here, man. Is this actually a game? It's a project. There's also, I think there's a ton of overlap, by the way, between, yo, Oliver, what's up, dude? Great to see you here, man. Congrats on another great tournament run. It's really fun watching last weekend. You work in gaming on the dev side. That's awesome, Luke. I have so much respect for game devs. I think it's a very underappreciated job. If Steelix is in the next game, could it be usable? I think it needs some buffs. At least not in VGC. I wouldn't say it's everything's usable, but I wouldn't use it. Tingus Pingus? This is so funny. Jokic is a Blastoise? Dude, I think Jokic needs to be like 800 BST or something. That man is broken. Like, playing against Jokic is playing against a Calyrex that starts the game with +4 special attack. Mikhail Bridges is Tentacruel? So funny. Voltorb, Tyrese Maxey, Electrode. Kevin Love, Chansey? Tatum is Kangaskhan. That's funny. That's actually really good. Wait, what's LeBron? He's not in this? That's crazy. Favorite NBA team? I'm from New York, so the Knicks, baby. Let's go Knicks. Trae Young as Jinx. No special defense. Terrible defense. That's funny. I am really curious. So I watched OKC play the Knicks. I took Brendan to a game, and yeah, they demolished the Knicks. It was tough. There's one round left in the event. Devin Booker as Magmar, Bol, Magikarp, KD as Gyarados. Oh, I'm sorry. Did the Nuggets lose? Hey, you guys have been real solid, though, recently, no? No, the T-Wolves? You know, whatever. Like, Westbrook has been looking really solid. Wow. Julius Randle. How do you identify key turns? And the Pokemon who's your win con. Okay, so win condition Pokemon, I think it often, this is a complex question, but to boil it down, essentially, I think win condition Pokemon at a high level are like, what are ways like if this Pokemon gets set up, we'll just win, right? And so it's often what I point to is like offensive. Like, does my opponent have many Pokemon that resist this Pokemon's moves? For example, let's say Surgeon strikes Urshifu with Mystic Water Terra. Let's say they only have one Pokemon that resists it, and it's Amoonguss. Then in my head, I'm like, okay, if I prioritize knocking out Amoonguss, then it opens up Urshifu to win the battle. Other examples can be, like, it's not necessarily always just a Pokemon. It could be a concept, right? So, for example, it could be my opponent's team is kind of slow. So if I prioritize setting up Tailwind at the right time and get this Pokemon under Tailwind, I should be able to just win the game in a couple of turns. But a lot of identifying win conditions is breaking down your opponent's team. What do they want to do? How does my team match up against them? And what are the key things that stand out that should give me an advantage? Sometimes your win condition is it's doomed. I need to get lucky, or I need my opponent to misplay, or if my opponent makes perfect plays, it's going to be really hard. So my win condition is actually going for risky predictions. Anyway, but the point is there's no one easy answer to this, because a win condition can be a Pokemon. It can be a single move, like, oh, if I knock this Pokemon out on turn 1, I win. It can be a lot more complex, like I need to get this Pokemon in this board state. But it's a lot about like basically reaction and response to what your opponent has. Yes, but it's a great question. And then identifying key turns, to me, this is probably something that you probably pick up more as you play the game, but it's turns where I am like, okay, I'm in the scenario right now where if the turn doesn't go right for me, I just lose the game, or I take a huge disadvantage. And if I win the turn, I get a huge advantage. And often what that means is it's revolving around either key Pokemon in the matchup, or, oh wait, this is really cool. What the heck? They're doing this is like the couch. Wait, hold on. Pokemon Worlds 22 stream. This is like the couch featuring Aaron Zeng and Scott Glaza. This is one of my favorite things to ever do in VGC, by the way. But it was cool because we were doing replay analysis on the stream. And then we had like a screen pulled up, and then that's basically what they're doing. Wide range of targets, yes. Pokemon and careers were mutually exclusive. You can say, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's always cool meeting someone that's also from a similar space, because I think I've also felt similarly, where it does feel like two kind of detached worlds. But you actually would be surprised. Like, I've met some people that are pretty diehard Pokemon fans, and like maybe don't compete very actively, but follow the scene very avidly, from both consulting and banking, and like PE and hedge funds and trading firms, and it's been really cool.
The turn sequence would have been Koraidon finishing off the KO with
I'm actually curious to hear about the analysis.
Ivy Cudgel landing into Koraidon to take the KO. Now, ultimately, Luka gets his cake and eats it too, because
that's what I was going to say.
He doesn't even wake up.
Just talking about the immediate wake up. Yeah.
But that flame charge in that turn is crucial
to. Do you work for Pokemon? How do I get picked to cast? I guess I'm like an independent contractor. I don't know what the legal status is. But you get picked based on, there's like a lot that goes on behind the scenes that I don't even have full picture into. But basically, I'm often asked like, hey, what events are you available for? I send them my schedule, and then I get assigned events based on that. Will I play ZA on stream? Maybe. I think the thing I'm most interested with streaming right now is just getting back into or doing these co-streams. For now, but yeah. Every time you see Zacian and Gen 9, you're like, how the mighty has fallen. Yeah. It's so crazy. Like, it's crazy that Zamazento is better than Zacian. That's so funny to me. Will I be at EUIC? I have registered. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it, so it's a TBD right now. But yeah. Quick question, by the way, guys. When you watch the YouTube streams, like, do you get any ads at all? I actually have no idea what ads for YouTube streams are like. I know, like, the VOD afterwards becomes essentially like a video, but yeah.
Yeah, you're +2 speed. You have the redirection if you wanted.
There was a Koraidon mirror in the most recent match. That's correct.
Really opened Luca's eyes going into Game 3 that Iron Crown was the 4th Pokemon in this particular match.
Top prospect for winning Worlds this year? I like Marco for sure, man. He's had such a good season.
But I think that definitely led or made Luca think like, okay.
There's no ads on streaming at all. Oh, that's so interesting. Okay. Whereas Twitch is like non-stop ads, right? Interesting.
Zachary sticks with the same lead, that you're content to transform into either of those Pokemon. But ultimately,
yeah, my impression was there's no ads for streams, but yeah.
Of this next game, it's a shift up to the full-on psychic.
If you go to EUIC, am I cool with people coming up and saying hi? Yeah, I'd say I always am. As long as people are like respectful about it, which is like 99.9% of interactions, people are really good about it. If I'm competing, like sometimes it can just be a little tiring, you know, if I like just got eliminated or like had a really like rough loss and like just want some time to decompress. But yeah, my goal when I go to these events is to be able to meet everyone that wants to meet me, take pictures, talk, sign autographs, whatever.
Well, that's the thing that that Zachary talked about, was that the expanding force into his entire team.
Sorry if it's rude to ask, but how is the stream monetized? It turns into a VOD, which is monetized, but I'm not doing. I mainly was like, look, I just want to turn this on and see how many people tune in today. I'm curious just what like the market for something like this is, and I've been very impressed. We've had like 1,500, 2,000 people during games, and even, you know, a couple like 1,200 to 1,500 between games. So for me, it was more just of a proof of concept. Like, money is not the primary concern for me. It's more about doing a good job and being entertaining. But it's very interesting, yeah, because on Twitch it's like the opposite, where I think ads are thrown in a lot more. Do you ever think Pokemon could build an esports league with big orgs? No. I think Pokemon is more about like the individual game. It's a lot more like golf or poker, right? And so I think a fun, like one fun concept would be like an invitational league where you invite like, you know, the best 4 players from each region. But yeah, I wouldn't see it turning into something similar like League, for example. Memberships could open up more content for you. That's correct. Yeah. That's correct.
Right. The offensive pressure into fighting type Koraidon is coming from Zachary's side now. The follow me means that you.
Do I have inside info regarding the future of VGC? No. I get no insight whatsoever. I wish I did. I wish I could contribute to it. I would have been like, why are we going back to Reg G? If I had control over VGC formats, I'm like, look, at the end of the day, people will, like, the best players and competitors will play no matter what format is given to them. So I do wish sometimes viewer consideration was taken a bit more into account, because I know how many people dislike watching legendaries and restricteds and X, Y, and Z. And I wish we spent a little bit more time with more fun formats. Like, why? I don't know. Even if we had one tournament with Little Cup VGC, like, that would be awesome, man. But yeah.
Obviously, we know the result, but would you target the sleep powder into here because Ditto has a higher health, and you anticipate it potentially switching out to try to match
underused Pokemon that I might find success in an upcoming tournament or in general for this regulation? I just tried to rack with it, and I thought it was really cool, so maybe that would be my answer. Format without Terran, Scarlet, and Violet. That's a cool question. My answer to you would be yes, just because it's novel, and I'd be curious to see how a format like that would play out. But yeah.
Venusaur down to Focus Sash and then be faster than Venusaur. So this is a really important turn to get right.
Yes, Worlds 23 wasn't National Dex. I agree. I am genuinely shocked we accelerated to like Pokemon Home format that year, and I think that was a big loss in my opinion. Because I think it's really unlucky that like Sword and Shield happened. Sword and Shield was so awesome. I was thinking about this one, thinking about Charizard, and I was like, wow, G-Max Charizard, like, you know, won the first regionals, but then Worlds just didn't happen in 2020, right? Because of COVID, or 21. And then by the time we had Worlds in 22, it was just dual restricted format. So it's a shame that we were deprived of like Nats decks, Sword and Shield, as well as Scarlet and Violet Nats decks Worlds. Because I feel like those worlds have are often some of the most exciting ones. Right? You think of 2014 and 17. Obviously, everyone's going to talk about Pachirisu winning, but 14 as a format actually was, I think, like generally pretty disliked, which is funny because some of the megas were just so powerful. 17 I thought was a fairly good format.
Zachary's Iron Crown, it just has free real estate, 2-click expanding force every turn, even into.
Yeah, I think the other thing about competitive Pokemon, like getting to a level of like League, is, well, one, I just like think it's a different ball game, but two, I think it's like we need more, I guess, like really personable or like well-known players. Like for me, I actually watched League for a long time because I was a big fan of you know, like the OG, or not the OG, but like Double If and Bjergsen, and like when they were on TSM together, I thought that was awesome. Obviously we have Wolf, but you know, and it's hard because it's like hard to, you as a player obviously have to do a lot of that work building yourself up as well. But basically it's like, and it's also kind of hard to follow these events. Like truthfully, like I watch from home and I'm like, oh wow, like I wish I could know how my favorite player is doing, but it's like I don't even know where to find the link for this and, you know, stuff like that. I mean, I know now, but like point is it's not very easy to just like open up something and then understand where we are with the state of things, and I think that can make things kind of hard to follow as well.
That their only way back in, Luca's way back in, is if I fail a sleep pattern into a protect.
I'm surprised this next round is taking so long to.
If I'm gonna stay on fire and hit all of my attacks, both targeting wise and accuracy wise, that I'm going to win. I want to go here and highlight, if we pause, how over this game already is.
How over is this game?
Has rock and grass offense. The Flutter main.
Oh my god, I had like a pop out of my YouTube chat and I think it wasn't loading, so then I opened it and now all the messages are just like boop, 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 boop. Oh, pairings are up. Cool.
So it's going to take multiple. Tachyon Cutter would just KO through it. One Tachyon Cutter into either of those slots is going to pick up a KO, and Luca just needs turn after turn to whack into the Iron Crown to make it happen.
Two Tachyon Cutters into both as it's a two-hitting.
And that's all on top of.
Wo Chans are dragging games out. If that's actually true, that's hilarious.
One unrevealed Pokemon left in the back, but that's where that targeting led to, is just an incredibly strong position for Iron Crown.
So is there somewhat of an aspect of this game with Luca of an over-reliance, not over-reliance, but like an over-hope of Ditto?
In sports, you get to know the player on each team. Yeah, true.
Instead, so you have an immediate sleep powder.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to follow as a spectator. I totally agree with that. Where do players find Japanese teams or teams like Chinese Sun? You can find Japanese teams often on Twitter. A lot of the players will post them. And then there's Liberty Note, which is a resource that compiles Japanese teams. There's VGC Pastes, which is an Excel spreadsheet, like has a lot of top teams. A lot of these top teams are created by players who do really well on the ladder and then post the rentos on Twitter. And so that's kind of one of the go-to places. And then, yeah, Chinese, like, you know, it's also following the results of grassroots tournaments. How did you even meet Wolfie? Let me see if I can find 2011 Pokemon DC regionals. Is there any footage of this? So while Wolf was playing in the finals of this tournament, I was right next to him playing the senior finals. Oh yeah, right here. And then Brendan was playing in the junior finals. So all three of us were playing in this event together, and then wow, what a throwback. Yeah, and then me, Brendan, and Wolf all won, and then we met from that, basically. I have a picture somewhere. Oh, while we're here, guys, I have this podcast that I do with Marcus Stadter called VGC Reflections, and we're going to post a new episode. We had an episode with Wolf a while back. It's just a place for Marcus and I to talk about VGC, so speaking, I think I might have pulled up the picture of us three from that event, me, Brendan, and Wolf. But yeah, if you want to give that a follow, we're on your podcasting platforms as well. We got a little busy, so we haven't been able to put out a new episode in a while, but we just recorded one, so yeah.
Like in every team and every tournament, but Kryton has been consistently fire the entire time.
Magic did an event one time where coverage followed by a single player through an entire tournament so that could see their run. That's a really cool idea. I totally think it could benefit, yeah. Because I think the problem is it's like, there's so many times where it's like, I've lost on stream and I'm like, wow, I played so well in so many of my games, but then I, like, this one game that gets broadcast to the world is, you know, the one where I had a bad matchup where my opponent just, like, completely stopped me and played better. Yeah, so I wish we had that. I think it's an awesome concept. I think one of the biggest losses we've had in VGC is not having being able to save games and post them afterwards, because we used to be able to do that. And there's so many great games in VGC history that have just like disappeared. But it's like, yeah, I think it's a fantastic idea, and I wish it would be considered.
Not me.
Ah, well. Yikes, just me and Iron Crown then, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't really figured out the whole time travel aspect of that though, so I gotta call a professor.
Anyway, we are headed into our final round of Swiss here in San Antonio. Thank you so much to Joe and Len for breaking down that last matchup.
It's cool that they did that.
As you can see, we're down to only 5 remaining undefeated
yeah, the breakdown.
We have
Thoughts on mono restricted versus double restricted? We never played mono basically, other than that one format like online in Sword and Shield. So I think it's grown on me. I think it's cool that we have like 6-7 different restricteds that are viable and can win this tournament right now. So I like that. Some of the dual restricted formats I thought felt really stale, 2016 in particular. But now we have more Pokemon, obviously. Zashi, yes, thank you for tuning, and I hope you're doing okay. Sorry to hear about the hospitalization, but I'm rooting for you. VGC stream just flicking between other games as they end would be nice. Yeah, I agree. Pokemon games take a long time compared to other games, so you have a tiny time. Agreed, yes. Alright guys, let's take it home. I've been streaming for 7 hours straight. That's crazy. It definitely doesn't feel like that. Do I think double restricted would be better if we had Xerneas Yveltal? Honestly, now I would say yes. Like, I think more viable Pokemon makes it more appealing. And I have no idea how they would function. Am I going to stream Cut tomorrow? Yes, I'm going to do all of day 2 as well. I wanted to stream this whole tournament and see how it goes. This is cool. I don't really know very much about Arath or Jackson, so it should be an exciting matchup.
Weed. We have Shiliang Tang versus Terra Mask. Behzad Muntayer, apologies for that, versus Brady Smith. Justin Tang, Michael Zhang. Connors Swinburne versus Nicholas Morales.
I feel like this was probably checked off at some point.
Their spot on this graphic.
What do I think the Worlds format will be? Double restricted. That's my guess.
And so much incredible Pokemon happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone except for those 5 undefeated players who are your first 2 matches and Shiliang Tang, all at 6-1 here. So additional players like Justin Tang, like Behzad and Connor, who are in day 2 with a 6-1 record, will be trying to be 7-1 because again, the records carry over, and you need to have a record of 9-2.
Is Moxie 5-2? That's hype.
Into the asymmetrical top cut tomorrow. Which again, if you are watching now, I expect to see you here tomorrow for that asymmetrical top cut.
You know what? I'm gonna give our viewers a little bit of grace. If they can't make it in person tomorrow, you're at least gonna watch the VOD, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna watch the VOD.
They're there forever.
Yeah.
Prankster trick to steal opposing Xerneas' power herb. That's fun.
But that being said, though, I am really excited to talk.
I will be co-streaming again. Yes, I will stream all of it tomorrow as well. I want I specifically was like, I don't want to do anything this weekend because I've had such busy weeks and weekends in the last few months. And I want to just co-stream and try it out, and very happy with it. I'm mainly trying to figure out, I might dual stream on Twitch in the future. It's one thing I've thought about.
We come back to it later. People are gonna be like, what? And then I'll
But,
have to
yeah.
explain myself, and then it's much easier to sort of set people up for the differences.
It's really
where
cool to
if
be
you're
able to just turn this on and have 1,500, 2,000 people tune in, which is awesome. So thanks for watching. I think honestly, co-streaming is something I've thought a lot about and have wanted to do a lot more and grow specifically, and so I'm eager to kind of lean into this more for future events. I also think co-streaming could be really fun for non-regional events or like non-Pokemon events as well. Sorry, not non-Pokemon events. What am I gonna do? Co-stream League of Legends. Specifically, I think like non-TPCI streamed events. For example, there's like LATAM events that are streamed that deserve way more coverage, right? Or Japanese nationals, Korea nationals. These are all things I would love to stream more of, and so yeah, I think like coverage of other regions that maybe have a stream but isn't an official stream is also something I'd like to do in the future. How do you get your little Pokemon pins as a commentator? They don't. It's just you like bring pins. They don't give you any, but a lot of the casters will bring like a bunch of pins. Like Gabby has lent me a couple before, which is really awesome.
It's really difficult to do.
Co-stream TFT. It's cool because Rose and Wolf have both commentated TFT. I was always like, if I could get into one other game scene,
I wish we
TFT would be
had time
cool.
to ensure that everybody who has a breakout performance has
I would
the
stream League
opportunity to compete
in
on
between
stream.
matches. I would not have a
Unfortunately,
League dedicated
we
stream,
don't.
but
If anybody knows how to use a Ditto to maybe clone like our entire stream setup back in
I wish team sheets were out. It'll be exciting tomorrow because we can check
the imposter stream.
check what people are using.
But unfortunately,
Do I think Wolfie will stream more? I'm not Wolf, man. I can't answer that question. I might get.
Ditto's real, right?
How would we know?
Oh shoot, you're right. Oh no.
That's the beady little eyes. That's how we know.
I might have to call an emergency meeting, Evan. We might have some imposters among us.
Have I checked out Pokemon TFT? I've seen clips from it. It looks really cool.
On the stage, I think it's going to be really exciting to see how these teams match up. Like you mentioned, one of our players is running.
You and other commentator creators could co-commentate some games on voice call. Totally, yeah. Is Gabby as cool in real life as she seems on stream? All the commentators are as cool in real life as they are on stream.
Pokemon that we have not seen yet.
I think
I'm very excited for that.
this is me just saying it. It's very true that like all the commentators are like how like their personality on stream is so similar to how they are as
A lot
people.
of people thought it was coming into the return of Regulation G.
Absolutely.
Admittedly, I don't think that a metagame will ever truly be solved, because I do think if we do ever hit the point where 9 out of 10 people are running the same team, that one person who isn't is
Oy
gonna have a really
vey.
great day.
You watched Japanese Nationals on the Japanese stream, and it was great even not understanding it. But yeah, I think it'd be really cool to cover those events.
But I do think
Favorite
that,
ever VGC
seeing these
team?
new takes on teams,
Let me show
seeing
you.
this innovation is really exciting, especially since we're getting to it
2014
in the
Philly.
second week of Regulation G at these more major competitions. And I know going into the European International Championships in just
This is
under a
Nugget
month,
Bridge.
I believe
Absolutely.
it is.
Ah, here's the team report.
There's going to be even more innovation there.
This is my favorite team of all time.
Guys,
Oh my gosh.
And what ideas maybe get left on the drawing board.
Is there like a paste or anything? Oh yeah, you can see it here.
From the World
Rhythm Heat, Hariyama, Gothitelle, Salomon, Smallwild, Ludicolo. Best team I've ever used or built.
Now, and then from now till the European International
Crazy.
Championships. We sort of ran through some of these numbers and pieces of information earlier. We have had a whole section of last year's tournament play.
How much money do players spend if they go to a regional outside the US like Vancouver, including Haltau? I was thinking of this as a video concept last year, which was how much did I spend to qualify for the Pokemon World Championships? Because I track all my expenses, and what was the answer to that? It really depends, right? Because it's like, where are you going out of the US? For example, some people, it's actually like can sometimes be actually relatively cheap to fly to Europe from the East Coast. But my answer to your question would be, I think for Vancouver regionals, for example, I probably have spent a couple $100 between flights, hotel, and food. Maybe $600 for the weekend.
I do think that it's a
600 to
very
800.
different team. I think that you have to approach it
But that's just someone who's also like booking flights a little bit later, for example.
The restricted Pokemon with the Reggie Draco as well, having all
What?
of the damage that it can bring.
Wait, we have Reggie, Drago, Zacian on stream, and a Terapagos. Oh my gosh, guys, no Shadow Rider today.
Other restricted teams like what Arath is running.
What?
The Terapagos and all of those partners to sort of help the Terapagos.
That's
buy the
crazy.
Terapagos time. What's really
There is a
interesting,
Zacian,
though,
yeah, that's
about
right.
The way that this matchup is going to work is that I think that there isn't necessarily an advantage on either side of the field. You know, this isn't a.
Do players get compensation for travel for tournaments? If you are in the top of your region, they'll give you stipends and travel awards to go to like internationals and worlds.
And I think that's really exciting.
Yeah, and typically if you're running a Zacian
Wait,
and you see a
Aqua
Terapagos, you might feel
Cutter?
pretty
Ursh?
decent about the matchup, but critically,
What?
this Zacian
That's-
is not running Sacred Sword.
And then, yeah, Ground Terra Blast is pretty common. We've seen Hyper Offense Zacian used a good bit. It's just interesting to see Farigiraf paired with it.
The Terapagos for super effective damage, even though it will still deal a lot of damage, especially if
But
Arath
yeah,
is not
this is
able
cool.
to keep that attack stat under
The reason why
control.
Farigiraf's really strong, by the way, is because you block fake outs, which stops your Tailwind turns. So you could go like, for example, Torn Ursh, Torn Drago, Torn Zacian, Farigiraf as a switch-in, set up that Tailwind, and then just block any priority from hitting these Pokemon.
At that point in time, and I do think that Terra Blast, Terra Ground opens up some matchups against Miraidon in particular.
Surely it's yeah. Does it even get Aqua Cutter? Like
to the undefeated point in this tournament. I also really like the synergy of having the Tornadus with Rain Dance alongside of that Urshifu. Ogerpon Hearthflame has proven time and time again is a very powerful attacker.
I'm glad you all were equally as confused as me because I was like, what is going on?
Psychic Noise to shut down Amoonguss, and then Foul Play for any Calyrex, either of them really, that's going to do some really good damage. So a very well-rounded team. I don't think that there's necessarily
really cool to see Zacian. Interesting though, right, because of the Terapagos matchup, like you don't actually have Sacred Sword, which hits for super effective.
And for Arath, that is going to be that Terapagos team. We saw him run a very similar team at the World Championships, but notably it was Calyrex Shadow Rider instead of the Terapagos, which...
So this is very akin to just your standard Terapagos balance stuff. Like there's nothing really crazy here.
Running, specifically the Nasty Plot type of Calyrex Shadow
Sometimes you'll see like
Rider,
Rillaboom instead of Bolt, but otherwise this is pretty key. Cookie Cutter.
And I think what Terapagos does is it wants to play the same style of game, but it has a lot more bulk, and I think that because it has more bulk, you can buy yourself a little bit more time. And again, allows you to feel out how your opponent is playing.
Actually, you know, I kind of want Terapagos theme. Feels fitting. All right, last round of the first day of the tournament. Both of these players have already made it to day 2, so stakes are not very high in terms of like for tonight. But if you want to make it to top 8 of the tournament, a win here, or even top cut the tournament, a win here gives you so much more leeway tomorrow because you just have to win less games tomorrow. So even if you're like 7-0, you don't want to like let your foot off the gas pedal, you know? You went to Birmingham with Zama hoping to farm this Terapagos team, but didn't play a single one. I feel that, yeah. Should have shown a Winnin'. I think the thing is, like, yes, Winnin''s are exciting, but then the problem is, like, the odds of players winning a Winnin' and then making it to top cut of the tournament are actually really slim. Whereas, like, even though there's less stakes, we get to see, like, some of the best players. And one of the downsides is, basically, a lot of times we end up having these, like, players do so well that they don't even get streamed at all throughout, like, Swiss whatsoever, because, like, by the time they would be streamed, they're playing other people that have been streamed. The music is a bit loud. Okay. Torn and Zacian, here we go. I mean, Zacian is really spooky here, right? Like, Tailwind, Behemoth Blade. That is very powerful. Are there a lot of Groudon and Koraidon in response to Zama at San Antonio? I think it's not just Zama. I think they're just generally well positioned in the meta. But Zama being more popular certainly helps. Yeah, Tailwind Behemoth here seems really safe, right? This is the main? Yeah, so I think switch here into Incin is the most logical answer. Yep. And if you're a Roth here, you could also just protect Terapagos, then fake out Calm Mind. No protect. But it ends up working out pretty well because Zacian went into Instant. So no need to really go for that protect, I guess, because there's no Sacred Sword here. And oh my gosh, yeah, that does like no damage. Actually just going straight for the Terra Starstorm here. So no Calm Mind. That actually still does half, which is pretty impressive. The no Calm Mind, by the way, is mainly respecting Taunt here and saying, look, I want to just get rid of Tornadus and then get rid of your speed control. But, you know, Flutter giving up its booster doesn't feel good. Can you full screen? Just because you asked so kindly. Yeah. Flutter giving up that booster energy does feel pretty bad because one of what this team likes to do is use Flutter for speed control. So Jackson's definitely going to be moving first in these next few turns. The question is, do you actually do enough damage? No fake out. Whoa. But Bleak Wind miss. Nope. Oh, it is a miss and it breaks the shell. Yeah. Depending on how both of these Pokemon were trained, my guess is Instant would survive with a Sliver, but it may have been able to get the knockout. And so this will just be a KO and likely Parting Shot, although it could be Will-O-Wisp as well. Yeah, Parting Shot. Okay. I think if you're a Roth, you're probably pretty happy with this early game. The main scary thing is you have to respect Regidrago at some point. Flutter is obviously really good for Drago, which is why another reason like a Roth probably wants to conserve it. But I think this is smart. Get rid of the Taunter. Amoonguss just hits the field now, and Spore is just so much scarier. So the question is, what did Jackson bring in the back? I think like Fire Palm plus Drago makes sense. But no Drago, it's actually Ursh. You probably don't want to bring that Ursh out right now. Oh, it is Grass Terra. Actually, that changes everything, yeah. Grass Terra means that you can just push the tempo, bring that out, and then go Grass Terra up close combat. But a Roth can obviously respond by switching Amoonguss out into Incineroar. Or switching the... Oh yeah, it's just Surging instead. Okay. So the idea is Grass Terra plus Surging, there's no response. Like a Roth doesn't have a clear answer, right? If you switch an Instant, boom, that just gets popped. Terapagos can't defensively Terra here. With Grass Terra, you don't have to worry about Rage Powder from Amoonguss. The risk is Amoonguss right now could Sludge Bomb. Does it have Sludge Bomb actually? Hold on. It doesn't have Sludge Bomb. Wait, okay, that makes this actually a lot worse for Roth. This is a really safe play then. This also covers for the Spore into this slot, so great play by Jackson. It's probably Instant or Flutter coming in, right? Yeah, it's actually Instant, but this Grass Terra Strikes play is fantastic. You do get the Intimidate here, but this is why people run Sludge Bomb on Amoonguss, right? Because Grass Terra is so annoying. So normally Amoonguss will force these Grass Terras out, and then Sludge Bomb is suddenly like a 2-3 hit, maybe even a 2-hit knockout. But with this being the Pollen Puff Amoonguss set, like Grass Terra Choice Band Surging Strikes into this slot next to Amoonguss is so safe, and Amoonguss is just useless right now into this duo. It's, in fact, like Amoonguss is basically a liability. Arad would rather not have this Pokemon out on the field, so the decision to have Grass Terra here is fantastic to cover for Amoonguss. And the lack of Sludge Bomb here, I think, is really, really bad. Because, yeah, like, this play was so safe from Jackson, there's literally nothing a Roth could do. The best was maybe staying with Terapagos and actually just go for Terra Starstorm, with the logic saying, look, but obviously that's risky, because if you just close combats, boom, you get popped. So at least now you know it's locked into Surging, so you can bring out Terapagos, but you still take so much damage from Surging Strikes, right? And Amoonguss here has no pressure onto either of these two slots. You can't Rage Powder. So at best, you can side Pollen Puff. You can Protect. Spore isn't going to do anything. So Rot's options with Amoonguss are switch into Flutter Mane, side Pollen Puff, or... I just don't think Jackson's ever going to really switch out here. Isn't Pollen Puff a lot of damage into Ursh? No. Like, not relative to Sludge Bomb. I think maybe it's a 3-hit knockout at best, but that's not... like, you don't have enough turns to basically be doing that. But the Terra here on a Roth, and we'll see if it's into Amoonguss or Terapagos. Terapagos obviously gives you that spread damage. This now means Amoonguss is obviously really vulnerable to Ivy Cudgel. Crucially, you know, Fire Pawn and Ursh here are still probably slower than Flutter, so if Amoonguss feints Flutter, can Icy Wind. But I don't know if you even survive this double up right now. I think it actually probably does, so... That Ivy Cudgel a lot weaker because of that Intimidate. Yeah, Terrapagos will survive. Okay, so Jackson falls short of the knockout, which means you get Terra, Starstorm, and Pollen Puff this turn. And you probably... Well, I'm curious if you Pollen Puff into yourself. Let's see. Super effective. What? Oh, man. He was making a read that Zacian would switch in there. I can respect that, because I think a Roth might be like, I'm already so far behind in this game. But Pollen Puff would have knocked out Urshifu. But then you have Fire Palm plus Zama. But yeah, I think that puts... Because you have a guaranteed KO on Terrapagos with Surging Strikes now, and you can just cudgel into a Moongus. Yeah, the Spore there basically might have been Arat saying, I think I'm already behind in this game, and I think Zacian as a switch in makes a lot of sense. So you give up Flutter Mane here. I don't know. I think Zacian endgame now should just win the game. Yeah, Moongus lives, but this Grass Terra Urshifu was so well positioned. Arat was in a bad spot, but was it bad enough to justify that? I think the safer play is Terra, Starstorm, and Pollen Puff, but if Zacian does just switch in there, I don't know. To me, I think it makes sense to me. Like, obviously, it didn't work out for him, but if you actually manage to Spore Zacian, and Jackson makes a mistake, you're suddenly back into the game. So then it's a question of, does Jackson basically ever switch into Zacian there? And I think there's a non-0% chance he would, like, try to play a little defensively there. Why didn't he bring in Flutter instead of Terrapagos? Because Flutter didn't have booster energy and Tailwind was up, so it would have just got him popped by Surging Strikes. But yeah, even with the Intimidate turn 1 and knocking out Torn early, this is the example of a team that has good Amoonguss answers and makes Amoonguss look terrible. Amoonguss was just a huge liability in this matchup. What caused this major uptake in Bandit Urshifu? Is it that common? I don't know. I feel like we've still mainly seen more Mystic Water, Focus Sash. But Bandit Urshifu on Jackson's team makes sense, because you have Friggraph to block Fake Out. And the idea is you want to win games with your Tailwind as quickly as possible. I was really impressed by how Jackson just, like, used Ursh in this game. I think, like, if you're a Roth, you cannot let Ursh demolish you like this as quickly as possible. Okay, so the question here is, if you are a Roth, what's your adjustment, right? The key problem that you identified in that previous game was Water Terra Ursh, sorry, Grass Terra Ursh, so you need Grass Terra Ursh answers. Especially with Surging Strikes. I think if you bring Raging Bolt, you at least have a resistance into Surging Strikes, which is a really big deal. The problem for Arat in that last game was Incin, Flutter, Terrapagos, all of these just literally get one-shot by that Surging Strikes after you get the, like, Terrapagos kind of, okay, not one-shot. Terrapagos actually took Surging Strikes. So, but what's scary here is it's not just the Urshifu that's the threat, right? So we're going to go Flutter and Terrapagos, okay. Torn Zacian again. So it's a run back. Do I still use Aries? Yeah, I have them in. Yep. Anyway, I think it's like you could just Tailwind Behemoth Blade again here. A Roth could choose to Calm Mind this time around. You could obviously Protect, but Tailwind Blade is so safe. Just like force this Flutter out. It can't Protect either, right? Like, I don't think it has Protect. Yeah, so it's the same switch. My question is Arat have Raging Bolt instead of Amoonguss as the fourth? Because if he doesn't, I think this will play out very similarly to Game 1. Flutter doesn't have Protect. which is one of the downsides of it. So I'm not sure I love the decision to just go to Flutter plus Terapagos again. Like, Jackson's like, look, I can totally play this safe because this is all about positioning my Urshifu out at the right time. Alright, so it's just a run back of turn 1, game 1. And last time Terapagos dodged Oblique Wind as well, right? So yeah, same Pokemon in the back. I think that makes sense. I actually do think Drago could work here, but the problem with Drago is you have to knock out Flutter Mane. Oblique Wind. No miss this time. Oh, it was instant that it missed last time, not the Terapagos, right? Oh my gosh, what? Crit? Okay, yeah, I was like, how are you doing that much? Or a Starstorm. KOs. Yeah, the main question to me is, did Arath bring Raging Bolt? I guess this was his other gambit, like trying to just burn Zacian, because last time it was Parting Shot instead of Will-O-Wisp. But Jackson doesn't get caught off guard by that and just is glad to take the free switch in right now. Ooh, okay, it's going to be Ogerpon instead. I think the reason he doesn't want to bring Ursh here immediately is because Amoonguss isn't actually out on the field. So if you bring Amoonguss, or sorry, if you Surging Strikes, you risk Amoonguss just coming out. And this is where, like, Terapagos is just kind of a liability right now, right? Like, it hasn't gotten any boosts off. It's at neutral. And there's Raging Bolt, but, oh, Jackson did double up into that slot. And there's that play rough. So that was the adjustment that I was talking about what Arath needed to do. He did drop Amoonguss for Bolt, but Jackson is one step ahead, anticipates that adjustment, and just cleanly gets that knockout. That play looks awesome. The reality is that Jackson was already in a really safe position, right? Like, the instant was already really low. He's taking advantage of that critical hit from earlier. What is Terapagos going to do against you? At best, Terra Starstorm Ogerpon to do 50%, maybe Calm Mind. But Jackson's okay with that because he knows he's got Urshifu in the back. So he's super well positioned right now. And with Terapagos not getting anything off that turn, no Calm Mind, no Terra Starstorm, it just makes the game even harder because now you lost your Urshifu answer. It's still not over, but I think Ursh should be in really, really good spot. And this is an example of just being one step ahead. I do think Flutter Terapagos is not the most effective lead into Torn Zacian. Like, I think Instant Terapagos is just better if you expect the same lead. But maybe Arath was expecting a mix-up. Because if you go Instant Terapagos, you can fake out Zacian and then either Calm Mind or just Terra Starstorm, depending on if you think Taunt will come out from the opposing end. A crit comes out as well, just adding insult to injury. But this already looked really, really tough. Yeah, the thing is, even if Terapagos gets like 2-3 Calm Minds off in this game, you still don't do that much damage to Zacian. Like, Arath's team really wants to play slow pace, but Jackson just has way too much offense to blow through this. So, I think if I were Arath in game, like, I think instant Terapagos lead adjustment with... I think Flutter in the back becomes way more valuable if you eliminate Tornadus and get rid of Tailwind. The problem here is now there's Follow Me. So Jackson has played this so well where you get Tailwind up early, take advantage of it, and now Flutter Mane doesn't have its booster energy. What are you going to do, right? It's so easy for the Ursh to just clean up here. Terapagos Terras. But I think it's a little too late. Fantastic play by Jackson. Like, this is a like hyper offense masterclass. And even though it's like in the beginning of these games, it's like, oh, Zacian is just getting a behemoth played off. I mean, yeah, there's just no way Terra Starstorm knocks out this Urshifu. If Terapagos had gotten a Calm Mind booster too earlier, maybe there was a chance. Even with the crit, I don't think this KOs with spread. Oh, that actually did more than I expected, honestly. Okay. The problem is now you just have to face down a Zacian. And the problem with Flutter Mane is you do basically very little damage into Zacian. So With the crit there, actually would have knocked out the Ursh. But now you're just down to Instant Flutter. Instant so low, it's one play rough. Yeah, he needed 2 Calm Minds, not 1 Calm Mind. 1 is not enough, unfortunately. Yeah, leftovers, like, this was not the best matchup for this kind of like defensive-oriented Terapagos because there's way too much offense on the opposing side. And this game highlights, by the way, why Grass Terra Ursh is so good. And the lack of Sludge Bomb is really punishing from the opposing side. I mean, 1 Calm Mind isn't enough, is my point. You need 2. You're not getting one-hit knockouts, and so if you're taking trades, you're slower, you're just going to get knocked out. Yeah, that doesn't even KO. And now this is just a clean knockout. Specs Terapagos is a completely different team. So, yeah, leftovers, yes, it's not the most relevant in this set, but I'm sure it's a huge item in almost all of other Rots games. This was just not the best matchup for it. I think Jackson just executed his tools so masterfully in this one. One mix-up you can go in this matchup is actually bringing Reggie Drago as well, if you think like a Rot drops Flutter main as a lead. Because I think, you know, one of the takeaways here is that Flutter lead wasn't very effective, but yeah, we're just going to see Ursh cleanly knock out now. But yeah, I think the combination of Choice Band plus Grass Terra was huge in this matchup, and it elevates Urshifu to the next level. The Grass Terra, I think, completely protected Urshifu in game 1. But yeah, this is why you run Sludge Bomb on Ursh. But specifically, Sludge Bomb doesn't make as much sense with the Terapagos team that he has because of the side Pollen Puff is so effective in this. Yeah, of course, Arath is 7-0. Obviously, he had an incredible run. This, I think, was just not the easiest matchup for him. But I think, yeah, it's like, you know, like, this is an example where you can evaluate and be like, oh, Sludge Bomb probably would help me out a little bit more in this matchup, but how often am I going to run into Zashi and Hyper Offense, right? Whereas, like, Pollen Puff is probably the more valuable move in most matchups because of how it enables your Terapagos. Terapagos was just it was not able to accomplish much into Zacian. Like, I think this is a tough matchup for Arath, and he had the right idea going with Raging Bolt, and was unfortunately, yeah, this was a fantastic play by Jackson. But yeah, I think if Arath were to end up, like, in this same matchup again, I think I would like to see Incin, Terapagos lead, weave in some Calm Minds, and then I also think Amoonguss is actually still bringable if you get Pollen Puff off, but with Incin plus Terapagos, I think Incin could actually be a Terra candidate, so you pressure Will-O-Wisp onto both the Urshifu as well as the Zacian. But, yeah. Anyway, guys, I streamed for 8 hours. That was crazy. Thanks for tuning in. That was really fun. Congrats to Jackson, by the way. I'm really excited to watch him tomorrow. He should be just 1 game away from making top 8, which is, or sorry, top cut, which is really exciting. It's really impressive. Alright, guys. I'm going to wrap this up before I reach the 8-hour mark. Have to work clock in a full work day. But thanks for tuning into the stream today. It was very fun. I will be back with day 2 all of tomorrow, whenever that goes live. I have no idea what time that is, but probably around the same time as today, 10 a.m., 11 a.m. Eastern around. And then I will stream the entire event all the way until, and do the finals, obviously, as well. So thanks for tuning in. It was really cool to be able to draw on such sizable viewership and have so many of you tune in with me today. If you enjoyed the stream, feel free to talk about your favorite moments, highlight them on Twitter, you know, tag me. We had a lot of fun memes, I think. Let your friends know about this, but I'll be back tomorrow, and looking forward to closing out this regionals with you all. So have a good night, and I'll see you all soon. Also, I'm going to probably try to record Road to Rank today and try to release one tomorrow. We'll see. Probably take a break for a little bit, but yeah. Have a good one. Bye, y'all. Oh yeah, and like the stream so people can see the VOD afterwards.